Hi, Tina B. I miss hanging out with everybody, too. And that's why I decided to open chat up. I'm doing all right. How are you doing, Tina? This was a bit impromptu. I just scheduled it, 20 minutes, 25 minutes ago. But here we are. I'm glad you're doing well. So what you been up to? I don't do well talking to myself, so that's why you only see my bear. My pirate bear. Arr. So what's new? What's been going on? What kind of trouble you been getting into? Tell me. My mic is picking up my heater sound. That's weird. How can I live vicariously through other people if they're not getting into trouble? Come on. Let me down here, Tina. Well, my mom came over yesterday, and we got about half of the room done. The room that I'm going to be using as my craft room / studio. So if she's able to come over next Friday. Hi, Jen. How are you? If she's able to come over next Friday, we should be able to get everything finished. And then we could start moving in my desks and my table. Oh, good. You don't hear it. My bear is twitching when I'm not talking. And last time I opened up a chat, Kevin said he could hear that it sounded like a fish tank. I'm doing okay, Jen. How are you doing? Yeah, then we can start moving in the tables and my jewelry stuff, and I'll have space in my room because a quarter of all this stuff in my room that you can see most of it behind me when my camera's on, and there's a whole bunch of stuff on one side you can't see. Most of that stuff is jewelry supplies. So I'll be opening up some space in my room, which is nice because after almost 2 years of this, I'm starting to feel claustrophobic. Okay, Jen. Thank you. I'm happy for me too because I am very anxious to get started with making my stuff again. You know? All these ideas that I have in my head, and when I'm going through and sorting all my supplies and stuff and putting them away, I'll have even more ideas in my head. And good morning, Dan. The reason for my bear being purple, because Dan is awesome and he colorized my bear for me. How's Ernie, Dan? He doing okay? You guys all snuggled up on your couch still? Oh, you're welcome, Dan. It's fun. Especially when Jimmy laughs so hard that he turns bright red. That's fun. I like picking on him. He's like, why are you always picking on me? If I didn't like you, I wouldn't pick on you. It's just how it works. Oh, Tina, you have no idea. My head is like ready to explode with all the designs, and hey, I wonder if I could do this, and I wonder how I would be able to do that, and trying to figure out different ways, and napping after breakfast. Hell yeah, the best life it is. My dog naps all the time, before breakfast, before and after lunch, before and after dinner. Although I'll be glad to have more space in here so that she has more room to move around because poor girl's trapped in here with me. So I opened up the connecting door last night because I had to go in there and I had to go through the kitchen door and then come into my room. So I let the animals run amok in the other room, and my poor dog didn't know what to do with all the space in there. She was like looking at me like, what do I do? Poor thing. And then when given a choice, she come running back in here and laid on my bed. So conditioning. But at least she's not all hyper all the time, which would drive me insane and hurt me. Because even a 35-pound dog jumping on a bed can hurt you when you have a bad back. Although this mattress, the memory foam, it's not as bad. When you have a mattress that has springs in it and like the dog jumps or something, you feel it all the way through to your, well, I only have 5 toes, but down to your toes. Ugh, Dan golf. Blech. But I hope you have a good day and enjoy yourself. I'm sure Dan has been very anxious to get back to golfing. So Dan needs little Grogu golf club covers. That's what Dan needs. A bunch of little Grogus in his golf bag. And this is why I suck doing these by myself. Dead silence. Awkward silence. Ah. Oh, my mom made me a tuna casserole. I haven't had tuna casserole in forever. And for last, 2 weeks, I have been craving tuna casserole. I do not know why. Just Tina Powell and I were talking about different things that we make, like basically one pan dishes. And I mentioned tuna casserole. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh my God, I want my mom's tuna casserole. So my mom made me one. So sweet. She brought it over yesterday. Hi, Siosa. How are you, Lisa? So as soon as my mom left yesterday, I hit that casserole hard, man. I was like, gimme, 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 gimme. It was so good. Although she had to make it in a longer pan, like the 13x9 pan. And usually she makes them in like an actual casserole dish, the tall ones. So I don't know. I think because it was more spread out, it either dried it out a little bit or like the noodles absorbed more of the mushroom soup. So it was a little dry, but still the taste was there. So I was good. I know. Tina. My dad used to golf. I mean, voraciously used to golf. I do. Oh, crock pot. I have so many crock pot dishes that I make that they're all comfort food, though. I would be so big I wouldn't be able to get in the wheelchair at all if I made them. But my dad golfed voraciously. I mean, every Sunday, every Wednesday, and any other time he could get in there and golf. And then he retired and he seemed to be at the golf club, the golf course all the time. And then he started looking around for other places to live that would have golf course closer. And my mom was like, I don't want to move. My dad was like, we're moving. So they moved here to South Carolina, where we have a country club in town. I love beef stroganoff. And I make an adobo chicken recipe. I modified it from what my friend in Florida made. She's Filipino, half Filipino, and I had never had adobo chicken, so I was kind of leery, but I'm open for trying new food, right? So I was like, okay. The only problem I had with the adobo chicken that she made is she made it with chicken on the bone, which I know makes the chicken more tender and doesn't dry it out. But when you're eating something that's like a soup and you have to eat around a bone, it bothers me. So I make it in the crock pot and I use chicken thighs boneless, skinless chicken thighs. And soy sauce, white vinegar, garlic, a lot of garlic in that, and brown sugar. And you just let it cook on low for like 4 or 5 hours, and it is so good. I can't. I had a pretty decent sized crock pot. It was a 4 or 5 quart, I think, or 3 or 4 quart. I don't know, but it was a good size. I was feeding 4 adults and a child, and I would put it over rice, and I never had leftovers, which made me sad because it was so good. But everybody would be like, "Is there any more? Is there any more?" You know, right after they're done eating, and I'm like, "Damn it!" I have a much bigger crock pot. I'm just feeding me and my son. So guess what? I will have leftovers when I get to make it again. But, oh yeah, so my parents moved here, country club in town. They were living here for 4 years. My dad went golfing once. My mom was so pissed that he moved her here just so he could be closer to a golf course, and then he only golfed once. Yeah. I'm like, what? What is happening? So I went golfing with my dad once. I was begging him to spend time with me because I got to a certain age, and all of a sudden it was, girls don't do this, girls don't do that, girls, you know, I'm not supposed to be a tomboy anymore. I'm supposed to be a girl. And so he stopped spending time with me. And so I begged him to let me go golfing. Yeah, I think he did it on purpose. He made me carry his golf clubs. I was 10 or 11 and 9, 10, 11, somewhere in there. And those golf clubs weighed 70 to 80 pounds. And I had to carry them for 18 holes. He didn't get a cart. I wanted to drive around a little cart, but nope, I couldn't get the cart. I had to drag them around for 18 holes of golf. I never asked my dad to spend time with him again. So I think it was a setup. Yeah. And my mom used to golf, but my dad would degrade her so badly while she was doing it, kept telling her everything she was doing wrong, that she stopped. So my mom's golf clubs got sold in a yard sale. Yeah, I don't really know what he did when they moved here and he wasn't golfing. Just hanging out, trimming the lawn, I guess. We used to joke that my dad would go out there with a ruler and fingernail clippers to trim the yard, because he used to practice his golfing. So he wanted the yard to be the same, the grass to be at the same height as a golf course, so it'd be more realistic for him to practice. Yeah, and nobody could touch the yard. Oh, Jen, he drove me crazy. He was so male chauvinistic. And I'm like, you grew up on a farm with 2 sisters that I'm pretty sure didn't sit around in fancy dresses and white gloves. So get off my butt, you know? Like, I climbed trees and caught snakes and brought home turtles and, you know, got dirty and I had fun. My dad, girls don't do that. Girls can do any damn thing they want, including pee standing up now, because they have little things that help you do that. Oh my God. And when he wasn't golfing, if there was golf on TV, he would have golf on TV. I was so happy when we got a second TV, because watching golf is even more boring than like lugging golf clubs around. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I can't stand anything that you have to be that quiet for. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, see, my dad wasn't into sports. He just golf. He liked golf. Although I did get him interested in wrestling. My very first date ever was with somebody who talked about WWF the entire time. I learned about Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant and, I mean, all these people, all in the span of 2 hours. I was way overloaded. He talked through the entire movie we went to see. And yeah, I never went on a second date, but I did start watching wrestling after that. And my dad came in, he's like, "What are you watching?" And I was like, "Wrestling." "What you watching that for?" "Because I feel like it." Yeah, I majored in sarcasm when I was really young. I started that. Oh, that's cool. You worked on race cars? I bought a race car. Well, I bought a car from a guy who built race cars. It was a Cutlass, an '84 Cutlass. And then that thing was jacked. I mean, back end was jacked. It had idle parts throughout the entire engine. Like, that car just, you know what I mean? That sound, that vibration. It had a ratchet shifter, which he thought I wouldn't be able to learn how to use. Jokes on him. I drove the hell out of that car. I drove it like I stole it. And that car was awesome. Absolutely awesome. I played soccer when I was a kid. My dad never went to any of my games or anything. My mom did. But my dad, no. He was too busy golfing or watching it on TV. We also belonged to a swim club. When my people in my town, I guess they were in the Elks Club, which my dad was a member of the Elks Club. And I guess the guy and his wife that wanted to start this swim club thing, they were asking, elk members. Sounds weird to say that, elk members, if they wanted to invest in it. So my dad was like, "Oh, sounds like an interesting idea." So he invested in it, and my parents got, "Hey, Stash." My parents got like free membership for life because they invested. Apparently, they invested a lot. I don't know. I was not informed of their financial, situation, but they invested a lot, and so I got to go to the swim club. I swam voraciously. I had swimming lessons when I was 3 years old. Yeah. So, and then I was in camp every summer. So, I was. It's okay, Stash. You would be amazed at how many different ways people can spell Cody, whether it's their phones doing autocorrect or them just typoing. Yeah, I get all kinds of different spellings in 4 letters. It's great. But yeah, I got my junior life saving when I was 11. I was one of the youngest people to ever get their junior life saving certificate because I was tired of taking swimming lessons at that point, and I wanted to spend time at the barn with the horses. I loved horses. So I skipped all my activities, hang out at the barn. My first job when I was a kid, when I was 12, and I worked in exchange for riding time at the barn that was in our town. The people sucked there, but the horses were awesome. I fell off every single horse I rode, except for the biggest bitch there. Her and I bonded. You can't imagine why. Oh, that sucks, Tina. Yeah, see, we have come so far, haven't we? I've never been to a race. I did watch NASCAR for a little while, only because there was a car with M&Ms on it, and I thought that was the most awesome thing. And I just rooted for the M&M car. I didn't care. I was just like, oh, he's got M&M. He needs a purple M&M car. Okay, he would never lose if he had a purple one. But yeah. And John used to watch racing with me because the crashes. He'd be like, "You got to watch racing because of the crashes." I'm like, "You're crazy. People get hurt. What's wrong with you?" Sadistic bastard. No, Stas, nobody threw me in. I actually had structured swimming lessons. Although I was the youngest person to be able to go into the dive pool, because the dive pool was 14 feet, and I had already taught myself kind of how to dive from the side of the pool, but I wanted to dive off a diving board, and you had to pass a test. You had to tread water for like 9 minutes or something. I don't know how they came up with 9 minutes, but you had to swim a bunch of laps in the regular pool, and then you had to go and tread water with only your feet in the dive pool for 9 minutes, not touching the sides. And I was 9 years old, and I passed that test, and I could go into the dive pool because the dive pool was 14 feet. And they wanted to make sure. Their reasoning was, well, if you hit your head or something, I'm like, look, if I'm unconscious, it's going to be a little hard for me to tread water, isn't it? That was the most ridiculous reasoning, but I understood that if something else happened, like you broke an arm or something, yes, that would come in handy. I was watching the Daytona 500 when, what was his name, Montoya, set the track on fire, car melted into nothing. Yeah, I was watching that. I was like, did he just hit that big, huge jet engine thing? And John was like, I think so. And then the next thing you know, the whole thing's up in flames. I am glad he got out without injury, but that was pretty impressive. I was like, wow, something you don't see every day. I did not play soccer in school. I played for the town though, because when I started high school, because I was working at the barn and I was playing soccer at the same time. So yeah, I had pretty strong legs. When I got to high school and I went out to the tryouts, the girls that played, I mean, a quarter of them were ones that I had played town soccer with, and they were so snobby it wasn't funny. So I was just like, you know what? That's not my jam. I'm a jock type of person, and they were. So I was like, no, I don't like it. So I did not play for them. They're good, Tina. Tim had an MRI done, and he has two masses, a large one and a small one, near his pituitary gland. Oh no, he has one mass near his pituitary gland. I'm getting my facts mixed up. Anyway, it's near his pituitary gland, and he went to the optometrist, and it is pressing on his optic nerve a little bit. So they're now going to endocrinologist, I think is their next appointment, to see how they can, if there's anything they can do to fix it. But this is the reason that he shakes all the time, and hopefully they'll be able to do something about that, because it's a horrible way to have to survive, just your whole body vibrating. I mean, it makes it difficult to eat because you're nauseous all the time. It makes it difficult to walk because it sets off your equilibrium. I feel so bad for him, and I wish I could just wiggle my nose and make it all go away. But they are following up with doctors and things like that. So yeah. Well, I will, Tina. I will. I'm sure she'll pop in here. I sent her the links and everything, so she's usually awake by now, but you never know. Soccer in my town, we had two different types of teams. There was all girls teams, and then there was a mix. Like all girls teams were up to a certain age, and then after that, they mixed. So we had boys and girls on the same team. I also love playing volleyball at school. We did not have a volleyball team, but I liked gym class. I liked playing volleyball too, because I always played it at camp. So, volleyball was kind of my jam at camp. I was the only one who actually would make an effort to get the ball at school. All the other girls were like, oh, it's going to hit me. And I push them out of the way and go, I got it. But, yeah, I like playing for fun, but I don't know. I don't like being screamed at by someone telling me I'm doing it wrong. The coaches for the town were much better. They'd be like, okay, this is what you need to do instead. But I watched the coach at school, and man, she was a bitch. But our school had to have a girls' team and a boys' team. It had to be equal. So if there was a boys' team, there had to be a girls' team. At one point, our school tried to eliminate powder puff football. They said they didn't have it in their budget. So I said, okay. I don't really stash. So the last time I heard anything about fluffy or squashy. They were dealing with some personal stuff. Was I think last Saturday. I don't know if he'll be moderating Conky's auction tonight, but they were dealing with some personal behind the scenes stuff, like real life stuff. And it was kind of tense. So they're taking care of that, doing kind of like a mental health break, I guess, and dealing with all their personal things. Well, I was born in 1969, Jen, so it was, I was 10 in 79, and I started playing for town soccer when I was 10, actually. But anyway, so my school wanted to eliminate powder puff, and this offended me because it didn't offend me. It pissed me the hell off, okay? Because it was supposed to be equal, and I like equal. So by law, because I looked it up, by law, if there was not a girls' team that equaled a boys' team, then the girls could play on the boys' team if their own team was not provided for them. So me and a bunch of other bitches at school got permission slips and got them signed. My dad signed mine. Even though he was all, girls don't do that, he signed mine because I just gave him the look. Like, this is not going to go away for you. You need to sign this. And we walked up to the coach and handed him our papers. And he's like, what's all this? And I was like, well, you guys eliminated powder puff, so now we get to play with you guys. The boys on the team were absolutely horrified. A couple of them were terrified because they were guys that made fun of me at school that ended up getting body checked into lockers. So they were not looking forward to me being in any of their practices. Yeah, he's like, okay. He's like, well, y'all are going to get hurt. You realize that, right? And I'm like, that's why we signed permission slips. And the release paperworks are on that, not holding the school responsible, da-da-da-da. They reinstated powder puff football after the first practice that we were at. Because the coach asked for volunteers for who wanted to go first in the, head-to-head type of thing. And I volunteered. And most of the boys took a step back. And he was like, what is wrong with you? Get out there. A dislocated shoulder, 2 broken ribs, and a cracked collarbone. They were not my injuries. The coach called practice and went directly to the principal and said, we need to reinstate football right now, or we are not going to have a team because that girl is going to hurt all of our players. 3 days later, powder puff football was reinstated. I was an evil girl. I only used my powers for good, though. What they did was wrong, and I did not like it. We also formed a walkout. I was a junior, I believe, and the teachers' contracts were up, and they were trying to negotiate their contracts, and the school board would not give them any kind of raise, and they wanted to increase workload and da-da-da-da. And until the contract was settled, teachers could not participate in any extracurricular activities, which means coaches couldn't coach. No one could go to any of the dances. No one would be able to go to graduation. They couldn't go to prom. Teachers could not be at any of the achievement activities, no award ceremonies. I wasn't doing great in school. I sucked at school. Probably because I was high all the time. Don't do drugs. But I wanted for the teachers that did help me, even though my physical grades didn't reflect it, I was learning material. The reason I wasn't getting good grades is because I wouldn't stand up in front of a class and do oral reports, and they usually counted for a lot of your grade. So, but I did absorb the material, so, I'm not a stupid person. And I wanted these teachers that had helped me or encouraged me in any way. I wanted them to be able to be at my graduation to see that, hello, they did some good, and look what you helped me do and things like that. So I was really outraged that these adults couldn't come to a reasonable conclusion, to some kind of compromise. The teachers wanted like a 10% raise, which was, given what teachers' salaries are, I can understand, but it's not in the budget. We formed a protest and unified with the teachers. The senior, junior, and sophomore classes. We kept the freshmen out of it because they're freshmen. Come on, you don't want a black mark on your record that early. But we formed a walkout at 11 o'clock in the morning. All of us got up from our classes, and the teachers knew exactly what was going on, and they just all smiled. And we all put on Unify pins, or United, or there was some kind of, it was Unify, letting them know that we stood with them, and we went out to the parking lot. There was reporters out there because we called them. And, there were only 5 students, and they were all seniors, that took off and didn't come back, which is what the school was worried about, is that kids were just going to take off out of the parking lot and they weren't going to come back. Well, 7 of them left and 2 came back. They came back with food, so we were all good because we were missing lunch. I thought Woodstock was in 69, Stash. It was in the summer of 69. So if you had been born in 69, you might have been at Woodstock. I was born in January of 69, so I could have been at Woodstock and not even known it. They brought babies, who knows? And then 7 of us went to the superintendent of schools office. And when we were talking to them, and I finally said, look, why can't you guys get a moderator to help you figure this out? You can come up with a compromise. This is not rocket science. Get a moderator. Apparently, words from an angry redhead work, because the next day, the teachers announced that a moderator had been chosen to do negotiations and that they were working things out. A week later, they had a new contract. They had a 3 or 4% raise. They were allowed to go back to activities, and everything worked out, and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Yay for students standing up for their teachers. They were going to try and suspend us all, and I was like, they cannot suspend 3 sophomore, junior, and seniors. They can't suspend all of us. That's ridiculous. We did all have to do detention over the rest of the year. But that's okay, because we stood up with the teachers, and the teachers just let us hang out in detention. They were like, do whatever you want. So it wasn't too bad. I was a very rebellious child. I really was. I was like taking no shit and taking no names, man. No prisoners taken. You know what I mean? Had a very interesting, complicated, and complex life. As they say, I've been through some shit. I agree, Tina. It was a lot better back when you were a kid and didn't have to pay freaking taxes. Pay rent. Stash. 11 years old. Yeah. They had kids. There were kids at Woodstock. Families showed up there. There was no age limit at Woodstock. There was also very little clothing requirement at Woodstock. I've seen videos. I asked my mom. My mom was 30 years old when she adopted me. So she was 30 years old in 1969. I asked her I had to do a report based on conflict. So I picked the Vietnam War, right? Because I figured the conflict between the hippies and military and people that, wanted us to go to war, supported or whatever, would be a good controversial thing. It was for I forget the name of the class, but anyway. Yeah, my mom. My mom at Woodstock. Now that I would like to see pictures of. My mom is so uptight, it's not funny. So I can pretty much guarantee I was not at Woodstock. Because I asked my mom, I figured she was 30 in 69, so she would be able to give me an opinion on one side or the other. So I asked her, okay, Mom, in your opinion, what's a hippie? And she goes, I have no idea what a hippie is. And I went, oh, hell. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, really? Flower power, flower children, you know nothing? I was like, Mom, were you living in a cave when you adopted me? I'm like, what? Yeah, that confused me. I didn't understand. I mean, they had news. You know what I mean? Like, how can you not know what a hippie was? Yeah, she had no idea. I had to do my research at a library, and I had a hippie art teacher. That's the one who taught me how to solder. Have a great day, Jen. Thanks for stopping by and chatting. I had a hippie art teacher. She taught me how to make jewelry. Her name was Mrs. Longobardi. And flower power all the way, man. So I sat with her for about an hour and talked to her, and whoo, stories. She lived too. She was at Woodstock. So I got a lot of good information from her and just news reports and different things. And, you know, I got an A on that report. So, yeah, I did all right. But it kind of confused me why my mom wouldn't know what a hippie was, you know. I asked my dad, and he was just like, dirty little bastards, and walked away. So that wasn't helpful. My dad, I believe, was 41 during that whole hippie era, protesting and things. So, yeah. Needless to say, I connect with hippies pretty well. I would totally have been a hippie back in the day, a rebellious one. I would probably not have been all peace, love, and buttercups. I like the preserve the environment and be close to nature aspect, but you fuck with me, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Wiccan, I am not. People ask me that all the time. Are you Wiccan? Hell no. Slap me and find out. I don't know why people would even ask me that. Apparently they don't know me very well. Oh, Tina, that sucks. And divorce back then was hard. Really hard. I mean, my mom was married before she married my father, and which I didn't know until I was 18. But he was very abusive. He was an alcoholic. He was very abusive. He caused her to lose 2 different pregnancies. They were stillborn. One was a baby boy, and the other was one was twin boys, and the other was a baby girl. And the first time she wanted to leave him, and her family actually convinced her to stay with him because it was very scandalous to get a divorce. It was, you don't leave your husband back in the day. Oh, I love tie-dye, but I don't like, I like the purple and blue ones. My purse is actually tie-dye. It's purple, blues, a little bit of white, no pink. It's really cool. So she ended up staying with him, and then the second time she had the stillborn, he damaged her so badly inside she couldn't have kids, and that just devastated her. So she finally got the balls to leave him. I guess her family decided that him almost killing her was probably a good reason to leave, so she did. And here I am, because I was adopted when I was 5 days old. So, you know, supposedly there's a woman in North Carolina. She's adopted, and I guess she did like a DNA thing to try and, I don't know if it's to find your biological family or like an ancestry thing or whatever, and found out she's the daughter of a man who murdered his entire family. He's still on the most wanted list. I'm like, oh my God. And this is why I'm not looking for my biological parents, because weird shit like this happens. Yes, Stash, it is. It's a very cool icon. I like it. So yeah, that popped up on my Yahoo feed. I was like, what? My father was very verbally abusive. And later on, when I was a teenager, we used to get into fights. But he also cheated. He pulled hair. I was like, what kind of man pulls hair? Get a sack. Damn. The only time I ever really tried with fighting him, because I didn't want to hurt him, was when he was choking me and bouncing me around in our hallway. And my mom actually finally tried to stop him from doing it. She grabbed his arm and he threw his arm back and he caught him in the neck with his forearm. And I was like, oh, hell no. So I knocked his other arm away and I punched him and he knocked him on his ass and told him, you ever touch my mother like that again, I'll kill you. He never did. So, yeah. Believe that was the last physical fight I had with my dad. After that, nope. Doesn't I can see the peace, but that's good. Teach peace. Here I am talking about knocking someone out, and your icon says teach peace. Whoops. I do prefer peace. When I was a teenager, I had to smack people in order to get them to leave me alone, because people made fun of me all the time, and I got tired of it. And the more I hurt them, the longer they left me alone, because they didn't want me to hurt them. So I also beat the crap out of bullies, because I don't like bullies. And I had like it was very strange. I had like this group of kids that I protected in school, So I do not approve of cheating in any way, shape, or form. I don't like it, Tina, at all. John cheated on me when we were together. That's why I told him we need to just be friends, because otherwise I would kill him. Yeah, my father was normally with my mom. He was only verbally abusive, because he was so insecure that he would take it out on her. And my mom would not stick up for herself because she had been in a physically abusive relationship. So I guess she figured the verbal abuse was better than the physical abuse. It is not. Wounds heal most of the time, but the mental abuse is there forever. It's stuck in your head. But I got to a certain age. I think I was 9 or 10. A lot of shit happened when I was 10 in that age range. And I started sticking up for her, yelling at him for yelling at her. And then he'd yell at me and she'd just be sitting there like, what is happening right now? So, yeah. But outside appearances, I had pretty good life. I mean, my parents were middle class, I'd say kind of upper middle class. My town was very sleepy. There was nothing really to do, which is why all the kids were drunk and high all the time, and lots of sex, everywhere. I mean, the kids would just have parties just to fuck around. And I lived on a dead-end street in a really nice house. I mean, I didn't know it was a really nice house back when I was a kid, because everybody that I knew had a nice house. When my parents moved to South Carolina, they sold their house for a little over $500,000. And the house they bought here was $70,000. So I'm like, well, shit. My grandparents' house that my grandfather built, my aunt and uncle, when they moved here, sold their house for like $1.5 million. So, yeah, they lived in a really rich town. Rich. Right, Tina? Yeah. Cheating is just, if you don't want to be with the person you're with, then don't be with the person you're with. There is no reason to cheat. If your eyes and hands gotta wander somewhere else, then they don't need to be coming home. Go get out. I used to be really insecure about whoever I was with leaving, and if they were like, I'm leaving, I'm done with this, they'd walk out, and I'd be crying my ass off, wondering what the hell I did wrong. And John did this to me, and the first time he did it, and he walked out of the house, walked down the street, I was a mess. I was a hysterical fucking mess. And after about an hour of really ugly crying, it just hit me. Why the hell am I letting someone get to me like that? If they are going to treat me like this, why am I crying over them? That's ridiculous. And, I evaluated everything, and I hadn't done anything wrong. He had been drinking that I didn't know at the time. After this, I became like an alcohol bloodhound. He could walk down our driveway, and I would know if he'd been drinking. So I just had this quiet little epiphany, like the little emoji with its head blowing off. Yeah, that was me. And he came back all apologetic and everything, and I'm like, yeah, okay. And about a week later, he did it again, and expecting me apparently to be begging him to stay because it boosted his ego. And I looked at him dead in the eye and said, do you want me to help you pack? And he went, what? I was like, well, you want to go? You're done with being a family. I'll help you pack. Let's go. And I went and I grabbed the box of trash bags. And he was like, what are you doing? I said, packing your shit. You can take it with you. And he was on his knees begging me. I'm like, So I told him, I said, you will treat me in the manner to which I deserve, or you can go. And yeah, we had a lot of rough spots over 20 years. When I just decided we should be friends, we still had rough patches. I mean, everybody fights with their friends, right? But that man was always a solid rock for me when I needed him, and when he needed me, I was a solid rock for him. I mean, he was my road dog, my ride hard or die, and losing him it still kills me, and it really does. But the last 2 years that he was alive, he stopped drinking completely, and he was walking again, which he had some physical problems, and was in a wheelchair for over a year. And I pushed him to get treatment and figure out what was going on, and he was able to walk again and enjoy time outside with his son. And yeah, so at least the last 2 years were how it should have been all along. But better late than never. It hurt me that he died before being able to do all the things he wanted to do, Yeah, I don't get the reason for cheating either, Tina. I really don't. I've never done it. And I don't get it. I really don't. My opinion is, if you don't want to be with the person you're with, then don't be with that person. My husband, who I'm still married to, he was actually in one of my chats when I went live. The last chat I was live, actually, Michael showed up, and because he's on my Facebook friends list, we get along fine now. But we were together for a year and a half, and then we got married, and because I was always like, I always rush into everything, and I rush into relationships, and something as huge as getting married, I want to make sure we're compatible, right? Yeah, and it was great for a year and a half. He treated me amazingly well. I mean, he was awesome. And we went on vacation. And we went to Ocala, Florida. Ocala, I guess, where his family lived. And we visited with his family. And they lived in a pretty big double wide in a trailer park in Ocala. And we were actually talking to a couple of people there that was selling their trailers, because it was a really nice area and I liked it. We talked to them about buying their, trailer and moving down there. And then we went to visit my mom and my daughter here in Anderson. And we were here for about a week. And we also visited my friend Rose, who'd moved to Florida. Brought her a dog. We visited her first. We brought her my dog because when Rose was going through problems, the dog tried to dig through the wall to get to her. He was very attuned to women's emotions, and he got very depressed when she moved. So we brought the dog down for her. And he helped her emotionally because he was he was a very large pit bull, brindle pit bull, gorgeous, gorgeous dog. His name was Venom. I did not name him. Behaved amazingly well for a dog that was larger than any pit bull I'd ever seen. He had to have been at almost 100 pounds. He was just massive. And I took him to a vet to see if he was purebred because I was like, he's got to be mixed with something. And the vet told me that somewhere down in his lineage had been mixed with an English Mastiff. So that's where he got his size from. And I was like, oh, okay. So we brought the dog down to her. And then we went to visit his family. Then we came to visit my family. And then we went home. And we pulled into the parking lot of Dunkin' Donuts in Lowell, Massachusetts, where we were living. And he got out of the car, didn't say a word, got out of the car, went across the street to the bar. I'm sitting there, my kids are sleeping in the back seat, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And my friends all hung out on the CB, so they were all in the parking lot, because that's what we did. And, everybody's like, welcome home, blah, 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 welcome home. And they were like, where'd Mike go? And I'm like, to the bar? I don't know. He didn't say anything. He just got out of the car, walked over to the bar. And yeah, the marriage went to shit after that. I'm like, what in the actual fuck is happening here? He hooked up with this girl that had just started hanging out on the CB. He disappeared on me for like a week. And was shacking up with her in the hotel with her and her kids. And I finally got to the point where I was like, you know what? I can't stand this not knowing what the hell's going on, knowing that he's cheating on me. Called the girlfriend, his fiance, in a newspaper interview. So I went down to the bar about 6 months later. I went down to the bar. Well, 5 months later. I went down to the bar and walked in and I was like, I need you to come home. And he's like, I don't feel like coming home. And I was like, well, I want you to come home. And he's like, I'm good right here. And I was like, okay, look, you need to make a choice. It's either going to be your wife or your girlfriend. You need to choose right now. And he goes, I'm staying here. I said, fine. And I left. And I packed his shit and had it all in the kitchen. And he came home and I said, take your shit and get out. And boom. He tried dragging it out for another month until I found out that he was only telling me he wanted to get back with me so that he could get his toolbox out of the house. And I sold that bitch for the money to be able to come to South Carolina. I had to put a restraining order on him. Yeah, it was crazy. He did try to wire my car so that it would catch on fire, and it did while I was driving. And I was driving a flaming Firebird, how ironic is that, to the streets of a city. It then back window blew out in front of a police station, and yeah, all my stickers were gone. I loved those stickers. But once I was out of the state and he stopped crying about the toolbox, we actually had a conversation and worked things out so we could get along amicably. And then when I got Facebook, he sent me a friend request. I was like, I also had his girlfriend on there. They were together for 17 years. I was like, dude, you married the wrong woman. You definitely chose wrong there. So yeah, I do try to be as nice as possible. There wasn't it wasn't quite that nice. There was a in between there. He had after the car incident, I almost died in that car. The fire department guy told me if I had been in the car another 2 minutes inhaling all the toxic fumes, I probably wouldn't have made it. As it was, I didn't need a cigarette for 2 days. I was still coughing up black crap. I'm like, but the day after, he told me he wasn't going to drink. He wasn't going to go anywhere. He was going to stay home with me. He, was all shocked that he almost lost me. I did not know he had wired the car yet. Found that out a few days later. But so I was like, okay. He was like, I'm so sorry. Yeah, okay. And about halfway through the day, his friend shows up and wants him to go to the chiropractor with him. I'm like, you can't go to the chiropractor by yourself. the great tattoo artist of Lowell, who's, big burly biker type guy. You can't go to the chiropractor by yourself. I'm like, this is bullshit. You're lying. And they came back 2 hours later, which the chiropractor did not take that long, and Michael wouldn't kiss me hello. And I was like, where's my kiss? And he was like, I'll give you one later. I'm like, no, I want it now. Because I knew. And he gave me the smallest little peck, and he was trying not to breathe, but I could smell the beer on his breath. And I was like, you son of a bitch, you were drinking. And I was up. I was snapped. I was up, and I bitch slapped him. And I had to do it left-handed because my right hand, my wrist was sprained from trying to get the hatch open to get the stuff out of the hatch of my car, which would not open. And so it was left-handed. And he went and called the cops on me and had me arrested for domestic violence. So I spent the night in jail. It was my first and only, so far, time spending the night in jail. I was not happy. He added insult to injury and called my mother here in South Carolina to let her know that I got arrested and I was in jail. Why would you do that? You know what I mean? My mom was freaking out. She harassed the police station so badly, they finally pulled me out of the cell and had me call her. So she would stop calling them. It was funny as hell. This is not done. You don't get to call out to, you know what I mean? You don't get to take calls from your mother when you're locked up. Oh my God, it was so funny. So I talked to her, I calmed her down. I was like, fine, told her what was happening. Told her, that what would go on in court. I had no record. I mean, and I never admitted anything to the cops because I'm not stupid. And the cops all told me I should have hit him with a bat instead. They didn't like him at all. He had a record longer than I am tall and round. So the next day, of course, I went to court, got, personal recognizance, released on my own personal recognizance, went home. That's when I packed his stuff. Because he tried to talk to me in the courthouse, and I had all my friends around me. Because all my Syria friends showed up at court for me. I was really happy that they all showed up to show support. So when he tried to get near me, he couldn't. I was 3 people deep. They were around me, and I called a court officer over, and I told him, I said, you need to keep this man away from me. I was like, I am not interested in any kind of contact with him. I was like, and if he comes near me, I'll end up getting arrested again. So please get him away from me. I also told Michael that he wasn't allowed back at the house. He was like, nope. So then I packed his stuff and told him he had to have a police officer come with him to come get it. Because I wasn't taking any chances, So, yeah. But he couldn't get the toolbox out. So I sold a $1,900 two-piece Pullman toolbox for $800 so I would have traveling money to get to South Carolina. I loved that toolbox. That was an awesome toolbox. I mean, I am not the kind of person to gush over a toolbox, but it was powder blue. It had the round safety locks on it. It was sweet. $1,900, and that was on discount because it was the truck. The Pullman tool truck was changing out his toolboxes, so we got it at a discount. It's been warming up here during the day. It was my house. Well, the main part of the house was 75 degrees yesterday, and it was 70 out or so. It was colder in my room because my room retains temperature. So, but look, I'm on my own. I'm my own drinking game. Every time I said take a drink. Everybody's drunk in 5 minutes. Yeah, my mom and her mighty Swiffer was washing the walls, and Jason put so many screws and nails into the walls, hanging up weird crap and his flags and all this stupid crap that she was having a very hard time doing it. But the stuff she used, the Mr. Clean she used, smelled really good. So did the spray she used to do the door frames and stuff. So that room smells really good now. It doesn't smell like dead pot smoke. No offense, Stash. Stash, we got half of it done. My mom came over yesterday, and she's a machine, man. She's 88 years old, and she's like bam, got half the walls, a door frame, and a window frame, and well, no, two doors and door frame because she did the closet too. So it's halfway done. Next weekend she'll be like, "Well, I'll get it done next weekend." I'm like, "Oh my god!" So then we'll be able to start moving furniture and supplies in there. Woohoo! I can't open my window. I can reach one of them, kinda, although I can't stand on one leg to do it. But I tried to open that window not too long ago, and apparently the weather has kind of got it stuck. So once I get all my jewelry supplies out of here and I have more space, I can move my bed, and my son will be able to get to the window, and hopefully he'll be able to open it for me. I'm sure the cats will be thrilled. So yeah, progress is slowly being made. Stash, it's getting there. Getting there. Because I have a desk that has to go in there. There's already a coffee table, which I'm going to keep in there because I can use that to put supplies on too. It even has like DeLorean type things on each end and little stash spots inside. And I can put stuff in there too. Oh, no port. Oh my god, Stash. My neighbor went to the store for me the other day. I had him pick me up cigarettes because my package with tobacco got lost in the post office ether. It's supposed to be here today, finally, over a week later. And my neighbor goes, "Girl, you smoke too many cigarettes." He's like, "You need to start smoking weed." He goes, "I got plenty of weed. I can get it anytime I want. You need anything, you let me know. I'll even buy you some pies for when you have the munchies." I was like, oh my god. I'm like, now my neighbors are trying to get me high. I'm like, what's going on here? It was so funny the way he said it. I'm like, so I have the offer of unlimited weed if I need it. I'm like, wow. It's not legal here, so I'm like, I think I'll pass, but thank you. Would probably help with a lot of my pain, but I couldn't believe he did that. It was so funny. Girl, you need to smoke weed. I don't think anybody needs to, I mean, medically maybe, but just on a average thing, I don't think anybody really needs weed. But it was just so funny. So yeah, so I'll have 3 table services, and then I take all my jewelry. I mean, a quarter of the stuff in my room. Seriously, a quarter of all the stuff that's packed into my room is jewelry making supplies. I'm a jewelry supply hoarder. But I've also been accumulating Victoria-itis. I can't talk. I've been accumulating supplies over the past 2 years, slowly. So for my metal stamping and my soldering. So I will have plenty to work with when I get started, getting back in the swing of things and making my things before I have to resupply, which is good. And I have a gajillion cabochons now because Willa sent me an entire Ziploc bag full of cabochons. Plus I have the awesome stones. The awesome stones that Stash sent me, which, oh my god, they're so gorgeous. I open that box all the time and I'm like, oh, I try not to drool on it. It is nice of her to help me. My mom has the thing about cleaning, and I mean, she made the comment, if I was younger, I'd already have this room done. I was like, Mom, if you were younger, you'd have the whole house done in a day. Because she's like a cleaning machine, even at 88 years old. She's amazing. Oh, Jerry never sent you. That's weird. Jerry's usually right on things like that. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him in any chats or anything. I hope he's okay. No, the Toxic Twins moved out on the 3rd. My son finally had enough and told them if they didn't have rent this month, that they had to go. So on the 3rd, they started packing. About 20 minutes later, they started fighting. And he ended up beating the crap out of her. And she finally escaped out of the house and got in the truck and left, went to her mom's. And then her and her mom came back. And she had a black eye, bloody lip. And she packed up most of her stuff. And she left. And then he called his mommy. And his mommy came and asked my son if we could hold on to his stuff for a week so that they could get the rest of it out. My son, so fed up with Jason and his bullshit, said, you know what? I'm not a storage unit. He's got 24 hours. And then after he left, my son went into the room and found out that they had taken his dad's clothes, John's clothes, that were up in the top of the closet, and a whole bunch of other stuff that didn't belong to them. And we had a broken window that they never told us about. So my son got pissed, and he messaged Jill or one of their family or something. He messaged someone and said, they've got until 6 a.m. to come get their stuff off the curb because that's where it's going right now. This is bullshit, and I'm done. And trash comes, picks it up at around 7 o'clock in the morning, so they have until then and to come pick up their stuff. And he went in there and proceeded to gather everything in there and throw it at the curb. I mean, he picked up Jason's gaming chair and threw it from the porch, and it landed about 20 feet away. He almost cleared the driveway, but it landed on the other edge and other side of the driveway. Those chairs are not light. My son is a beast. And Jason's mother threatened to call the cops. My son went, go ahead, your kid has warrants. So you go right ahead, you call the cops on me. I'm not doing anything wrong. That boy owes me money. Yeah, so at this point, the tally right now is they owe us about $500 because, of course, we're still dealing with the repercussions from their electric use and their water use, and so our bills were a little higher than they should have been. Yeah, she was very codependent, and he was very psychotic. Hi, my hotness. My Amy. How are you, honey? So he was bipolar. I mean, seriously bipolar. And he was so insecure. I mean, she couldn't go 2 feet without him being like, why are you walking away from me? You know, I mean, she's walking across the room, and he'd freak out. She wanted to go to her mom's, and he'd freak out. Well, who's going to be there? Who are you going to talk to? I don't think you should go. It was amazingly crazy. And even my neighbor was like, I was like, I bet you're glad they're gone. And he was like, girl, there was something wrong with that boy. About sums it up. Yes, there was. But the girl kept going back to him even after. I mean, when she showed up that night with her mom to pick up the rest of her stuff, and it was funny because her mother called my son sir. My son said something to her, and her mom went, yes, sir. I'm like, my son's 26, and her mom's much older. I thought that was funny. I'm like, damn, my kid is intimidating as fuck right now. I'm like, must be. And she gathered up Jason's stuff too. So the fight started because Jill was going to her mom's house, and Jason wasn't allowed to live there. So he wasn't even really allowed at the house. Can't imagine why. So he was mad that Jill wasn't going to apparently live in the truck with him when she had a perfectly good home to go to. So that's what they got in a fight, because she wasn't going with him. If I was in the condition that I had been in before I, had the problems with my foot, Jason would still be in the hospital for the first time he hit her. And I had to listen to it because that absolutely drives me insane. And I would have been in there in a heartbeat going, why don't you pick on someone your own side is going to hit you back? Skinny little meth head. He was also doing more hard drugs than just weed. I mean, they smoke pot continuously, which I really don't care if someone smokes pot, although they weren't supposed to smoke it in the house because my son doesn't smoke and he doesn't do drugs. I only smoke in my room, but my son had to walk through their room in order to get to the bathroom. So, yeah. But they started smoking everything in their room because they were too lazy to get up and go outside. And then I could tell, I could hear I could hear him cutting lines in there. He tried to tell my son that the noise he was hearing was them cleaning their pipe. Yeah, their pipe was a metal one-hitter. It sounds a lot different than a credit card being tapped on a table. You know what I mean? So It was very hard, Tina. I have PTSD from domestic violence, and so the flight kickoff was hard for me to deal with when my nature is to get in the middle of a fight and stop it, or tear someone apart if they need it. And so these two things were I ended up having huge anxiety attacks because of his behavior, and I'm just really glad they're gone. Yeah. So, yeah, I am so glad they're gone, and I get my craft room back. I mean, my son and I, when we split the bills, have to pay more money, but hopefully, if once I get making my jewelry, I'll be able to make a little bit of money off that, and it will kind of help with the bills. Because splitting our household expenses, just the rent and utilities, we each end up paying about $420 a month, which technically in today's age is not bad for housing and utilities for a month. But with me on disability, that's more than half of what I get. And my son's currently still looking for work, so next month is going to be scary unless he starts soon. If the stimulus would pass, that would take a little bit of the stress off me, because then he would have, we'd have enough for a couple of months. But yeah, the fight or flight thing with me is a hard ride, So, and Jason had a shotgun in there, so I couldn't call the cops because he had friends that would run scanners because of Jason having warrants. They would also always let him know when cops were showing up. So I didn't want to die before they got here, I might be crazy, but I ain't numb. Yeah, Amy, you have no idea how bad I wanted to kick that kid's ass, and it wouldn't take much. He was a skinny little fucker. My son and I are getting along so much better, and that started a couple of weeks before the Toxic Twins left. Ha! All right, Amy, you have a very good trip. Anyway, my son and I got in a fight one night. Well, it was like 3:00 in the morning, and we all heard on lives and stuff how abusive he got. Very neglectful and snapping at me and just being mean to me for no reason, really. And he said something that was, Amy, I love you. You go, girl. And I snapped, and I screamed at him to go fuck himself. And he knew that he had gone over the line by the tone of the screaming, because it was I'm fed up, you can get the fuck out, I'm done type of scream, which I would be totally screwed if he leaves. But he had pushed me too far. And the next day, he came in and started talking to me normal, like he always had. And he started coming in my room more and actually having conversations with me. And at first I was leery. I like trees too, Amy. I'm very environmentally conscious. Oh, wait. And yeah, that's what I was trying to do. It won't do it. Mine won't do it. I don't know why. Bees. Oh, it did do it. Punch you in your little bee face. That was so funny. So yeah, we are getting along so much better now. I mean, he has times when he doesn't really communicate, and he should, and he still doesn't read his messages as often as he should, or he won't read all of them, because when he's sleeping, like as far as I know, he's sleeping right now, and I'll message him, and little bee faces, and then something else will occur to me in like an hour, and I'll message him again, and instead of reading all the lists of things that have occurred to me that he needs to know, or whatever, he'll just read like the last two. And I'm like, read all of them. So there's still some controversies, but it's back to how it always has been between him and I, which is why with his behavior the way it was hurting me so badly. So we're good now. We're back. And there haven't been any blowouts or blow-ups or anything else since those little bastards left. So, yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Yep. And I'm very glad for it because I missed my son. You know what I mean? I missed him very much. Very, very much. Yeah. It's good to be back. And things are making progress. Now if I could just get him to get the dresser out of that damn room, because they left the dresser in there, and after hurling the chair across the driveway, I guess he was too sore to move the dresser. But the dog crate is finally out because my mom looked at him and goes, "Honey, can you get the dog crate out of here? Is that possible?" And he's like, "Yes, Grammy." And he folded it all up, got it out of the room. So my mom can get him to do stuff. I cannot. I've been asking him to get that dresser out of there for 2 weeks. She looked at him. She goes, "And maybe by next Friday you'd have this out of here." And he goes, "Yes, Grammy." And she patted him on the shoulder. She goes, "Good boy." I'm like, oh my God. He just laughed and shook his head and went to gaming. Started playing Rocket League. Usually when he plays Rocket League, that's what you can hear him bitching about. Rocket League and Call of Duty, anything that causes him to have a team, you'll hear him. Like if he were gaming right now and he was mad, you'd hear him. And I walked out and I'm like, "You're playing Rocket League?" He goes, "Yeah." I'm like, "You're not yelling at anyone." He goes, "Because all the fuckers wimped out and left." I'm like, "Oh." Yeah. But his friends, Hector and Dorothea, I mean, they've been pretty solid with him for 4 or 5 years now. So they're actually true friends and not like Jason. They'll instigate him to start cussing up a storm because they laugh every time he does it because he's so creative. When he starts insulting people, he gets very creative. So they instigate him into doing it. So I'm like, "Can you realize I have to listen to that shit? Stop it." PS4. He plays PS4. He wants PS5. I told him, I said, "Well, you kind of need to get a job and save up for that." He's like, "Shut up, Mom." Yeah. That's right. He doesn't remember giving me the big TV now. He's like, "No, I didn't." I'm like, "Yeah, you did. You said since you got your your gaming monitor that I could have the TV." "No, I didn't." I'm like, "Yeah, Mom. Okay." I have a PS3. I'm poor. I'm back in the Stone Age. I have a PS3, and it's not a very good one. My audio cable connector inside the machine is loose, so I get this loud buzzing sound. It drives me crazy. I have to prop stuff up underneath it, like a game case, right underneath where the connection is, so it holds the cord up, so the buzzing isn't as loud. You can't hear it when there's like a movie on. You don't hear it, or if I put the music on in the game. I didn't stash. They have Star Wars signature cards, really? That's cool. I had so many original Star Wars cards when I was a kid, like the ones that came in the gum packs. I had probably a 3 or 4 inch stack of them, and my dad, when they had a yard sale, without asking me, just took all my stuff and sold it. He still sold that for like $2. I was crying. I'm like, "Where are my Star Wars cards?" And he was like, "Oh, I just sold those." And I'm like, "No," Yeah. But I had all the ones that they sell, not all of them are worth money, but this one is. I'm like, I had those. I'm like, shit. Yeah. I was crying. I was not happy with my father. Or my mother, because she let him do it too. My beads that I had been collecting since I was like 5 years old, they sold them. I had vintage. TG, what's up, Scarlett? How are you today, Scarlett? I still need to get the little Mandalorian, the little Grogu figures that they came out with when they first came out with the merchandise. And I know I looked it up and I sent Dan the link. And I still haven't gotten them. John was going to get them for me, and he died before he could. But there's one, I mean, they're really tiny. They're only like 1.5 inches, 2 inches tall. But there's one with Grogu eating the frog, and he's got his head up and the frog is going down. It's funny. It's so cute. I'm glad you're good. My son wants a PlayStation 2 because, what is the game? Battlefront 2? He says that on PS4 sucks. The characters have changed, their abilities have changed, and the gameplay has changed, and he doesn't like it. He said on PS2, Battlefront 2 was better. Star Wars Battlefront 2. So he wants PlayStation 2. He wants Battlefront 2 and a couple of the games for it. And I can guarantee you he will play them. My son is a gamer. He plays online. That's what he does, which, I mean, people, when he was a kid, were all like, why do you let him game so much? Why do I let him game? Well, because he's a hyper monkey. And when he's gaming, he stays still. That's why. But, I mean, my son doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, doesn't do drugs, has no criminal record. Came close a couple of times, but has no, and it was in defense of other people. And I'll take it. If he wants to game, I'll take it. Hi, Christy. So, yeah. He's a good kid. Well, at least they're getting some use, team. Yeah. Yeah, I have only certain games that I like because my son told me about a new game he was playing. He was very excited about the demo that he was playing. It was Outriders, I think, and he was very, very excited. I got interested because you have different classes of characters and groups and stuff, and I play games like that, so I was kind of interested. And he goes, "But Mom, it's not like you can hit the X button and go, oh, look at all my cool moves." He goes, "You got to turn your player." I'm like, screw that. It's one of the reasons I haven't played the Elder Scrolls game that he got me. He got me Elder Scrolls Oblivion, and I started playing it, and I got to an area, and I started getting shot in the ass with arrows, and I'm like, what the hell? And I'm hitting the attack button, and my character's not turning around to face these people that are shooting me in the ass, and I had to manually move my character. I'm like, look, in real life, if someone shot me in the ass with an arrow, I can guarantee I will automatically turn around and kill them. So what is going on here? So I play games that are like auto attack, I guess. Dragon Age. I love the Dragon Age games, except number 2. I don't know what they were doing with Dragon Age 2, but the other ones are all awesome. And Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning is another of my favorites. They redid that one with added content, and I want it. Can't afford it. Don't even have my system set up. My TV is on one side of my room on the floor, and my system, my PS3, is in a box on my table on the other side of the room. So I haven't played my games in 3 years now, which is actually good in a way because I was playing them, and I got to the point where everything was, I'm bored, I've already done this so many times, So now I can go through it and I go, oh, I remember what I have to do here, but it won't be as boring. So, yeah, I would want to stay too. At my grandma's house, what did we do? We made forts out of the card table, put a blanket over it. Me and my cousin would sit in there. I collected beads with my cousin. Played outside a lot. Played outside. This street drives me crazy. I hate living so close to people. I don't people. My son, when he was 11. No, he was 9. We had a PS1. It's either PS1 or PS2. It was the one where the little thing lifts up to put the game in, whichever one that was. And it wasn't working right. Like the games kept sticking. And I was in my room. I was on the computer, and my son was supposed to be playing the game. Left him out in the living room, played a game. He was freaking 9. He should have been fine. Yeah. I came out there because I stopped hearing the noise from the game. No headphones at the time. So I stopped hearing the game, and I went out there, and he had that thing in pieces. I was like, oh my God. Okay, it was not ours. It was John's. I was like, oh my God, what have you done? He goes, I'm fixing it. I'm like, oh crap. I'm like, I was like, I don't even know what to say right now. I was like, John's going to flip out, and Pizza Dash. I have to listen to that idiot all the time. And so I was like, put it back together. He goes, I already fixed it. I'm like, yeah, sure, okay. And I went in my room, and like 20 minutes later, I hear the game again. And I'm like, I walked out, he had fixed it. I'm like, oh, wow. So I was like, I don't think we should tell John about this. He's like, okay. John walks in the house after work, comes in, sits down. He goes, oh, game's working on right now. My son, in his infinite wisdom of 11, 9 years old. Yeah, he was 9. Turns around and goes, yeah, because I fixed it. And I'm like, oh no. I'm like, oh no. And John turns and looks at me, and I was like, hi. He goes, what do you mean you fixed it, son? My son with his big brown eyes looks up at him and goes, I took it apart and I fixed it. And John immediately looked at me. I was like, he fixed it. He was like, he took it apart. I was like, it was already apart before I knew what he was doing. He was like, supervise your kids much? I said, excuse me? And he was like, sorry. I'm like, And yeah, I was like, but he fixed it and you didn't, so shut up. And I walked away. I was like, oh my God, we're all going to die. Yeah, so he fixed it. And he's done that with his other systems too. He's done it with PS3s. He's done it with PS4s. If it starts acting up, he's like, I don't have a warranty on it anyway. Screw it. Hi, Wendy. My Wendy, my Wendy. So, Wendy, do you want to come on? I sent you the link. I sent it to you. Oh. Ooh, might get copyrighted. Gotta be careful with that. So yeah, I don't know. I felt spontaneous today, and when spontaneous, yeah, I went and made a thumbnail. Well, I felt spontaneous, and then I was like, oh, I have to make a thumbnail because I don't know. I can't find anything fun to hang out in anymore on weekends, so I figured, what the hell, right? Have some place that people can come and chat when they're not doing anything. And here we are, an hour and a half later. Yeah, Wendy, how are you? You could come live and tell us how you are. She gonna leave me hanging. She gonna be like, nope. How's Toad, Wendy? He's still alive? Bye, Tina. I hope you feel better. I understand the hurting thing. I can only sit up for so long. iTunes from Laughing. Laughing was an awesome show, but, huh? Oh, the Phenomena. That's the Muppets. That is Toad is good and still breathing. That's a plus. Always good. Has he added to my box of chocolate yet? For those that don't know, Toad is assembling a box of UK chocolate for me. Yummy. Hi, Willow. Yay! I love UK chocolate. It's so much better than American chocolate. It really is. My friend Nikki, who lives in England, Rugby, England, sent me a huge box of UK Cadbury chocolate, all different kinds. It was like a lot of it was Easter candy because it was right after Easter. Oh my god, that box lasted me for 2 months because I made that shit last. I did want to just dive in and went face first and be like, but I did make it last because I didn't want to eat it all at once. It was so good. Aw, thank you, TG. Willow, I sent you the link. You can come on if you want. Would be good. Chocolate, 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 chocolate. It's well, my mom gave me an Elmer chocolate Santa in the stuff from Christmas, and I gave it to my son because Elmer's is not chocolate. Yeah, I would definitely do that, Willow. I'd be like, chocolate. Okay, Willow. I would totally be doing the backstroke of that chocolate. I'd be like, oh, mine, 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 mine. Give me a straw. Be like that kid in Willy Wonka that falls into the chocolate river. I'd be holding on to the end of that tube, not letting go, and it went, I ain't going in this thing. I'm eating chocolate. Okay, Wendy. Yeah, the candy scene in Willy Wonka with just that whole room full of all different candies and stuff. That's my favorite scene in that movie. Well, that and the chick getting dropped down the egg thing. It's saying she was a bad egg. That was funny. You can jump in chocolate, really, at the Hershey factory? That's pretty cool. I don't like Hershey chocolate, but that's pretty cool. I mean, there's some Hershey chocolate that I like, but a lot, like just a Hershey bar, unless it's melted on a marshmallow in between two graham crackers, I am not doing it because it tastes kind of bitter to me. I don't know. But like Hershey Kisses, I can eat all day, especially if they have caramel in them. Not saying they will let you, but yeah, I think you get in trouble for that because it contaminates the chocolate. We can't have that. Oh, there's my Willow. Hi, Willow. Good morning. Well, that's for me. It's 12:30.
Totally see you falling into Willy Wonka's pool and pulling a straw out of your somewhere.
I would.
And, yeah.
I would. I'm sorry, TG. Go make a cheese toasty. You like those cheese toasties? I totally would, Willow. I'd be like backstroking through that shit, going hell yeah.
Exactly, backstroking. That was the picture.
Christy, really? They would have to end if they got caught. They would have to empty the entire vat and just get rid of it. Like it's no good because you've got someone. Ugh. DNA, man. Do not share your DNA. Ugh.
Oh, yeah, that's disgusting.
So, Willow, did you have fun last night?
Yep.
I was not invited.
Neither was I.
My last feeling kind of got hurt because, well, when they were first talking about it, they asked Susie while in the back room, and I'm sitting there going, hello. But I'm glad everybody had a good time. I was in there for a little while in the chat, but not too many people saw me. So a few people in the chat, like Joyce, and a few people said hi. But chat was moving fast, so that's understandable. Okay, Wendy.
Yeah, it was fun. Getting a kick out of making Robin lose it.
Yeah, that's always fun. It's always fun when you can make the person who makes everybody else laugh, when you can make them belly laugh. That's always, and I love Robin's laugh. Robin's laugh is so contagious.
Yeah, I finally broke Robin last night.
It's the only kind of good contagious.
Yeah, totally.
I saw Victoria hauling on that big bottle or whatever she was like, oh, that ought to be interesting for Todd later.
Well, that was the second bottle. She had something else before that, and then her stomach went wonky on her, and she had to stop.
Shocking. I mean, alcohol. Was she keeping an eye on her sugar? Because alcohol has a lot of sugar in it.
I don't recall.
I always worry about people that have diabetes if they drink, you know?
Yeah.
Larry gets upset with me when he's like, oh, I should get another beer. And I'm like, no, you shouldn't. Larry gets upset with me.
Well, he does like morning beer.
Well, he usually has one on his afternoon show. He doesn't send me the link anymore because I think he got annoyed because he was like, "Oh, I'm kind of getting a buzz. I should have another one." I'm like, "Why would you need another one? You don't need another one, Larry." I'm like, "Stop it." I'm like, "You're only the hams." I'm like, "You're only supposed to have one a day, and you shouldn't even have that." And he was like, "Okay, yeah." So I think I annoyed Larry, but I mean, I'm only looking out for him. You know what I mean? I'm trying because I don't want anything to happen.
Yeah, if you try to mother hen Larry too much, he gets.
Yeah, he does.
He gets peeved.
It's like I can't help it. I'm a mom, you know. It's one of the things I do. It's one of the things I do. No, you spent your time mothering Fluffy with his energy drinks.
Yeah, that too. A fat lot of good it does, I'm sure.
Well, you know, men.
Uh-huh.
TG, don't encourage it. Shame on you. She'll throw beer emojis in there. Well, even if I had been able to go on the panel, all I have is Pepsi. So I can't afford
water and a glass of tea.
I can't afford to spend food money on booze, and my son wouldn't pick it up anyway. So my mom would, but my son won't. And he was the one doing the shopping.
Yeah, you didn't have to drink to be in the panel.
Well, when they were first talking about it, you know, Robin asked Susie, do you drink? Because we're going to do a drunk power hour type of thing. And I was like, well, crap, that leaves me out, you know. And I don't know. I guess they changed it. And
yeah, she kind of started that way, but then she was like, you know, you don't have to drink, but, you know, just be ready for people that are drinking.
Yeah, I got left out of the memo, so.
Kent showed up.
Bye, Stash. Have fun cleaning. Spring cleaning. Stash is spring cleaning.
I've been spring cleaning all week.
Sorry, hold on.
Spring cleaning.
Alrighty then. Sorry about that.
82 here in a few days. Midweek, we got a high 82.
My son is awake now.
Yay.
No, he was up this morning. He, I don't know, he's just either being quiet or the dog just woke him up again. It's currently 48. I think it says our high is going to be 54 today. It was 70 the other day, and it was really warm yesterday. But
yeah. We are waiting for it to load here. 62 right now. With a high of 67. Get the glasses on to be able to see the. Oh, we got a cat. Oh.
my package is here.
Tomorrow, 68.
Yeah.
69. Tuesday, 73. Wednesday, 82. And we drop down to 64 on Thursday. With storm chances Wednesday. So we got something coming through them. That's going to drop it down again. Probably another one of them pressure systems.
Yeah. My package from Keena Powell just showed up. It's been lost for a week.
Wow.
And it just showed up. Woohoo! That's what the dog was barking at as the guy brought it to the door.
Yeah, it's the strangest shit. I mean, one package, it'll show up a day early. The next package, it'll show up 3 weeks late.
I mean, and the box is kind of crunched, and there's a little partial puncture, but otherwise, it is in pretty good condition. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, where is Tina?
I know what it is, so I will open it later. Shiny purple tape. Hi, Tina. Yes,
There
it just got here. It just got here, Tina. My son just brought it in. Bless you. The cat just tickled the dog's nose.
The dogs went gonzo.
Yeah, the dog went ballistic. Simmy just let out one bark. She doesn't bark that much in the house. She was triggered by Rogue.
Yeah.
But she doesn't bark like crazy. Rogue barks at everything, but
it's still funny though.
Yeah. Rogue was actually starting to warm up to my mother until my mother talked to her, and then she was like, grrr. I'm like, oh my God, Rogue, relax. Rogue needs volume. Because Rogue did not warm up to the Toxic Twins at all. You know what I mean? She was a little more lenient with Jill, but Jason could not be out in that room without her barking her ass off.
Yeah. Gee,
Dog had good taste. Dog had good sense. But
her full head off, ready to duck if need be. That dude was bad shit.
Yeah.
You coming out?
To quote my neighbor, that boy has something wrong with him. There was something wrong with that boy. My neighbor who said that he has plenty of weed and I should be smoking that instead of smoking cigarettes. He's like, you need anything, you let me know, girl. I'll even get you some pies so it takes care of your munchies. I'm like, oh my God.
God.
I was laughing so hard I almost fell out of the wheelchair. I was like,
damn.
I was like, thank you for your offer, Donnie. You know, Well, because he said he quit smoking cigarettes 20 years ago. Now he just smokes weed. And I'm like, I know. Because whenever I would go over there to talk to him when he was sitting on his porch and he had people over there, they were always passing a joint around. And they were nice and they offered it. And I always passed up on it. I was like, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
And they didn't push it. So that was cool. Otherwise, I just would have left, The only thing that got pushed was his roommate likes to drink too much. And he was drunk. And he was out there doing the whole preachy thing, but God being on my side and watching over me. I'm like, okay. And he pushed it and kept pushing religion at me. I told him, look, you need to stop preaching at me right now. I'm going to come over there and punch you in the throat so you can't do it anymore. And he was like, holy crap. And Donnie just laughed and he goes, boy, you don't want to mess with this girl. And he shut up and left me alone. He actually wouldn't even look at me after that for weeks. It was funny.
Thankfully, they don't allow, banging on your door, soliciting stuff here in the park. The old house that
Yeah.
we lived at, we pretty regularly had them, parking a car on the street and, it like unloading like a clown car of all these people that's going to go start banging on doors.
Yep, they do that here. TG, right? Don't mess with Cody.
Yeah.
Now I can get him in the knees. I'm sitting in a wheelchair. I can get him in the knees in certain other areas if I need to, but don't think I won't throw myself out of a wheelchair if I have to. I'll land on the ground, but I'll take you down with me. Then you're at my level and you're done. I might be hippity hoppity, but I still got some spice left, Grr. Yeah, we had when we lived in the country, out in the boonies, and we had the Rottie Bloodhound mix, and we had my Great Dane. This car pulled into the driveway. Now, we never had anybody at our house. Yeah, TG, exactly. And like 3 people got out of it, and I'm looking, and the woman must have been 80 years old. Little black lady comes tottering up the walkway, and we did have a fence, and it said beware of dogs. It's right at eye level. You can't miss it. She just opens the gate, blissfully opens the gate, and I'm like, oh no. Now the dogs were inside, luckily, at the time. She comes up, knocks on the door, and the dogs, of course, go ballistic. So I've got this Great Dane, like,
Yeah.
And I had to hold on to Max because he'll go right through the door. He don't care. So I'm holding on to him, and I open the inside door. So I've got, one big dog on one side of me and the giant dog on the other side of me. I'm like, can I help you? And she was like, I have never seen anybody move that fast at that age, man. I think she missed the steps completely, just jumped down. And we had like 5 steps leading up to onto the porch. I think she just jumped. Yeah. And that car peeled out of my driveway so fast. Nobody else ever came to my house. I'm like,
we had Pat the Dalmatian when I was a kid, and somebody came to the door. I think it was the milkman. Yes, we still had a milkman. They came to the door, and outside the front door there was like this cold cooler, metal, aluminum colored cooler thing where they drop the milk in, tap on the door, and then go. And they came. I guess there was, I don't know, a conflict or something. I don't know. They had a question about something, and they knocked on the door and actually waited for us to come to the door. And they didn't realize, because it wasn't like a normal milk day, they didn't realize Pat had gotten the gate open. He figured out how to use his mouth and open, the little horseshoe flip latch on a chain link.
Yeah.
And he came up around the corner, and that dude let out a squeal. I'm talking squealed like a girl, really high-pitched squeal, and was gone. Jumped the gate on the front and everything, and left a trail of everything out of his pockets, his front shirt pockets. Because they used to carry those little nerd caddies, with the little pencils and pens and all that in them and everything, and notepad, and everything cleared his pockets. So he must have done a Jackie dumpster dive flip going over that fence or something.
Right.
But, we just gathered the stuff up and put it in the cooler and called them and let them know what had happened, and to let the guy know that Pat was just kind of like Marmaduke. He wouldn't hurt a fly, but he'll lick you to death. And I don't know if he ever came back or not.
Yeah, my Great Dane was.
We didn't get to see really his face. All we seen was his backside clearing the fence.
Yeah. Well, my Great Dane was pretty mellow. He wouldn't have done anything. But Max, on the other hand, we had a police officer come to our door because John's mother accused us of stealing her ride-on lawnmower. She had sold it for drugs. And apparently she
sold it for drugs.
Oh no, she knew she did, but she was mad at John, and this is what she did, type of thing. So I was like, I went outside to talk to him, and Max got out the door, and he grabbed the cop by his foot and tried dragging him off the porch. Max had a thing with feet. He would go for feet. And I was like, Max. And I'm like, John, get out of here. Because at that point, I couldn't control Max. John had to do it. The cop grabs his pepper spray. I'm like, don't do that. He goes, why not? I said, that's just seasoning. And he was like, oh, my God. John came out and got the dog, took him back inside, put him in our bedroom so that way he absolutely could not back out the door. And we talked to the police officer. I was like, look, you have my permission to search the property. I was like, we do not have her lawnmower, you know? I said, John went over and mowed the lawn like 4 days ago and put the lawnmower back on the trailer. And John goes, she had the trailer with its hitch facing out. I told her I would turn it around her. And she said, no, don't worry about it. He's like, I told her anybody could come and hook it up and take off with it. And apparently she told the cop that John said he was going to come hook it up and take off with it. So, yeah, she's a piece of work. If I ever see her, she's getting a throat punch too. But so, I mean, we had like 4 officers come in. They looked through the backyard. I was like, you can look anywhere on the property. I said, we got 4 acres of property. Look anywhere you like. We don't have a shed. We don't have any outbuildings. It's just the house. I was like, look anywhere you like. And they did. They looked all over, anything accessible, because it was mostly woods. And then they were like, well, you're fine. You're good. And I'm like, thank you. But I mean, John called his mother and was like, Mom, what the fuck? She goes, you shouldn't have treated me that way. He goes, are you telling me you sent the cops to my house because you were mad at me? And she's like, yes. And she hung up and he's like, fuck that bitch. Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
Well, they could have got her on filing a false report on that one.
Yeah, they could have if he wanted to. But John actually wasn't that type of person. You know, he was just like, my mom has problems, man. I was like, yeah, and it's called smoking meth and doing whatever she's doing. You know, smoking crack and all that shit.
They didn't need John to file that report. The police could have filed that report.
The cops, most of the cops here are so lazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, when John freaked out and he ended up breaking my storm door window, the glass.
Yeah.
I actually,
Storm door window.
Yeah, the storm door. He put his elbow through it because he stood there. And I was like, you need to go. And I was standing about 10 feet away from him. I'm in like this long shirt, no shoes on, right? And I'm about 10 feet away from him. I'm in the living room and he's standing on the porch with the door open. He was like, really? Really? And he just put his elbow right through the glass. He was so drunk. And I was like, get the hell out of here. Like and I had to call the cops on him because earlier behavior would led up to it in the whole process of throwing him out of the house. Because he scared the crap out of my daughter, and I wasn't having any of that. I mean, you can mess with me all you like, and I won't call the cops on you. You mess with my kids, you're done. It's the only time in 20 years that I called the cops on him. He called the cops on himself plenty of times. It's the only time I called on him. And when they showed up, I was like, look what he did, you know, and I'm showing him the glass. And now there's 2 blank spots, voids, where he had been standing, right? That's the only voids that were there. And the cop's like, well, yeah, that's a lot of damage. Da, da, da. I was like, take pictures of it. It's evidence of things that he did. I was like, I have to clean this mess up. I can't just leave it here. I got kids. And so the cop was like, you know, he goes and he gets the digital camera. He takes pictures of it. They ended up calling. John called me while the cops were there. And I looked at my phone. I was like, oh, look, he's calling me now. And they were like, give me the phone. So I gave the cop the phone. The cop talked to him. And John's like, yeah, I'll be sitting on my mom's steps. I mean, she was like down the street and around the corner. They got there, he wasn't there. So instead of searching for him, which they wouldn't have found him because he was in the crawl space, they wouldn't have found him. Yeah, he rabbited. But 3 days later, the detective calls me that I had been dealing with. He calls me, he goes, well, he's like, you know, I saw Mr. Richardson walking down the street, so I stopped to talk to him. I'm like, really? You didn't arrest him? What the hell? You know? And he goes, well, he said you broke the window. I'm like, really? I broke the window. There would have been blood everywhere. I wasn't wearing any shoes. You took pictures. There was only one void, one spot. I'm like, look at the pictures. And he's like, hold on. He hadn't even taken the freaking memory card out of the camera. you know?
Yeah.
So he sets it up, takes him, I don't know, forever. And he flips through the pictures. He goes, oh, yeah, you're right. I'm like, duh. I'm like, how would I have broken it if he was holding the door open? And look at the size of the voids. I have a size like 8 foot, 8.5, 9 foot. He's got a 10.5. Hello. Yeah. I'm like, you're a detective, right? I'm like, how did you get to be a detective? I'm like, oh my God.
10.5 is way, way bigger than,
yeah. So
8.5.
all I could do at that point, because the cops were so lazy, was file for a restraining order. And so I did.
Yeah.
But
I've been around a lot of cops in my life because they used to come and hang out with Dad. And then, because Dad was a locksmith, aka high security. He was also a fireman, aka fellow first responder.
Right.
But we had one come up the driveway one day. We had a buzzer thing on the driveway that would alert us if a car pulled in or somebody walked through an infrared. And I would just automatically go to the back door, open up the door, because, we were used to that. That's what we did. And but the shop had been closed, so, there wouldn't have been a customer, but we still had people waft through every once in a while trying to get a key cut, like 15 years after the business had closed. Yeah, like we have that one key that you need and a machine to cut it,
Focus, Willow.
But anyways, I started going out the back door, and just as he was coming up to the back door was right at the corner of the house.
Mm-hmm.
It was just right there. And I opened up that door and scared the shit out of him, and he reached. He was getting ready to draw on me. And they were skittish anyways. They were looking for a shooting suspect. That bolted on them from, I don't know, quarter mile away in a ball field thing.
Yeah.
But he was like, how did you know I was here? And I pointed at the infrared thing, and I said, you set off the infrared? Well, what do you have that for? And I said, well, we used to have a business here. People pull in the driveway and, have to know to go to the door and greet them. Oh.
Yeah.
But yeah, they were looking for that dude that had bolted on them, and they
all their adrenaline was going.
Yeah, he was hyped up, because I guess he was part of. It was a kind of a shootout because they were firing that kind of deal, and so yeah, he was pretty amped up. But he said, "Is there any outbuildings or anything you can get into?" And I said, "Well, you're welcome to check the property. There's just the shed behind the garage, and then the garage. There's 2 doors on the garage. The raise up, and then around the corner there, a regular door. They all are secured with high security locks, so it shouldn't be a problem. But feel free to check, make sure they didn't damage them or something trying to get in." I didn't hear anything though, but they didn't find anything. But he said, "I'm not quite sure what to tell you about, not startling me." And I said, "Well, I think it's because you're running on adrenaline, and I've just kind of been programmed to go to the door if the buzzer goes off."
Right.
I said, "There's not really anything you can do."
I was always programmed to go to the door when the dog bell went off.
Yeah.
Dog bell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just weird. And then, knowing there was a shooting like less than a quarter of a mile away, and there's a suspect.
Oh yeah, we've had stuff like that here, in a couple of different places that I lived. Here in Anderson, there've been shootings and whatnot.
That kind of thing.
I mean, John and I are looky-loos. Okay, we see a ton of crop cars show up on our street, and we go outside to see what's going on because we're nosy like that. And a few times,
when the tornado horn goes off, and you go out on your porch to look.
Yeah, and a few times cops are like, "Get back inside," and we're like, "No," But John, if they said that it was somebody that was armed, John always made sure that I got back inside. I'm like, "Hello, where are you going?" I was like, "I'm inside. You're inside. Get your ass in here." But we had one that had us pull our dogs in because we had the front yard was fenced in, and our dogs were outside. And
that way, if they could chase them over the fences or have their dog follow a track.
No, it was because they were pulling canines in to do a ground search, and
I'm saying our
dogs would distract them, and our dogs would be going crazy, and then they,
Yeah.
So we pulled the dogs in, and I watched all the pretty canine officers go tromping through the neighborhood and stuff. So yeah, because this guy,
They would have asked us to pull Pat in back in the day. That wouldn't have worked because 2 seconds inside a enclosure and he was hiking his leg on everything.
Mm.
Yeah, that wouldn't have worked.
The guy, the reason that we had cops on our street, we lived over in the other side of the Alphabet Street. Is this guy stole a pickup truck? He was getting chased by the cops. He lost control of the truck and it went across someone's lawn and hit the corner of their house. He jumped out of the truck and took off. So they were searching all of the streets trying to find him. I'm like, yeah, good luck.
Yeah, they're looking for him in the bushes.
Yeah.
Thing is if too much time has passed, their parameter isn't necessarily going to contain them.
Yeah. Oh, they were pretty close. I mean, it happened and the cops showed up within minutes. So they were all in the area. So I don't know if they caught him or not because, of course, cops don't come back and tell you that shit. So, and we weren't really friends with any of the neighbors there. So
that's the advantage of back in the day having a scanner.
Yeah.
But now they do a lot of it on a different wave that we can't pick up. But
yeah, here, if there's cops on the street, all we have to do is wait for one of the neighbors to come walking because they'll walk down there.
Yeah.
We've got like 3 or 4 neighbors that will they'll come from all the way up the other end of the street and walk down to see what's going on.
Yeah.
So we just have to wait. We just have to wait on the porch until they come walking back and we're like, hey, what happened?
Yeah.
You know?
We don't get that much of that kind of stuff around here. And back then it was like totally not normal.
Yeah.
You know, there'd be a little bit of stuff every year, but just an out and out shootout, no. That didn't happen.
Our street's been pretty quiet. We had an incident. Well, I mean, the neighbor that had the dog, remember? Pup.
Yeah.
The pit bull next door that I was helping take care of.
Yeah.
His owner got shot in the head in his house. I was sitting here. I don't even know what time at night it was, and I heard the pop, and I was like, there was no echo. I'm like, that was not a firecracker. And then I heard another pop, and I'm like, okay. But I didn't know where it was coming from until cops showed up at his house.
Yeah.
They said some people say he tried to shoot himself with a .22 in the back of his head. I'm like, you can't shoot yourself in the back of the head. I'm like, what's wrong with detectives? I'm like, I looked at my neighbor. I was like, you realize that you cannot shoot yourself in the back of the head. The angle is wrong. And with a .22, you know, I was like, no, he probably owed somebody. He owed somebody money, and they were giving him a warning because if they had wanted him dead, they wouldn't have used a .22. But he ended up moving. he ended up moving. But before that, the guy down the street, at the very end of our street, he lived with his dad, and apparently he had a drug problem because he flipped out one day, pistol whipped his father because he tried to shoot his father and the gun jammed. So he hit him in the head with the pistol. And then walked into one of the neighbors' houses with the gun, scared the crap out of her. I bet you she locks her door from now on. And tried to shoot her. The gun was still jammed. And then he ran out of the house fiddling with it. And the woman across the street came out on her porch. And he fired at her, missed her, but hit her house. And she had kids inside, so she freaked out. And the cops showed up and ended up tackling him because his gun jammed again. Apparently it was not a good gun. He probably didn't take care of it, and so it was not working properly. But the cops, like 5 of them, tackled him and beat the crap out of him and put him in cuffs. His dad had to go to the hospital. He had a concussion. He was okay, but his son never came back to live there. So that was the excitement on the street then. But it's been, since I think the meth dealers up the street left, it's been really quiet.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we do, the drug stuff happens everywhere, you know. We get that here, but not, you know, nothing close enough to me to, you know, just every once in a while you get that smell waft through the air. I
think we lost everybody. Everybody left. They didn't like our stories.
Apparently. Damn.
Sorry.
That or we put them to sleep.
That could be.
Wake up.
I used to put John to sleep with my typing because I type so fast. Like
Which
on a
pass
regular
two
keyboard.
long.
On a regular keyboard, I can type like two. Well, I used to. I don't know if I still can because I haven't had a regular keyboard in so long. But I used to be able to type like 200 words a minute. So I would type so fast that it created white noise, and he would fall asleep. So yeah.
My typing is annoying when I type fast because I have nails. So it's not tap tap. It's clack 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 clack.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I have nails, but see, if I type directly down on my nails, I end up splitting them. Like I get all the little chips and stuff on them, and I don't like that. So with a
Well, when
keyboard,
your
with a
nails get
regular,
too long, you can't type with your fingers more flattened out because then the nail's going to hit the key above.
yeah.
So
Well,
you
that's
learn
what
to
happens with. I have to trim my
in
nails
type
now
with
because
your nails.
they're my nails now are a little over a quarter of an inch. Well, they're about a half an inch past my fingertips, but that happens with the laptop keyboard because this keyboard is so tiny and the keys aren't raised enough. But with
Yeah.
a regular keyboard, I could type and the nail would go down next to the key, so I
Yeah.
could still type normally. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, I don't have a lot of, where your quick line is on the nail and then it grows out
Yeah,
past that. There's not a lot of space between the quick line and the end of my finger. A lot of people, they have more recessed ones. Not me. It's
yeah.
right at the edge. So I can have, a 1/16 of an inch of a nail and it's going
Yeah.
to hit the key, you know?
Well, right now, I'll even turn my camera on and show you. Ah, big. Right. See, right now my nails are.
Yeah.
You can see it better against black. See.
I just cut mine, so mine are short. I'll show you, but I got a bedhead. That's really short for me.
Yeah.
Because usually
I'm
mine are
starting to
usually
have. I'm
They
starting.
just started aching after the polar vortex, and I had to cut them.
Hold on, we'll fix it. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. There you go.
I was like, why are we still so big? Oh yeah, I got to do that. Sorry. Yeah, I was like, wait, why do I have my camera off when Willow's here? I have somebody else to talk to. I could turn that back on.
I just left mine off because yours was off, and yeah, I got bedhead. Not too terrible bad bedhead, but I got bedhead.
Well, I just wish I had a PC. I don't. I mean, I don't have any space for one in my room right now, but I wish I had a PC again because. And
A desktop,
I don't
you mean?
Yeah, I don't like working on a laptop.
Yeah,
I can't.
we've still got a desktop. I need to clean it out though. It's gotten boggy. We don't hardly use it now because Sis has a laptop. I have a laptop, so.
Yeah. See, I used to do all my graphics and all that with my desktop, and I can't do it on. There's not enough room for my programs on a laptop, especially this one. This one, John got this one on Amazon when they were running a special.
Yeah.
And I think he paid like $300 for this laptop. There is definitely not enough memory in this laptop for all of my graphics and my graphic program, along with all the add-ons.
It's refurbished, but it's a business grade. It's got the disk drive and the whole bit, and it's got a big memory. So, and I paid.
Well, this has the disk thing.
Quarter.
I watch movies on it all the time, but I mean, my PaintShop Pro program, my kind of cracked one. That's it. Not. I didn't buy it. It takes up a lot of memory. Plus, then you have all the add-ons that go with it for different effects, and that's a lot of memory. Plus, then the graphics.
Well,
I mean, most of all of my my graphics and things that I use to make my signature tags are all on disk and everything. I have like 25, 30 disks of graphics and tubes, the images without the backgrounds and stuff, and different starbursts. I have starbursts.
Well, I've got Corel, the combo thing, so it's like paint and draw and several discs. And then I've also got a program called PC Stitch Pro. It's to make cross stitch patterns.
Oh, cool.
I make a lot of my cross stitch patterns.
Yeah.
Instead of, I mean, I get cross stitch magazines, but and I do use some of their stuff, but sometimes you need something specialty. Like I needed a wedding sampler that was specialized that I made up, and I made that. It
Nice.
doesn't exist anywhere else. I created that sampler. For well, I've been cross stitching for decades, and they didn't have a lot of like metaphysical stuff. So I do like metaphysical patterns.
It's one of the reasons. That's also one of the reasons I wanted to make my own jewelry, is because I could do different designs with it for new age communities and things. I can make larger, because I couldn't find stuff in my sizes. Although my sizes seem to have changed, but still, there's
you can find plus size stuff.
Yeah, 10 years so I'd be able to make size 10, 11, 12 rings for women. That because for so long, women with larger fingers have had to wear like men's jewelry.
Yeah.
Because they just weren't making them in those sizes, and I'm like.
Yeah, and most people can't afford to go to a jeweler and have something custom.
Right. So. That's one of the things. I'll be doing that mostly on Facebook, though, the metaphysical ones, because that's where all my people are.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll still offer it. I'll still show them to people in the YouTube community, of course, because I wouldn't leave anybody out. I mean, come on.
Please. Because I can't navigate Facebook in any groups or any of that. I can like see the group and I can sign up for the group, but then you can never get to the group.
Well, I'm not in any of those groups, actually. The only group that I'm in is the BGcation group that I moderate. I was in several pagan groups, and there was so much drama that I was like, nope. So, because people telling
that, sorry, there's just a lot of people that are batshit that end up in those.
Yeah, I mean, people
turn off phone.
Hit the off button. Or mute. Mute is good too.
People can't do that though. It's like the phone rings, they have to answer it.
I've never been like that. My phone rings and I'm like, oh, and I look at it and I'm like, nope. Dismiss.
Well, even my landline. Yes, I have a landline. I'm an old fart.
Christy.
It's a hearing aid compatible phone, and it vocalizes.
Yeah.
It says, such and such unavailable, or the hospital's calling. Then it gives you the hospital and it vocalizes it.
Yeah.
So then I can.
I'm sorry, Christy. It's not too much to be asked to be left alone. It's not.
No, it's not, honey. Sometimes you just need space to regroup and kind of,
Yeah.
If she can't honor and respect that, tell her that. If you can't honor and respect that, I'm gonna block you.
I mean, you need time to mourn in your own way without someone constantly in your ear. I can understand that.
You gotta process.
Oh, gossiping about funerals. Yeah.
Pretty much people know don't even go there with me on that kind of thing because I don't gossip.
Yeah, we don't gossip at all, Willow. It is merely friends sharing information about things they've heard about other friends. That is an indirect quote from Murder.
And you're not broadcasting it, then yeah, it is sharing. But if you take that information and run with it and go out and you got to tell everybody that's got an ear, you just can't, discussion and confidence concept is beyond you, then yeah, it's gossip.
Cancer sucks, Christy. My aunt had cancer. She's and I mean she survived it, but it took its toll. She's not doing well at all. It seems that when they did the treatments, it seemed to kick off a bunch of other health problems. And honestly, I don't think she's going to be with us too much longer. And my other aunt died from throat cancer. Cancer sucks. It really does. Fuck cancer. I'm gonna make a ring that says that.
Ooh, I got a ring.
You got a ring?
It was a gift.
Oh, pretty.
It's a little Kit Kat.
That's cute. What stone is that? Is that a stone or is it an enamel?
I'm not real sure. I think it's a stone, but the eye's buggered up. The iritis came back this last weekend.
Ah, okay.
Mess. And I have a blob. If you take like a clock, a watch,
Yeah.
and like a quarter of an hour and then a little bit more, nose side down, there's like, I can't, I can get light through it and stuff, but I can't see through it. And I've also developed this huge floater that walks by. It's
well,
like
hopefully they'll be able to.
it's like freaking Darth
fix it.
Vader ghost or something wafting through, and you want to track it with your eyes, and you can't because it's in your eyeball. Weirdest, creepiest thing. But yeah, I had to get into the eye doctor the next morning and hammer on. He's got me hammering on the steroids and everything. I don't have the eye stick per se, and the glass in the eye feel. It presented totally different with this glob and a floater. And he can't see in the back of the eye to find out where the floater came from. We got to get the inflammation down before he can see, but I have a feeling that I've got some retinal tearing.
Not good.
So it's trying to save the
Christy,
eye base.
I wish I could give you a big hug.
Me too, honey. Yeah, just tell your mom if she can't respect you that you need quiet time and not yak time, and to just leave you be, give you some space.
Yeah.
Just tell her if you can't respect that, then I'm gonna have no choice but to block you. Just lay down the law, because they don't want to be blocked. Trust me.
Right.
It might tear her up not being able to pick up the phone and yak at you 24/7.
Although it would give her something to gossip about to other people.
Oh yeah, at least she'd go in a different direction with it.
Christy, that sucks.
Aw.
I'm glad your mother-in-law had a lot of interaction with them, though. That's good.
Yeah. Good memories.
Yeah.
You'll cherish those now. It's good that she, was active in your life and not just, oh, there's a mother-in-law out there somewhere, that she was involved. That's awesome. Just remember, you might look up to her, but she'll be looking out for you now. She'll be watching over you.
Yeah.
And you'll see her again.
Come on.
When it's time for you to cross the veil, she'll be there to greet you. She might even pop in and help guide you over. Trust me, that happens, because I see it. I've seen it with my mom, seen it with my dad.
I've seen it with John.
When my dad was on his deathbed, and I've told nobody this on YouTube, nobody knows. When my dad was on his deathbed, he had entered death coma. And but even before that, his mom, my grandma, was beside his bed. And at first, when he'd fully entered death coma and there was no consciousness, in this realm, she was standing on the side that we needed to be. And I just told her, I said, can you move to the other side? Because the cold blast walking through you is pretty uncomfortable. So she did. And she moved to the other side. And in his death coma, he shifted. Okay. He shifted in the bed so that he was leaning against her on the other side of the bed. So he knew she was there. And some in there, he knew. But it was just pretty awesome to see that I could ask her to move to the other side of the bed. She did, because she was partial apparition. You know, she was totally see-through and pretty transparent. But I can see. But she did. She popped into her little orb and then kind of jumped over the bed and came back. It was the coolest thing. But she
Cattail.
He shifted. Yeah, he shifted in his bed so that
That's
he was
cool.
leaning against her again.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
I've only actually seen one person die, and I don't ever want to do it again. And that was Don, the guy that when I first moved to Florida, and I stayed with what I thought was my friend Jackie and her husband Don. Don was cool as hell. He was very old school, and he had this cough when we got there. He was coughing a lot, and I was like, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I just can't get rid of this cough." And I was like, "Well, maybe you should go get checked." And of course, old school, very stubborn. And he finally, because it was starting to hurt his shoulder, the coughing, he went and they found a mass in his lung the size of a golf ball.
Yeah.
And when they did the test on it, it was cancer. By the time they were able to start treatment, it had spread. And it ended up in his bones, in his brain. And I'd never, ever had to deal with anybody personally that had cancer. And he told, before he was not able to talk anymore, he told me that if he'd known the treatment was going to take so much out of him, he wouldn't have had it done. Because they had him doing chemo, they had him doing radiation, and he just was so sick, you know. He's like, I would have just dealt with the cough, you know. He's like, his quality of life went down drastically, and his wife didn't really take care of him. It was me and the woman that was staying there, Patty, who was the mom of his granddaughter, Angel, who was there. She was 9. And Angel used to stick her fingers under my door so that my dog would give her kisses. It was funny. But we were all in the room when Donnie died, and like we all had hands on him, and you could feel it. I could feel it when he left, when he was, left the physical.
Yeah.
But he didn't radiate towards Jackie. He radiated towards Angel. He was like, nope, don't want nothing to do with my wife. I know she's cheating on me. I'm not even dead yet. He's like, he radiated because I saw Angel just shiver. And
yeah, I was, I was standing in the doorway watching my dad when he took his last breath, and he had a pacemaker, so he had to wait for that to process. I have a stethoscope, and I went and got my stethoscope and listened and waited for that to finish its cycle, to know for sure,
Yeah.
And as I was doing that, Grandma, of course, was there, and 2 orbs came through the bedroom window. And I've physically seen the collector collect him with a family member and Grandma and 3 orbs plus 1. Dad's went out the window.
Yeah.
I've seen that. And the energy in the room was it was peaceful, like full circle of life, and I don't know, it was quite an interesting thing to see that aspect of full circle of life, and it was in its own way beautiful,
I still don't ever want to see that again.
You have to get past the emotion and to be able, I guess, to see the beauty in that. I don't know.
What really pissed me off is that, Donnie's body hadn't even been physical form, hadn't even been collected yet by, the coroner or anything. And Jackie was already on the computer talking to her boyfriend in North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know how badly I wanted to smash her computer for that.
Oh, God, yeah.
I don't know why I get these people in my life that have no empathy. And, she was married to Donnie for 25, 30 years. And he wasn't even gone yet, and she hooked up with an old boyfriend, and even went to North Carolina for a weekend, shacked up with him in a motel while her husband is laying dying at home. I'm like, what in the hell? And then I got Issa, John's not even dead a week, and she's, out looking for dates. So I don't understand people like that.
There's people like that. It's like they have to have somebody all the time.
Yep.
They cannot stand to just be single and breathe.
Yep.
And I don't get it.
I don't either, but
I've never been that chick.
And Issa never brought Talon over.
It was kind of scary, but
Issa never brought Talon over to see me. When she said she was going to bring him over that Saturday, she never brought him over. She texted me and told me that her boyfriend dumped her and she didn't feel like leaving the house and socializing. I'm like, you live with him and he never leaves the house. If he dumped you, why would you want to stay in the house? That makes no sense. That's not how she is. Hey, Susan.
Hey, Susan.
She's the kind of person that wants a ton of sympathy, so she would have been at my house talking about herself the whole time. Yeah. So I was like, that's so much. You just don't want to come over here. You don't want to bother with getting in the car, getting Talon in the car and coming over here. So I still haven't seen him, and she hasn't contacted me since. If Jeremiah had really broken up with her, she would have been, messaging me and texting me and trying to get my sympathy. So, yeah, it was just a bullshit excuse. Because that's what she does. She lies. But I did get to hear him on the phone. I did get to hear him on the phone, and he does remember who I am. And so that made my heart smile. I love my little tiny T-Rex. I miss him. I miss him a lot.
Yeah.
But hopefully one day she'll actually get off her ass and bring him over here so I can see him. I don't know. One can hope. How are you today, Susan? I hope you're doing well. And Tina said she was going through mail and listening. Well, Tina, you can be on screen and go through mail too, Tina.
Yeah, she said that a little while ago. And I was like, can't you do it on here?
Yeah, Tina. Tina.
What?
Meow.
No, I'm moving. Need to sit up for a bit.
My animals are sleeping. I don't know. Oh, there she is. Marty is in her box. Onyx is attached to my thigh. Simmy's sleeping on my damn pillow. Wanting me to get that box out of the way. They're all quiet for once. Marty was in psycho mode yesterday, man. Marty was chasing invisible shit yesterday. I don't know what she was chasing, but I hope the fairy got away. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Susan, this is Callie. She's my 20-plus-year-old kitty cat.
And Onyx has been trying to get through that connecting door for ever since the toxic twins left. Onyx has been trying to get through that door to the point where she almost is yowling like she's in heat. And I'm like, what are you doing? The cat is fixed. She shouldn't be making those sounds. You know what I mean? I'm like, she's like hanging off the doorknob and just meow. I'm like, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, John, stop messing with my cat. She can't go in there yet. And last night I was in there and I opened the connecting door to let them all run amok. My dog didn't know what to do with so much space. And the cats, of course, were having a field day. And she ran around the room. She ran around the room for a little bit and sniffed a bunch of stuff and kind of just looked around, sat down for a minute, rolled around, and then she got up and came back in my room. Door was wide open. I'm like, all of that drama to get in this room and you're in here for 5 minutes, you go back in my room. What's wrong with you? And she hasn't tried to get in there since.
Guess she just wanted to say she could do it or wanted to make sure that they were gone, or I don't know.
I don't know. Well, see, John used to sit in that room. That's where the TV was and all that. So that was kind of like our TV room, entertainment room. Yeah. And we would close the kitchen door and open the connecting door so the cats could go in and see him because, of course, his cat was in my room. And so they would go in there and they'd snuggle with him, and he'd let them eat up his plate. Which I'd go in there and be like, "What are you doing?" He'd be like, "Nothing," and he'd take the plate away. I hated that. And I was like, "You realize they're going to get in trouble if they try and do that with my food." He was like, "I know." Because no. And so there, after he died, Marty was very depressed. But Onyx kept trying to get in the room. Like, she wanted to see him and couldn't understand why we weren't opening the door.
Yeah.
So for like 3 weeks, and then it stopped, and she didn't do it again until the twins were gone. And then she started again, even more, like they're gone, so he's back or something. But he's popped up here and there a few times. When I had that week that I was having the blood pressure issues that I almost called an ambulance, I was laying on my bed and I was seriously debating calling an ambulance to have, go get checked. I was like, maybe if I take another of my blood, because my blood pressure pills are expired, I can't afford to get new prescriptions. So I have to take what I got. And so, of course, once they expire, their effectiveness starts decreasing, as they go along. So I was like, well, maybe it's just not strong enough. Maybe I should take another one. And my dog sat up and was like right here, sitting up, because I was laying on my side. She's sitting like right here, and she's looking behind me. And she's wiggling. And the only time she ever does that is for either my son or John. And I turned and I looked thinking maybe it's a big bug on the wall or something, and there's nothing there. And I was like, fine, I'll take the pill. And I got up and she just laid back down. As soon as I said it, she laid back down. Nothing had happened. So I took the other pill, and like 20 minutes later I was feeling better. So
yeah. This kitty here is my mother hen. During the day, if I get up off the sofa and she doesn't think I should, she will let me know it. If I'm on my feet too long, she will let me know it. And she will follow me. If it's time for my pills, she will get up here, knock them over. It's like, you need to take these. And because I was transferring from my pill box into an empty pill bottle, I've already done my pre-foods. I haven't eaten yet, so I haven't taken the others. But if she thinks I'm waiting too long, she'll let me know it. And then Sable, I have 4 kitties, Susan. Sable is my second youngest. She's 6, going on 7. She sleeps with me, and if I stop breathing or I'm not breathing deep enough, she'll box me on the face with her paw so that I take a breath. I gasp,
Yeah.
I won't even wake up all the time. But yeah, if my oxats start dropping or I start breathing too shallow, she will box my nose and make me take a breath.
That's funny.
If I keep going back to shallow, then she will wake me up. So she's my night watch.
Well, when the toxic twins left that night, I heard this weird noise behind me, like some cats were playing with something on the floor, and I look, and it was actually Marty, and she never plays with anything. The only things she plays with are bugs, and I had gotten these crinkly balls, the little foil crinkly balls, cat toys. Mm-hmm. Every once in a while, she'll find one of those and bat it around a little bit, and then she loses it, and she's just done. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, what are you playing with? And I had to get my phone and use the flashlight because my room is actually kind of dark. And I look, and I'm like, what in the hell is that? And I grab my grabber and grab the item, and I pull it up, and it's a blue candle.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah, I know I have these candles, and I have them in several different colors, but they're not anywhere. I mean, they're in a Walmart bag inside a box somewhere. And I was thinking, well, maybe Onyx, with her destruction of boxes, found the bag, and one of them fell out, and I'm looking, and there's no Walmart bag hanging out of anything. So I'm like, where the hell did this candle come from? And blue is peace and spirituality and all that. So I was like, John. And his cat was the one playing with it, definitely a sign, because normally Onyx would be playing with it. So, yeah, I was like, all right, I get it. I'm like, I got it. And yes, it will be nice and peaceful here now. So, yeah, it was just really weird. And Marty just walked away like, whatever. So
Susan says she misses her kitty named Ivy.
Mm.
Assuming she's crossed Rainbow Bridge.
my cat before Onyx was Wolfie. My grandkids gave her to me. They named her. So you can't change the name when your grandchildren name the cat. And she was a tortie, and she had tortitude out the wazoo. She was a long-haired tortie, medium-haired tortie. And I lost her, and about a year later is when I still didn't think I was ready for a cat. I didn't want another cat. I had Simi. I was fine. I missed Wolfie because I had her for 11 years when she passed, and John wanted a cat, and he was looking at the kittens outside, and I'm like, you're not bringing one of those in the house. I'm sorry, but you're not, because they're covered in fleas. They probably got all kinds of worms. I'm like, no, because I'm not subjecting, because Issa had a cat. I'm not subjecting Issa's cat to that. I was like, if you're going to get a cat, why don't you rescue one from the shelter, because it's had its shots. It'll get fixed, because I didn't want a male cat in the house spraying everything, and a female cat yowling all the time. I dealt with that. I didn't like it.
Yeah,
so he's like, okay.
Until we got her fixed. So they thought she may have already been fixed, so they had us wait. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we all went down to the animal shelter, and there were 3 black kittens, in one of the cages. And he was like, the 2 males and a female, he goes, can you pull the female out? They just randomly grabbed a cat. I had to check to see if it was male or female. The kitten was not happy. Onyx was 3 months old, and Marty was 4 months old. And Onyx was the one that they grabbed. She immediately went into his jacket and snuggled down behind him in the wheelchair. He goes, okay, we're taking this one. So they were like, okay. So they put the little collar thing on her to indicate that she was being adopted, so nobody else could grab her. And she had been a owner release, so all those kittens grew up in a home. Then as we were leaving, there was one kitten that, oh my God, so friendly, but it had a messed up paw. Its paw was curled under. Mm-hmm. And this kitten was so friendly. I sat there playing with that little kitten, and it's purring, and it's giving me kisses, and it's, oh my God, so adorable. But the vet bills to fix that paw would have been astronomical, and we didn't have the money for it. So as we were turning to leave, Issa spotted Marty down in the bottom behind the door, because they just opened the door. They didn't close it behind us, so it was blocking that cage. And she goes, oh, there's a really pretty kitty down there. And so John asked to see her, and she was, Marty started off as a calico. So he was like, and she had, the blind eye, and John had just had eye surgery because he couldn't see, and he had the surgery. So I guess he sympathized with the cat. And he figured that she would be less adoptable because a lot of people don't want a half-blind cat. So he's like, okay, we're going to take her too. And I'm like, you're getting 2 cats. And he gave me the look. I'm like, yep, guess you're getting 2 cats. I was like, you realize that you should have kind of asked me, since they have to live in my room. And he gave me the other look. And I'm like, fuck, fine. Yeah. So we did the whole adoption thing, and the kittens were actually free. We didn't have to pay any fees or anything, but we had to wait a week to pick them up because they had to have their surgery. And Issa went to pick them up on January 22nd. And they came home, and Onyx immediately hid because Marty came from the street, but Onyx was from a house, so it was very traumatizing. She gets thrown in jail, and then she gets thrown in a box, and then she comes out of the box in a strange place. She was totally freaked out. So she hid for like 3 days, and then she comes walking up on the bed. She actually introduced herself to my dog first. They were like nose kissing. It was interesting. And she gets up on the bed, and she comes walking over to me, walks across my legs, and then just goes thump and lands on me, like just sideways thump, and just starts purring. And I was like, John, get in here. And he comes in, and he sees it, and he goes, happy birthday. So have a good day, Susan. So yeah, that's how I ended up. He adopted 2 cats, and one of them adopted me. So Onyx is my heart. I mean, she helped the grieving process. You know, it had been a year since I had lost Wolfie, and
Yeah.
you know, Onyx is she's such a cuddle bug. She really is. And it's funny because she acts like Simi. She like emulates my dog. When my son comes to the door or the dog triggers that she knows my son is coming to the door, Onyx will get off the bed too and go over to the door to wait for my son to open the door. But then she'll go and she'll jump up on the shelves. So she's like she's lower than chest level, but she's up higher. And she's purr, 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 to get him to pat her. He actually said that if I die, he's keeping Onyx. I'm like, you mean Onyx and Simi and Marty? He goes, yeah. I'm like, he loves Simi too. But
I've never adopted a cat from the pound. They've always showed up. They've adopted us.
Yeah, that's how it usually was with us.
From the pound.
Yeah.
But this Christmas, do you remember me saying that we had sent money to aid a kitty that was put in the pound by a gal Sis works with?
Yeah.
He's still there, and
geez, that's a long time.
We're still sending money every month to help support him and care for him.
That's sweet.
In hopes that it helps him. He's had some medical issues, so every little bit we can send can kind of help with the vet bills and stuff, and trying to get him.
Well, I hope that little kitty. I mean, the kitten that was so friendly was probably about 10 weeks old, so it's just a tiny baby, you know. And I'm really hoping somebody adopted it that has the money to try and fix that paw, because
the only other alternative is amputation. So the
kitten was walking on it without a problem.
Yeah,
the kitten apparently it was either born with it or the injury happened soon after it was born, because the kitten was adjusted to walking on like pretty much the back of his paw. You know?
Yeah, but that can repeatedly ulcerate, especially if they're an indoor outdoor. Sometimes amputation is
it was just so friendly. I just hope it, got a good home. Cats usually adopted us too. Most of the cats that we got, like Wolfie was from outside my mom's house. My mom was the crazy cat lady of her neighborhood. And tell the little Brit I said I love her. And I hope she's having a good day.
Ditto.
But yeah, she was born outside my mom's house somewhere. And then when they were old enough, the mama brought them all up on the porch. So she was about 6 weeks old when they brought her to me. She was the only tortie that was born out of the litter. It was a litter of like 6. And 6 that survived old enough to come up on the porch. So when she was 6 weeks old, my daughter brought her over with my grandkids. Said, we brought you a kitty. I'm like, oh, because I had lost my cat that I had for 14 years a few months before that, and I really missed her. She was a tortie, and she was part Siamese, so she was very vocal. She was my mama kitty. She mommied every animal that came in my house, no matter the size. I mean, my husband had brought home a dog, and this thing was just massive. It was almost 100 pounds. It was a pit bull. It was purebred, but it was Brenda pit bull. Gorgeous, like orange pit bull, like tiger. My kids, when they saw this dog, said, "Mom, you got us a tiger." And my cat, and he like tried to nudge my cat out of the way, and my cat turned around and whomped him so hard his face hit the floor. And then she pins him down by his face and starts licking inside his ear. Like his ears were dirty. He needed a bath. And the dog put up with it. Like, are you kidding? This dog could eat my cat in one bite. My cat ruled over all of the animals in my house, and randomly gave the dogs bath in their ears, I think just to mess with them. But when I lost her, it was very hard. And I wasn't actually prepared. We had other cats in the house, but I wasn't prepared for me to be given that kitten. So, but I can't, I know my grandkids, you know what I mean? They were little, they were like 3 and 4 years old. So,
yeah.
So I took in my Wolfie.
And was in my little group of critters here, my menagerie.
But Wolfie Wolfie was very standoffish. She wasn't a cuddler. She would come bug me if her food bowl was empty, like she could see the bottom of it, or if the water dish was empty. She would, if there was no water, she would pee in the dog's food dish. Literally, she would just walk over, She'd line herself up, literally line herself up and pee in the dish. And the first time she did it, I hadn't realized she had done it because my dog's bowl is like white, so I wasn't prepared for it, and I ended up with cat pee all over me. I was not happy. After that, every time I went to pick up the bowl, I looked first. I'm like, and the dog wasn't happy when I had to wash her bowl before I could feed her, because she was expecting food, and I'm like, you gotta wait. And she'd actually look at the cat like, you bitch, But she would lay near me, not like touching me, like Onyx lays always touching me when she's laying next to me. Or she'll lay behind me, cuddled up in the blankets, and I don't see her because she's black, and I end up stretching and laying on her. But Onyx is usually very close to me. Wolfie would sleep like at the other end of the bed. She'd be over where the dog is, She was not a cuddler. So when I got Onyx, I wasn't prepared for all the cuddling. This cat is cuddle obsessive. So, yeah.
The most cuddly ones that we have had was actually the males. And
yeah.
I don't want to get another male. Even fixed. If you have more than one, they can spray. And
yeah. I mean, the reason that I told John if you want a cat is because none of our cats have ever gotten fixed. And so we've dealt with the spraying and with the yowling. And I'm like, no. I was like, I cannot deal with that. I'm like, and you're in a wheelchair, because that was when he was in the wheelchair. I'm like, you can't get down and scrub the corners of the doors and all of that when the cat sprays. I'm like, no. So he agreed to go adopt, and that way their surgery is already done. It's already included. So, and of course, I get the vocal cat, right?
They don't include that here. You have to do the adoption fees and then a deposit.
Yeah.
And
the cats here,
not as much as the actual fixing, at least for me, because I get them pain medication and I have blood work done ahead of time, beforehand to make sure that, their renal system can tolerate the anesthesia and stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just basically just the spay.
Well, as far as I know, the cat adoptions are always free. To adopt kittens, it's always free, and the spaying is included, which is awesome of our shelter to do. We have a lot of rich people in town.
They don't.
We have a lot of rich people in town that make massive donations to the shelter, so which is good, and I'm grateful for it because it's a no-kill shelter.
Ours has become that. It didn't used to be.
Yeah, ours didn't either.
They used to have the gas chamber, and you could always smell when they'd used it too. You go in to look at an animal and start, feeling a little fuzzy, and it's because that shit's in the air.
My grandson was actually volunteering at our shelter, but then COVID hit and he couldn't go anymore. So he's patiently waiting for that restriction to lift so he can go back in. Because he was cleaning floors and cleaning out kennels, and he would get to take the dogs out and exercise. Hi, Tina.
Hi, Tina. Love you, sweetie. Hey, Tim. I'm sure you're back there hiding somewhere.
No, he's in the living room.
Oh. Well, on that.
Yeah, we hang out in different rooms in the house.
Huh?
So.
How are you today, Tina? Did you get some sleep?
Yes, I did.
Good.
I finally went to sleep somewhere around 1 or so your time.
Tina.
In the morning?
Nobody ever listens to me. Yeah, in the morning. She was starting to nod off at 6:30. I'm like, take a nap. She's like, no. I'm like, go to sleep. She's like, no. Ugh. Nobody listens to the bear. I'm glad you finally got some sleep, though. I crashed out at 4 o'clock this morning. I actually woke up at 9. Because I didn't have to set an alarm.
I went to bed at about 6 this morning and woke up just before noon, and I had one eye open when Cody, I seen she was live, so I came in and she's like, get on here. And I'm like, okay.
Well, I had gone almost 2 hours by myself.
I didn't know that. I was sleeping.
Well, wake up.
I did.
No, it's going okay. 'Cause I had people in the chat, so I had people to talk to, so that was cool. And I rambled, as usual. I just rambled on, you know me. It's probably why there's nobody here now.
I see Wendy says she's on the phone to a little Brit.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she said that, I don't know, about 10 minutes ago or so.
Yeah.
I don't have timestamps on my chat. So.
That little girl talks like I do. She will talk. She's so adorable.
Most kids do.
She's so adorable. I mean, her accent's kind of heavy and she talks fast and I can barely understand her, but she's adorable. I just want to squish her. Squish. Hugs.
Yeah. I'm on my phone. So
Tina's copping out on the camera.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Tina.
Hey, we turned both of ours on, bedhead and all.
Yeah. Yeah. Tina.
So?
Tina doesn't give in to peer pressure. She's like, fuck you bitches, I'm not turning it on.
Well, if y'all actually want to see what I look like, you know, in streetwear with my hair done and, you know, like ready to go do something, midweek this last week, Dauber actually had me on and interviewed me, per se.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I'm in streetwear with my hair done.
Well, if you want to see me in streetwear ready to go out the door, if you give me 5 seconds, I'll put my t-shirt on and then turn the camera back on because that's all I do.
Well, I don't always, you know, do the hair and everything and stuff, but, you know, I was trying to be nice.
This is it. Although I do put the ponytail tighter so I don't have to keep fixing it, but it gives me a headache if it's in like a tight ponytail too long. So
that's why I don't have long hair anymore. No, I wisp mine up and then it comes around and has kind of a wave thing going on. And
my hair actually isn't that heavy. It's just that squishing it. You know what I mean? And
I have super, super fine hair and I can't keep a ponytail in it unless I strangle my hair trying to, you know.
I used to use kids' pony holders.
So did
These are for children.
Yeah, my braid is, you know, like the size of my pinky.
Yeah. And this is actually stretched out because I had to double it up when I was out with my mom. Because I didn't want to have to keep. Yay! I love Emily. See, I can only keep it down for a little while because then I'm like, oh, get off my neck, you know?
Yeah. That was me.
But if you were to cut it off and do it like shoulder length, you'd be like, ugh, where'd my hair go?
Yeah. Well, that happened to me when I had all the dead ends cut off. My hair was like this long. And I'll sit there and I'll do this when I'm reading or whatever. So I was like, and I'm like, wait, there's missing. I'm like, it's missing. I didn't like it at all. So, yeah.
Yeah, I used to have hair down to my ass. So.
Sorry, Willow.
I said I used to have hair down to my ass.
Okay, Willow had hair down to her ass. What, Tina?
I play with mine now, and I can't imagine because my hair used to be super short like Willow's is now.
Yeah. Well, Wendy, if your hair's not growing, isn't that a good thing? Because you wanted it like that. So the longer it's like that, the less you have to mess with it. Wendy looks really good with her hair like that.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to, but she does look really good.
I like it.
Yeah, she looks adorable. It's probably just kind of regenerating in your skull, and then when it's ready, it'll start coming back out again.
Is she looking forward to that, Wendy, or not? Oh, I guess England's opening back up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah, if they're
we don't hear much over here about, I mean, we can look up stuff like that, but we don't hear much. I mean, you guys hear about America all the time because your news people are better, but our news channels tend to not tell us anything about other countries unless it's bad,
That
And even then,
they
they're
actually tell us a whole lot of news. Mostly, it's just drama crap.
and even then, it's usually bullshit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they usually curbed it to their satisfaction.
Yeah.
They want ratings. Make it dramatic. Oh no, she doesn't want to go back. Oh, poor girl.
Uh-oh. Separation anxiety. Kindergarten all over again.
She'll be fine.
Yeah.
She'll find a new best friend again, and I'll be crying.
There's going to be a lot of transition for kids that have been, stuck homeschooled for nearly a year, and especially the ones that's how it started out, because they were like kindergarten, and and
well,
then all of a sudden,
Talon's going to school this whole time. Talon's been in school and daycare.
Oh, she says Monday they're slowly starting to open up. Actually,
good. That's a good thing.
We've been stuck in modified phase 3 now since last June.
I don't know what we're doing because our freaking Representative Graham, whatever his name is so still stuck up Trump's butt. They haven't been able to pull him out yet. So I don't know. I don't know what our state's doing, but I know that I haven't seen too many restrictions, except at like my doctor's office. We have to wear a mask.
You have to wear a mask going into any place here.
I'll say you pretty much have to wear a mask everywhere here. So
I think Texas is ridiculous, just opening everything up like that all at once, and no mask requirements.
Right after the whole power thing.
Yeah, I mean, they're still having, what was it, the news said like 7,000 cases a day in Texas. So why would you just open it up? Just because the vaccine is becoming more readily available. Not everybody's vaccinated.
There's
so
10% of the population in the U.S. that's been vaccinated thus far. Here, during the polar vortex, they closed the health department, the county health department here locally, and they're the only ones giving the vaccines in the whole county. And
I can't get anywhere. I can't get anywhere to get a vaccine. Even if I get on a list, I can't get it. I have no way to get there. I mean, the only day that my mom is available is Fridays. So
yeah, and those lists, God only knows when they're going to call and say, okay, here's your time slot, be there.
Mm-hmm. So unless they can come to my house and give me the shot, I guess I won't be getting it.
they're just
Johnson & Johnson, I think it is a one-shot deal.
Yep, and it doesn't have to be refrigerated at sub-zero temperatures.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the president told one of the other companies that has a vaccine out to stop and help start making the Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Yep.
They were like, no, you have the facilities, start making this one. So you go.
Yeah, they're trying to get them more readily available, but right now that's all we've got. And they were closed for nearly 2 weeks, and they are so backlogged that we're supposed to be going into phase 3, which is the phase I can go get one, but they've stopped with 2, and they're not going to open 3 up until they get caught up with 1 and 2.
Sorry, I just read what we're doing. I can't wait. I can tell Jack to go to his mom's. Get out. Go to your mother's house. I don't want to see you for at least a day. Go away. Poor Jack.
Does that mean Wendy is just wanting some Wendy time?
I think that's what that means.
He's being sarcastic.
It sounds that way.
Yeah.
Poor Toad.
You go to school, you go see your mom. I'll call you when I'm ready. When I can put up with you.
See you later, bye.
Yeah. I can see Wendy starting to, clean house and dance with the vacuum cleaner and.
Well, that's why I asked her if Toad was still alive. They keep getting stuck in lockdown.
I know, right?
Well, you got to check every once in a while. It would be a little shocking to find out, that suddenly they find him in a wall somewhere.
I would say she hasn't locked him in the closet hog-tied with a ball gag yet.
Well, if the ball gag comes into play, I don't think he'll be in a closet. Huh, Wendy? I love you, Wendy.
Sorry, had to blow my schnoz.
No, lockdown doesn't really. I mean, I don't go anywhere. It's not really affecting me, but I understand how it affects other people.
Yeah, I don't do a whole lot of going, but I do miss, being able to go to the bead store, go to the craft store, go to the thrift store. I did venture out to the thrift store this last weekend, though, because I was so desperate for some tank tops. And Sis desperately needed pants for work, jeans. They're
Yeah.
hard to find for her because she still likes the old elastic waist kind. And yeah, most of what you find in the thrift stores now are those, the little hip hugger jeans with like a 3-inch zipper on them. And, yeah, we ain't wearing that. But I did find her 2 pair when I went. So
Yeah, you want anything with an elastic waist from way back when, you got to pray that some little old lady has passed away and all of her clothes have been donated.
Yeah. I just want to be able. I haven't gone to a store in over 2 years. It's working on 2.5 now, or 3.
damn.
So, yeah, it's
We need to
all been
get you
online
out,
shopping.
girl.
Huh?
I said we need to get you out.
I know, right? But I can't until I can use a prosthetic because I would have to get in one of those little motorized things, and I can't do that unless I can use both feet. Because you have to be able to step up onto them to sit in the seat.
Yeah. Yeah, the seats don't swivel on them store ones. So you can plop and then shimmy around.
Yeah.
Nope. You get that ridge in the.
And you wouldn't be able to get it close enough to a vehicle because I'd have to get out and I'd only be able to pivot on one foot, and you wouldn't be able to get one of those close enough to a vehicle with the door open. So the only way for me to do it is to be able to take a step, at least one step, and then step up into it. So, yeah, I haven't been anywhere in a really long time.
I haven't been
Put
anywhere
you a
much
nice
with
gauze
COVID.
pad over your little wound, and you wrap and squeeze and tug and pull, and you put your prosthetic on.
Yeah, I have to. It's
and you huff and
pretty.
puff and you breathe and you cuss me and you just keep doing it anyway.
The latest issue with it is healing up nicely, and it was not as big as the one previous. So I think it's slowly starting to heal from the inside. You know what I mean? So that it will finally seal up because
heal by second intention.
Huh?
Heal by second intention.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's how. Like with my foot, it had to heal. It had layers
inside out.
Yeah. So it still pisses me off that I got my foot healed and lost it anyway. That's really irritating. 1.5 years to heal that damn foot. But c'est la vie.
Yeah, at least now you got a cool purple one.
Yeah. Now I just got to be able to use it. So yeah, I started wrapping. I actually started wrapping my leg again this morning, and so it takes about 2 weeks to shrink it down. Wrapping it every day. I take the wrap off for about an hour a day, then wrap it back up again, and it takes about 2 weeks to shrink it down enough for me to try and get the prosthetic off or on.
I gotta get some windows open. It's starting to get stuffy in here.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Well, I'm glad you're still there, Wendy, but you're not here on the panel, and I sent you the link. So
yeah, get your butt on here.
You're slacking.
Yep. They were giving me grief because I hadn't popped on here yet.
That's right. Need my road dogs. I'm so needy.
I did send Cody a quick text and telling her that, believe me, she didn't want me on. I was not appropriate for the panel for where I was at.
I just figured you were in the bathroom.
Yep.
I'm like, okay. That's Toilet Girl's area.
Yep. That is Scarlett's area.
That's right. That is her domain. I had to get in the wheelchair twice yesterday. I don't know if I'm up for it again today, but I want more tuna casserole. Tuna casserole is good. I am going to tell my mom the next time she makes it like that to add at least another half a can of the cream of mushroom soup. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Cody. Hi, Willow. Hi, Ma.
Hello.
Well, it was
Hello.
not as, I don't want to say liquidy, but liquidy. It wasn't as
Creamy.
casserole. It was more like a bake because she used the 13 by 9 pan instead of the casserole dish. She said she looked for one but couldn't find one. So, I mean, the flavor is still there. It's just a little dry.
Yeah.
So,
Like I said, it wasn't as creamy.
yeah, the noodles pretty much absorbed all the liquid that was in it. So, but it still tastes really good, and I hope she makes me another one. She still has another can of tuna.
Now, as much as I was like, I'm there going, ugh, tuna.
I know.
I'm just like, that really actually does sound pretty good. But just the thought of tuna makes my stomach go, ugh.
Well, she had said that she was going to try it with the canned chicken, to make one with canned chicken, like the same way, just with chicken instead of tuna. So I'll let you know how that one is.
Yeah, with canned chicken, I could do that because I like canned chicken.
I do too.
And
my son the other day, when I told you I heard dishes and stuff, he mixed up a bowl because I have 2 cans of chicken out in the kitchen. He mixed up one of the cans with some mayonnaise and then made me toast in a frying pan, so it was nice and buttery. And he brought that in just spontaneously, just brought it in for me to eat. It was so good. I've never just eaten the chicken, basically chicken salad, out of a bowl. I've always had it in a sandwich, but it was actually really good. I'm like, oh, I got to do this again.
Yeah, I like chicken salad.
I love chicken sandwiches. I experimented with the chicken. I was using the olive oil mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Although I don't think he used that on my stuff, but because it didn't have that Mediterranean flavor to it. But I also will add the dried onions, the little diced onions, dried onions, and I tried it with the garlic. I didn't like putting garlic in it, so I stopped doing that. But I did it with chives, the onion, and then orange zest. I put orange zest in it, and oh my god, it was like a little orgasm sandwich. It was like a little orgasm sandwich. It was so good. I'm like, oh, yeah. Now I want that, and I don't have those ingredients. Fuck.
I like kitchen witchery.
Yeah. I miss cooking a lot. It was funny because my son last night, well, at 4:00 or so, he goes, "Are you hungry?" And I'm like, I just woke up, and I'm like, sure. Never say no when he asks me that, ever.
Right.
Because then it'll be like 9:00 before I'm like, "Can you make me something to eat?" And I asked you if you were hungry. I was like, yeah, and I figured he was just going to heat me up tuna casserole, which I was totally fine with. He came in with cheeseburgers.
Okay.
He made cheeseburgers. So I was like, and they were so good. He made them perfect again. I'm like, how come you don't do them like this before? They were perfect. They were nice and they were medium rare, which is how I like my burgers. And they were so yummy. Tina, I have 1 can of Pringles left.
Oh, good Lord, girl.
I have a Pringles addiction. Okay.
You had 4. There's the tall cans, too.
I can't help it.
Thank goodness they're the lightly salted.
Yeah, they are lightly salted. I go a long time between meals, woman. I get hungry.
Well, like I said, thank goodness they are lightly salted.
Yep. And I haven't had any issues. So.
Or you'd be going, I'm swelling today.
Yeah. I haven't had any issues with blood pressure or any of that because I've kept an eye on that. But yeah, when I was reading, I just before I know it, they're gone. I'm like,
Cody needs some bonbons to have while she's reading.
God, then I really wouldn't be able to move. I'd be as big as this room. At least I was just thinking, at least the Pringles aren't as bad as me sitting here just eating chocolate all day, and then you pull up bonbons. Thanks, Tina. I messaged the landlord yesterday, let him know I had rent, but I'm going to need change for a 20. He replied with, "Okay, cool." That was it. He didn't tell me when he was coming in to get it. Okay, cool. He was probably stoned, but he didn't tell me when he was coming to get them. He didn't. So apparently I'm waiting until Monday, I guess. I don't know. But I told him on the 4th, so he can't charge me over. Because if I don't have it by the 5th, I get a $25 fee.
Yeah.
So he's been notified. And I did my bills and my calculations. Oh shit. So I do have enough. I had to wait until the internet bill posted because it doesn't post until the 5th. And I did have enough left in my account so I can pay that. I did good with my calculations. Huh?
It's a turtle.
Turtles. Look at my screen.
Oh. Cool. Turtle. Cute.
Those were a gift from Bobby Pizzelli.
Sweet.
Was it an earring, Willow?
Yes.
Oh, kitty cat.
These are sterling. The turtles are costume.
My mom had a pin like that. My mom has a sterling silver pin. It's like brushed silver, but it's in that style. She still has it. I used to play with it when I was
Anita Finita.
I used to play with that pin all the time when I was a kid.
And Tina hasn't seen this. Kitty cat ring. This was a gift from Roberta's Treasures.
It's a kitty.
Yep. Kitty.
Kitty.
All right. Internet bill is now paid. Poop, I knew I was forgetting something.
Don't forget to pay the interwebs.
Yeah, although it wasn't due until the 21st, which is my oldest daughter's birthday, but with the way that my money goes, something would try and take something out of my account, and then I would not have the money. So I pay it at the beginning of the month.
Yeah, I pay stuff at the beginning of the month, and then I've got a card that doesn't roll over until the 8th, and then one that doesn't roll over till the 11th. You know, I have to wait for stuff to roll over so you can make the payment.
Yeah, the internet, it won't even post what my bill is until the 5th. So even if I want to pay it before that, I can't, because if there's no amount on there.
Yeah, it won't accept it.
Right. So.
That sucks.
Yeah.
And then they changed my bill date on my power, which was usually like the 10th to the 12th. Now it's like the 3rd to the 5th. I don't know, they did some kind of reset thing with their computers or upgrade or something, and moved my date up.
Well, I'm hoping that this stimulus goes through, because then I can get my Amazon paid and my Kindle paid, Kindle Unlimited paid, and StreamYard. It's weird. StreamYard's still asking me for the payment, right? Like, edit your payment information. But they're still allowing me to use my backgrounds. So
there's probably grace period or something.
Well, so far the grace period's been 2 weeks. Because I came on, I started this today, and I figured, it's just going to be the little leaf background, which I don't care, it's fine. But I was able to switch through my backgrounds. Okay. Whatever works. Mana. So.
If it lets you, it lets you.
Right? I'm just rolling with it. It's all good in the neighborhood, which is actually really quiet today, except for that dirt bike that went by earlier. Usually by now the neighbors are outside drinking and making noise.
Well, we've had those people here replacing gas lines for weeks, and then during the polar vortex they couldn't work. So but I think they're winding down now.
Well, the Senate passes the bill, so when they made their adjustments, now it's got to go back to the House for the House to do their thing. So it's looking like it might do their,
They might be finally getting there on it.
And they had said that once that gets passed, that people will start getting money in within a week.
Yeah.
Because they've got that system down now. They shouldn't screw up. I mean, they've done it 3 times now. So.
Yeah, you'd think that they would have things worked out and figured out which ones were fraudulent and which ones weren't. Our state here is having kittens because they figured out. Well, there was a projected 3 million in unemployment from false claims that they figured that they had paid out, but it was actually over 6. So now they're having budget frantic crap,
I found out that my daughter is going to end up.
They were still using a system from the frickin' 60s.
I found out that my daughter. I'm talking over here. Dog. My daughter is going to have to quit her job. Hey, Tim. Because, she's studying to be a vet tech, and they're getting to a point in the class where they have to work 30 hours at a clinic, a veterinarian clinic, every week. Hi, Iris. Hi, Iris. And she cannot work 30 hours for free and work 40 hours for her job. There's just no way to do it. So she's not
70 hours a week. Yeah, no.
I mean, that's, over part-time, and there's no way she can do it. So she's going to end up having to quit her job in order to finish school to make the requirements. Luckily, she hasn't gotten her taxes yet. So she's going to try holding on to that. Plus, when the stimulus passed, it's supposed to be $1,400 per living being. So $1,400 for her and each of her kids should give her enough to live off of while she's doing the class. Then she just has to either hopefully get, job with a vet or find another job quickly. I'm not really sure how long. I'm not sure how long the 30 hours is required. She's only been in the vet tech class for a year since she got her taxes last time. So I don't know how long the class is, how many. Ow! Hey! How many? I got hit with it. Is? Yeah, or how long she has to go to school for it. I don't know, because some things are a 2-year, and then you pass, whatever. Some are 4, whatever. So I don't know how long she has to be in school for this, but excuse me, I'm being battered by my animals. What the hell?
Well, having to work at a vet clinic, minimal would be a semester. I would say it's probably a year.
Yeah. So, I mean, they don't have any kind of adjustment for people that are going back to school that actually have a job, that have to live. You know what I mean? It's just, you have to do it or you don't pass the class. And she's getting A's and B's in her class. She's on the dean's list. So she's not going to just walk away from it. I mean, it's what she wants to do.
That's gonna give her a better chance of getting into a clinic, and then if she does
Yeah.
well while she's in the clinic, getting hired on by the clinic.
Well, they all get assigned to a clinic. Everybody in the class gets assigned 30 hours at a clinic. So it's not them having to get into a clinic. It's just they have to go to the clinic and work 30 hours, whichever clinic they're assigned to.
Oh, okay. She doesn't have to fight for a slot.
No. Although I guess a quarter of the people haven't gotten to the point she's at right now that started in the class. Like a quarter of the class has dropped out or not been passing or whatever. So I'm really proud of her for doing so well. I mean, it's a good thing.
Yep.
And I told my mom, I was like, well, you know what? The only thing she's working for is to pay off her credit cards at this point and to buy stuff that she wants. The girl doesn't pay rent. She doesn't give my mom any money. Occasionally she'll pick up food, but my mom buys all the groceries, and I think my daughter contributes like $75, $100 to that. My mom's feeding her 2 kids. She gives her $100 for food.
Yeah, I have a feeling she has no idea what it's going to cost when she's actually out on her own.
Well, no, she's lived on her own before with the kids. But the thing is, she's going to be 32 on the 21st, and she lives at my mom's. She doesn't clean. She hardly ever picks up her room. And what she does, she goes to
no responsibilities.
Yeah. My mom watches the kids as best she can. Although apparently my granddaughter got in trouble the other night because she had the laptop up in her room and she's not supposed to. My mom didn't know she wasn't supposed to. Desiree will tell the kids something and not inform my mother, who's supposed to be supervising them. So if you don't know she's not supposed to have the laptop because you didn't tell your grandmother, how is she supposed to tell her, no, don't take that upstairs? So Sadie got in trouble. She's only there to yell at them and tell them what they did wrong and to ground them. And she was supposed to come home from school the other night, and instead she called my mom and said, well, I'm going over to Brian's. She went over to her boyfriend's house, didn't come home until after midnight.
Boy.
Yeah, she spends the weekends there. She's not home on the weekends. She's at Brian's. So, yeah. My grandkids are going to need therapy. It's just.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if I could, I would be there for them. I can't get over there. You know what I mean? And at this point, they're in their teens. They're not going to listen to me, because I haven't been there for most of their lives because their mother wouldn't let me. So, I don't have any authority with them, And my mom.
It could be worse, hey, you never know. The older they get, when they're, things will change.
Yeah. But the kids, my mom for so long picked up after everybody that my grandkids they treat my mom like she's their servant. They'll just leave their stuff laying whatever because they know she'll pick it up. And I'm like, nope, I'd be putting that shit in the trunk of my car and they wouldn't get it back till they started picking up their stuff, But my mom won't listen to me, of course. I don't know. It's a crappy situation for my mother. But she created the beast. So now she's dealing with it because it's living in her house and its descendants are now treating her the same way.
Yeah. She set the precedent.
Yep. My granddaughter's 13 and my grandson is 15. They are perfectly capable of both cooking for themselves and cleaning up after themselves, but they don't. My mom won't let them cook. They can heat up soup and microwave stuff. That's it. She doesn't let them cook. So, yeah, they're not. Neither one of them is prepared.
How to cook.
Neither one of them is prepared for any kind of life outside of my mother's house.
Unfortunately, there's more and more kids that are like that, though.
Yeah. My daughter didn't know how to cook.
They depend on food delivery services, and they have no idea how to do things on their own.
Yeah. My mom, Desiree didn't know how to cook. John taught her how to cook. I mean, the girl burnt a pot because she was going to make macaroni and cheese, and she forgot about the water, and it all boiled out, and the pan burnt. You know, I'm like, my younger daughter and my son were cooking. But by the time they were 11, they were making chicken and shrimp Alfredo and spaghetti and cheeseburgers, and being able to cook hot dogs. I mean, anything, just little things, but at least they wouldn't be living off ramen soup and microwave crap, So, yeah, that's why my son's a good cook. Yeah, Iris, absolutely. If you want to eat, you have to cook. Yep.
I've burnt a pot too.
My friend Rose blew up eggs. She was making hard-boiled eggs, and she calls me while she's doing this and got distracted. And all of a sudden, I heard this big boom, boom, boom. I'm like, what in the hell is that? And she goes, oh, shit, I forgot the eggs. All the water had boiled out of the pot, and the eggs exploded. She had hard-boiled egg on her ceiling. Yeah, it was bad. Holy crap.
Okay, I have a similar story, only my eggs didn't explode, but I really did burn my hard-boiled egg.
Yep.
That is a sad thing when you forget that you're boiling hard-boiled egg.
It is. But it happens. I mean, I can't actually remember any kitchen disaster. Oh, the only kitchen disaster I had is that I had Corningware, right? A casserole dish, and it was on the stove. Now our stove is one of those glass tops. I hate it, but it's a glass top.
Ceramic top.
I had the Corningware thing on the back, of course, over a burner because it's huge, right? And I was going to make something, and I was boiling water in a big pot. So it was going to take a while to boil the water. So I walked away from the kitchen. All of a sudden, we hear this big bang, and then and we all go running into the kitchen. The cat took off. They were like, what the hell? The dogs were like, hello, what was that? I had turned the wrong burner on and blew up the Corningware pan. And we had glass everywhere. I was like, oops. John was like, what did you do? I said, I blew it up. He goes, that was mine. I'm like, sorry. I did buy him replacements. I actually bought Pyrex. His was like Anchorware or something. And I bought a Pyrex set that was the big pan that I had blown up, and then it had two smaller ones in it. And he goes, oh, you bought me a set. I'm like, no, you get the big one because I blew yours up. I said, I get the other two.
Me personally, I was only
we lost Wendy.
Like before, just a small few amount, so it wasn't a lot of water, and it was just a small pan.
Yeah, Rose was cooking. I think she was cooking like 3 of them, so there wasn't a ton of water, and it was a smaller pot. But yeah, still can't believe I blew up a glass Pyrex type of thing. That was glass everywhere.
Oh yeah, man. John goes, I'm scared to death of pressure cookers.
Oh yeah,
especially the old ones.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of pressure cookers that have exploded when people leave them on their stove, and their stove is like all caved in and shit, and the lid to the pressure cooker is like implanted in the ceiling. I'll pass. That's okay,
Emily
Wendy.
called Wendy. How she got kicked off.
That's okay. Emily is allowed to interrupt. Toad, on the other hand, you better not answer to. I'm kidding. Just kidding. We love Toad. Yeah, other than that, I mean, I can't remember. I mean, I've had like meatloaves. Oh my God, meatloaves. For some reason, I have had so many problems cooking meatloaf. It's like, I'll cook it for the time it says, right? I go to cut into it and the whole thing's raw. And I'm like, what the, the whole center is raw. And I'm like, drives me crazy. I believe it, Iris. Big hole in the ceiling. Yep, I believe it.
No, my very
was the one hanging around in here, and she just left. Like she set her car alarm off. It does this little quiet boop, 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 And after about 10 rounds of that, then it goes whack, whack. I was waiting, but she caught it in time.
My neighbor sets his truck alarm off every time, almost every time he goes to use that truck. And I'm like,
Talking about
She
Donnie?
doesn't do it all the time, but she does it fairly regular.
Donnie bought his Chevy Blazer. He bought it from John and Issa. And Issa had screwed up the alarm somehow. We don't know how, but she screwed up the alarm. So you had to do a certain thing in the truck. John rigged up a switch or whatever in the truck to shut it off. And John can rig up anything, let me tell you. And for some reason, it takes Donnie forever to shut the damn thing off. I'll sit here at 5 o'clock in the morning. He used to go to work, and I'd be sitting here listening to his truck alarm go off, going, Donnie, I'm going to go kill your truck. Like, ugh. But almost every time. It's loud, really loud. Well, that was nice of you, Iris. It was very nice of you to buy her a new stove. There you go. I don't know. I had a pressure cooker type of thing for sterilizing my tattoo needles. It got ruined, but I did have one. Then I just started buying the pre-sterilized needles that are in the sealed packages. I still don't know if my tattoo stuff is in storage or if Issa just let the storage unit go and let everything get auctioned off. Someone's going to have a lot of fun with all the ephemera in one of those totes because John had really old-time photos of his family that were in that storage unit that were supposed to get sent to his uncle that they never got around to doing. Yep, as long as it works, Iris, that's what counts. I had an oven in a crack alley where I lived with the landlord that ended up dying of cancer. The roaches killed my stove. They blew out the circuit board in the back. Literally, we had lightning in our kitchen before John could get to it and get it unplugged. And the burners worked, but the clock was gone, and the oven itself wouldn't work. For 9 months, me and the landlord were arguing over who was responsible for replacing the stove. And I was like, look, roaches were here when I moved in. So that's your responsibility. You were supposed to debug the place and you didn't. He goes, well, we sprayed. I'm like, yes, but you're a cheap bastard and you used the cheap stuff and it didn't work. So.
Yeah, the roaches just snickered at it. Like,
yeah.
Right.
They were like, oh, look, seasoning. So, 9 months and he finally replaced the stove. I was like, what it was I had made chocolate chip cookies once when we lived in the boonies, right? And John was leaving for work, and I handed him a Ziploc with cookies in it. He goes, ooh, cookies. And I was like, yeah. Now, Ray was diabetic and wasn't supposed to have a lot of sweets. He ate like 3 of those cookies and was like, oh my God, she needs to make more. And John was like, Ray, get your paws out of my cookie bag. And and I knew Ray was going to take some because it was Ray. So that's why I gave John like 8 cookies. So I turned around and I looked at Ray. I was like, Ray, I can't make you chocolate chip cookies if I don't have a damn oven. The next day he showed up with an oven. And I made him cookies. But I told him, I was like, you need to take it easy because if you go into a diabetic coma, I am not going to be responsible for that. And he did. He ate like 2 of them a day. So I miss Ray. Ray was funny.
The microwave that I have now came out of a roll-off up at the uni when the kids were leaving for the year.
The microwave we use is one that my son bought from Walmart, but I do have a repurposed one that came to the room next door.
The microwave that we use, I got for $10 or $15 at the Salvation Army. Brand new, out of box. It was a display.
I got my pickle pot from Goodwill. I went to a bunch of different thrift stores just to see if they had one, something that I could use, or another crock pot, something that I could use to heat up the pickle for when I was soldering. And Goodwill was my last stop, and I saw it sitting on the shelf, and I'm like, it probably won't work. But it was $5, and it had the lid on it, so that was a bonus. And it's like a little dipper. It's one of those little tiny crock pots. And lo and behold, it works. So that's what I got. $5 for my pickle pot. They wanted Amazon wanted 20, I think, and Beducation, I think they were selling them for like 24. So I got mine for 5.
Yeah, I got a $5 mini pickle pot too. I don't use it for pickling with sterling and stuff, but like hinges, that kind of thing, you can put them in there and paint will come off of them and stuff. Just pickle them for a little while.
Nice, Iris. I have I have a brand new crock pot, and it's huge. It's like a 7-quart crock pot. And
Damn.
I got that thanks to Christy. Thank you, Christy. When she had the Kohl's Cash, she was like, remember, during one of Fluffy's chats, she was like, I'm not going to use it, so go shopping. And so I did, and just sent her the links to the things. I got the crock pot, and I got a rice cooker. I got my rice cooker. That's where I got my hoodie too. Chrissy got me my hoodie, that big huge hoodie. I love that hoodie. And I got the Mischief Managed T-shirt that glows in the dark. And yeah, I was like, thank you, because I love rice cookers. I got addicted to rice cookers when I was in Florida, and I wanted one ever since. And the crock pot, Issa broke my old crock pot, so I didn't have one. And I know that when I can start cooking again, the crock pot will come in handy. And I really wanted one because I have a lot of dishes that I make in the crock pot, and it will be easier for me that I won't have to stand and supervise what I'm cooking, and be in pain. I just chop everything up, sit at the table, and throw it in the crock pot, and boom, voila. So,
Yep, I love that.
Iris, I agree. Whoever came up with the concept of hoods on sweatshirts, God's bless them. Absolutely. And that hoodie is huge. The hood on that is the hoodie on that is like a Jedi hood. It comes down like here. It's awesome.
That thing is huge.
It is. Well, I mean, I think it's a 6X, so I got it massive because I love big baggy, and it's so warm, and it was on sale. I got everything I grabbed was on sale because I'm a frugal shopper. I mean, the Crock-Pot is actually Crock-Pot brand. It's not an off brand or a side brand or, oh look, we're going to copy them type of brand. It's Crock-Pot brand, and it's massive. And I don't remember what brand the rice cooker was, but I got that on sale too. I think I got each of those for $35 each. And then the hoodie, that hoodie is a Champion hoodie. Normally I couldn't afford something like Champion, but because it was Kohl's Cash, and it was Labor Day, so there was also a Labor Day discount on everything. Christy, I love you, Christy. I was like, well, my room gets really cold because my son blasts the AC during the summer, and occasionally we lose our heat. So, I was like, I'll get a hoodie so I'm not freezing to death.
Yeah.
And that hoodie has come in so handy. Linda's here! Yay! I love you, Linda.
Hey, Linda.
So yes, thank you, Christy, so much. Love you too. Love you. All my YouTube angels are so awesome. I appreciate you all. All of you. I love you. I missed you too, Linda.
Is Linda in here?
Yeah, Linda is here.
Hi,
Yep,
Linda.
She just showed up in chat.
Yay. How have you been, Linda? Yeah, Chrissy, I can't wait to be able to get out there. I could actually use it now. If my son cleared some space for me, I could use it. It's just a matter of getting the ingredients that I need to put in it. And right now, but I'll tell you, that stimulus hits. One of the things my son and I are doing is getting some food in this damn house so we don't have to worry about it for a while.
Load them cupboards.
Yep.
You need a small upright freezer That way you can load the freezer.
Yeah, but the problem with that is it would suck the electricity too, and we don't have any room for it. There's no space here for it. But I mean, I have the chicken adobo, I have sweet and sour kielbasa, pork tenderloin that I make in the crock pot. So good. I'm hungry.
Okay, time to switch from food to something else.
And I got smart and started using those crock pot liners, like the plastic bag things that you put in.
Makes
So it's
cleaning so much
easy
more
cleanup.
convenient.
Well, I started doing that. I started doing that because my son was complaining about having to clean the crock pot. And I was like, look, if you want to eat the good food, you get to clean up after the good food. So 3 sets of shelving. I need to keep at least a month's rent. And my son is going to do the same. And no sugar in the tea. Okay, Linda, you go ahead. We'll wait. I want to get my gem tester, and I want to get one of those little ramp things that goes on the door jamb to, so I can get outside. Hopefully my son will be able to drill that into the floor to do it, so I can. That way I can at least go sit on my porch, and be a nosy Nelly from outside instead of in the doorway. I hate that. I feel like a creeper, like I'm stalking people when I'm sitting in the doorway, like. But. And thanks to Robin, I do not have to get the wheelchair now because she said she's gonna. Well, she's sending the one she got because she doesn't need it now. She's sending hers back and then redoing it and having it shipped to me. So I'll have a larger wheelchair, which will be more comfortable because this one hurts. And what else? I need to get a scale and I need to get a metal test kit.
The
I
metal
have a
test
list.
is reasonably priced on Amazon. Those are
Yeah, so are the scales. You can get a decent weight scale for decent money. The shipping scales, because I know you can use a kitchen scale or a bathroom scale, but I'd rather, if I have the money, I'd rather just get the shipping scale.
Yeah.
Because then I know it's more accurate for what I'm using it for.
Yeah.
Besides, my bathroom scale talks to me, and I don't want it to talk to me. It's creepy. I don't need it announcing. I don't need it announcing how much I weigh to the world. Yeah, the hospital gave me that for free. I used it twice, I used it for about 3 weeks because I had to report what my weight was on this little machine thing that they had, a blood pressure machine that was hooked up to the computer at the home health care place. So I had to do my blood pressure, my oxygen level, and punch in the number for how much my weight was.
Uh-huh.
I used that for about 3 weeks. And then I was like, okay, I'm done with this crap. Well, Iris, what I'll be shipping is jewelry, like rings and necklaces or pendants or whatever. So the stuff, unless somebody buys a lot of it, it's not going to be that heavy. So I have to do pirate ship or some kind of shipping that they come and pick it up at my house because I cannot get to the post office. So I want to be accurate in my shipping because I don't have a lot of money shipping is going to be extra. Shipping on my items is always extra.
Sign up for stamps.com.
Yeah.
They send you a scale.
Well, yeah, but I don't know. I hear better things about pirate ship than I do about stamps.com. Although I think BGcation uses stamps.com. I'm not sure. I don't think I'm going to have to worry about doing a box and a bag type of thing because my stuff's not going to be that heavy. Yeah, little itty bitty things. I want accuracy. So I want to get that, but they're not that expensive, Yeah, see, I can't even drop things in a mailbox. I can't get anywhere. easily. So, and I don't have anybody that can do it for me because I'm not going to ask my mom to make runs. And then, I'll just...
Well, with your informed delivery, you can go in there and ask for pickup for post. Schedule a pickup.
Iris is hijacking mail trucks now. She's just like, hey, you, take this. That's funny. Yeah, our mail people are not... I don't know. They don't care if your mail falls out of the mailbox. They don't... When they deliver something, they usually just leave it at the end of our like the top of our steps, because they don't want to walk all the way up the steps and come on the porch. But yeah, welcome back.
I'm talking. Sorry, I'm husband echoing from the other room. Huh? What'd you say? I'm talking here.
I'm talking here. Can't you see I'm talking? What's wrong with you? Well, I think that they delivered the Tina package a little further up on the porch. They had to have for the dogs to have started barking. So, because she went off and ran right to the door.
To get it there.
Yeah, it should have been hand delivered with a big bow on the top of it by the time it got here. But I mean, Rogue barked and went right to the door. So whoever it was, obviously walked all the way up on the porch past the window, so they saw his shadow past the window and put it near the door, which was appreciated. Because people can't really tell what's on my porch when they're walking by if it's back further than like 4 feet on the porch. But if they're just walking by, the steps face the street, like down the street. So if you're walking up my street, you can see up the steps, So when they just stick stuff on the steps or on the top of the step, people can see it. And I don't know. I think the scavengers moved. When I managed to look out the door far enough to see their house, and I could actually see the side of their house now. So either they had to clean up their yard or they left. I'm not really sure which one. What do you want? What do you want? Go ahead. Go on. Why are you looking at me like I owe you money? Go. The camel wanted something to drink. Linda, if we let the dogs out of the house, they'll be gone. Okay? All right. Simi, enough. Come on. Simi! Come on. Good girl. Now that there's nothing left, she leaves the bowl. And Miha would be down the street beating up every stray dog down there, because the people down there don't contain their dogs. So there's like a half a dozen down there. She'd run down there and kick their asses just for shits and giggles, because Miha's a bitch. She's my bitch, though. I love that dog. And Simi would be gone like the wind trying to play with them while Miha was kicking their ass. Those dogs would be so confused. Yeah, she tends to drink too much, though, and then she gets sick. So I have to watch how much she drinks. I would have been pissed off, too, Willow.
Yeah, I think I'd have been really pissed myself.
Yeah, I would have complained about that. I would have been like, people need to deliver it to my door. What the hell? That's ridiculous. The only frozen food delivery that I've ever gotten was a friend of mine, an old AOL friend of mine. When I was living at the other house that my son and I rented together, it was rough because that house cost a lot of money. The electric was astronomical, and we had to keep putting money on the bill because it was pay as you go. So we didn't have a lot of money for food, and she gets food from Schwann's, and she ended up sending me all kinds of like little dinners that I could eat, and a few other things, and then a bag of cookie dough balls, chocolate chip cookie dough balls. She goes, "Oh my God, you don't even have to cook them. They're so good." I'm like, "Okay." And it showed up in this box, and I was like, "What the hell is this?" I had no idea it was coming. And I opened it, and it was all this food from Schwann's, and it was actually really good. It's the first time I ate cauliflower, and I liked it. It was weird. Because when I lived in my car for 3 months, when food was put in front of you, it didn't matter what it was, you ate it because you were starving. You went days without eating. So, yeah. So at this point, I was eating what was put in front of me. Yeah. Willow, did you complain?
Of course.
Of course. It's Willow. Of course you complain. Hey.
Hey, you know me. I'm programmed.
I know.
Yeah, I contacted FedEx and let them know. And so far, they're getting put back up on the deck like they should. What, Aspen?
Linda, I've had so many packages that says signature required, and they'll throw the stuff up on my porch and leave, whether it's UPS or the mail or whatever. They throw it. The other house, they would literally toss it. They'd stand at the bottom of the steps, toss it, and then they'd leave. And I checked the tracking thing, and it would say signed, signature received. And I'm like, really? I'm like, because you didn't even let me know you were here. The only reason I knew you were here is because the dog was barking. I'm like, I didn't sign anything. And I had one mail guy that he threw my notice of a delivery. It was he was supposed to bring it to the door. It needed his signature. It was a certified letter, and he took that little slip of paper that tells you have something. Sorry we missed you bullshit, and threw it out his car door because he was using a personal vehicle. Threw it out the window, like 10 feet from the mailbox. My son found it when they went up to the bus 2 days later. Yeah. And I wasn't happy because that was a check that was coming in from somebody, and it was like $3,000. And I was like, what the hell? So, yeah, luckily I had a vehicle then. It was, years ago. It was 18 years ago. And I was able to go to the post office and get it. But I was pissed. And I told the post office he did that, and they were like, yeah, we have problems with him. I'm like, then fire him. God. Like, he's not doing his job. That was the one they found all the packages at his house.
Yeah, that'd be the one you need to fire. Hello.
Yeah. And I used to drink his lunch. We caught him at the liquor store at noon. Mail delivery was usually between 1 and 5. And at 12:30, we pulled up at a liquor store because we needed cigarettes, and it was the closest place to the house. And there he is sitting in his car, freaking drinking. I'm like, wow, looks like our postal worker is having a liquid lunch.
Yeah, that's when you grab your phone, grab a picture, and send it or take it to the post office. But 18 years ago, we wouldn't have that option.
Iris, seriously, hungry hurts. It does. When I was living in my car, I went at least 3 days, sometimes 4, without food. And then we were able to start going to the guy I was living in the car with. We were able to go to his dad's a couple of times a week and eat and take showers, stuff like that. But I used to have to steal those little cans of SpaghettiOs and raviolis and stuff. I'd have to steal those so that we could eat something. I did not like doing that, but it was that or starve. It was not a fun time in my life.
What's weird is we had that happen with that frozen food package. Now, these are like huge coolers.
Yeah.
They're foam coolers full of frozen food. They can only be out so long, 40 foot from my door, But then, like, less than a week later, we got snow. And Sis had cleared the walk and the deck on the east side, but we didn't bother with this one because it's way longer and way bigger and all that. We just do the short, simple one. Postman comes to deliver a box. Does he go on the cleared deck? No. He comes up and treks up through 7 inches of snow on the porch that hasn't been shoveled.
Yeah. They don't make sense sometimes.
Because they thought that we still had a dog or something. And we haven't had a dog in a year and a half. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, Iris. Yeah, the eat or go hungry. I mean, we were at people that we had met that said, come to the house and, we'll make you food and blah, blah, blah. At that point, we were like, okay. We would have gone into a serial killer's house for food at that point. So we were sitting there and she was making spaghetti. Now, before this, I was pretty picky about what I ate. Before the living in the car incident, I was very picky. I didn't eat onions. I didn't eat mushrooms. None of that. And peppers. Wouldn't eat green peppers. No, I still won't eat green peppers. But I just don't like the flavor. But she hands me this bowl of spaghetti with this pat of butter in the middle of it. I'm like, what? I mean, it was spaghetti with, spaghetti sauce and just this chunk of butter in the middle of it melting. And I'm like, why is there butter in it? She goes, oh, that's good. That's how I make it. And I'm like, okay. I'm starving at this point. I mean, my stomach is eating my spine at this point. I'm so hungry. The spaghetti sauce she used was chunky vegetable.
Yum.
I like it now. I didn't know I liked it, but I was so hungry I didn't care. So I'm sitting there. I ate everything in that bowl, and then I looked at the jar to see what exactly mushrooms and onions, and I pretty sure there was green peppers in there too. But I was like, well, I guess I can eat those now. I'm like, okay. And now I cook with them all the time. I mean, I have for years, ever since then. And the guy that I was with when we were at his dad's, he made these burgers. And he takes the burger patties, he puts them in the pan, starts cooking them. While he's cooking them, he's chopping up an onion and chopping up a tomato. And I'm like, why are you chopping? Because to me, you put them on the burger after it's cooked, right? He's like, because I'm making my food. Now, mind you, he made himself food. He didn't make any for me. Guy was an asshole. But he chopped up a bunch of tomatoes and onions, and he threw them in the pan and cooked them with the burgers, like in the burger fat, then piled everything into little sub rolls and walked away. And I'm like, I didn't know if I was allowed to make any food. You know what I mean? I'm like, so I walked out and I asked it. I was like, excuse me, sir. And he was like, what can I do for you? I was like, well, he made himself food. He goes, he didn't make you anything? I'm like, no. So I wanted to know if I'm allowed to make myself something to eat. He goes, girl, eat. I'm like, thank you. So I went in and there was still some tomatoes and onions left. There wasn't many, but there was still some. So I'm like, fuck it. I need the nutrition, So I threw them in and did the same thing he did. Oh my God, it's so good. And those are the ones I made John that he was like, these are crack burgers. You need to make these more often. They're so good. And with mozzarella cheese, they're even better. Yeah. Yeah, Linda, I used to do that. I used to put like oil or butter in the water when I made spaghetti, but the spaghetti sauce would never stick to the spaghetti, and I found out that's because you're coating it with an oil, so it's just coming off. So after that, I stopped. I just made sure I stirred it often, and then after, because the starch will make the sauce stick to the pasta better. Yeah. But yeah, and I started putting butter in my spaghetti. The first time I did it, John looked at me funny. I was like, don't ask. Like, I'm not telling you have to do it. I like it this way. I'd put like a pat of butter in it because it tasted good. When I had it at that place, at the people's house, it was good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe it cuts the acidity in the tomato because a lot of jarred sauce is very acidic.
I use a smidge of sugar.
Yeah. Don, the guy that I lived with him and his wife that I lived with in Florida, he was making chili. And I love chili, but I don't like chili with beans, usually. And he's put all the beans in it, and I looked at it, and it smelled really good. And I was like, I wish I could enjoy that. And he's like, why? I was like, I don't like beans. He goes, you're going to eat it. I'm like, oh, okay. And he grabs mustard, and he puts mustard in it. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, it's how I make it. It's good. I'm like, okay. I was very leery. He gives me a bowl of it, and he goes, eat it. Yes, sir. Okay. And it was so delicious because The problem with beans and chili is a lot of the times they're not cooked all the way. So they're too hard, and I don't like that. But he cooked it perfect.
And they turn into buckshot.
Yeah, he cooked it perfect. And it was so good. So yeah.
Yeah, butter actually kind of soaks into the noodles versus coating the noodles.
Yeah. Well, usually, I mean, when restaurants do it, they'll glaze their pasta. They add a little bit of butter to it to glaze it, so when it's sitting, it doesn't stick together. But the sauce will still stick to it. So, yeah. Being as financially conscious as we are, we can't really waste butter and boiled water. It has to actually be in the food we're going to eat. So I don't use butter. I just make sure I stir it a lot so there's no clumps. So yeah, that chili was so good. He faked out his wife. He told her there were mushrooms in it, so her and her son wouldn't eat it. So there was more for me and him.
That's funny.
Yeah. Well, because both of them were
for cowboy food. Yeah.
The both of them were full of crap. I mean, Chad was not allergic to onions or mushrooms, and Jackie just didn't want to eat them. So he was like, "Yep." And he's like, "I put a bunch of mushrooms in here too. This is gonna be good." And Jackie and Chad immediately walked away. I looked at him because I had watched him cook it.
Yeah.
And I was like, "That's funny. I remember chopping up some onions." I'm like, and chopping up tomatoes. I don't remember chopping any mushrooms. He goes, "Shut up." I'm like, "Okay." He goes, "They're invisible mushrooms. They're the good kind." He was funny. I miss him. I like hot dog chili.
Yeah, that's a no bean chili.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's usually a little spicier than like regular chili if you get it like out of the can or something.
Yep.
Especially if you get the can.
Well, I have a recipe for Empress chili, which is technically like Cincinnati chili, but with a California twist.
I like hot dog chili.
And they got to grab that stupid thing right in front of my house. They need to go away. It's doing better, Linda. It's doing better. Every time I get to the point where I'll be able to try and use the leg again, something else happens. But we're getting there. It's very slow progress. My room is almost done. Now that the toxic fumes are gone. My mom came over yesterday, brought me a tuna noodle casserole, which is absolutely delicious. And she got half the room done with the walls and everything. We still have to do the floor and 1.5 walls and one doorway and one window. I'm very close to getting my room set up. I'm so excited. Yay! It was a dirt bike, Linda. They roam around my neighborhood and tend to rev it in front of my house. I don't know why. They probably know somebody over here, so they're showing off or some stupid crap. But yeah, Iris, we faked out Jackie and Chad. Well, it was accidental. When Dawn started getting sick, and the church that they kind of found God when he got sick because they knew that they would get help from the church. So all of a sudden they were. I think Dawn was in it for real, but Jackie was just out for whatever she could get from the church, and she was lazy. She was too busy fucking around to want to cook anything. So the church started bringing over meals to try and tempt Donnie into eating, and they brought over this chicken and mushroom casserole. It was chicken and rice casserole, and it was in like the big Pyrex thing, and had chicken thighs and rice, and there was vegetables mixed in with the rice. And I was like, "Yay, food!" Donnie ate like one plate, part of a plate, and I am taking it easy. Silly. There's no other way for me to take anything but easy. And I'm sitting there and I'm eating a plate of this, and I notice little chunks of mushroom in it. Jackie and Chad are like, you know, and I'm just watching them, and I'm like, and so I eat my plate, and I bring it out in the kitchen, and I wash it. Jackie expected me to wash their dishes. That wasn't happening. I washed my stuff and put it in the dish drainer. And I walked out, and I sat down next to Donnie, and I was like, there was mushrooms in that. He goes, yep. I was like, Chad's not dead yet. He goes, unfortunately. Donnie could not stand Chad, which was Jackie's son. So yeah, there was nothing wrong with either one of them. They could eat mushrooms and not have an effect, but he wasn't going to tell them that there were mushrooms in it because, well, he did actually. That way they wouldn't eat any more of it because he was good. It was yummy. And a little Filipino woman made him some fried rice. Let me tell you something. That rice was absolutely fabulous. Because I asked him one day, I was like, Donnie, you know, Michelle's mom made you some fried rice because Donnie loves her fried rice. I said, do you want some of it? He goes, no, you can have it. I'm not in the mood for that. I'm like, well, there's enough of it for like 4 days. He goes, no, it's yours. Go ahead. So good. I wanted a recipe and she wouldn't give it to me. Linda, every time I wrap it to get it shrunk, just before I'm able to try using my prosthetic again, another pocket kind of drains. So they have to clear it before I can put the leg on because it's like a poly. Well, it's like rubber, basically. It's like a wetsuit type of material, I guess. I don't know. I've never really been around a wetsuit, but
neoprene.
Yeah, it's neoprene, and I don't want to have all the heat and moisture sealed in with the wound. So the surgeon told me that when a pocket opens up, not to use my leg and wait until it heals up and then try again. So I started wrapping it this morning because it's pretty much healed up. I haven't had any seepage in days, so it was very small this time. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it is finally to the point where it's not going to do that again, and I can start using my leg. Yeah, I just keep having fluid pockets that open up. It's in where the stitches were. So yeah, I'm working on it. Believe me, I want to be able to use that leg too because I want to be able to put my own dog outside and do my own laundry. Thank you, Linda. Never thought I'd say I want to do laundry. Yep, getting closer. But if I can stand up, I can also do stuff like cook. That'd be nice because I can see into things, you know. I can see into a frying pan. So I can cook stuff in a frying pan, but anything taller than that, not happening. And there's only one burner on the stove. Well, yeah, one burner that I can reach because one of them doesn't work. So I can only use one of the ones on the front. But I am working on it. And I have vegetables, so it's helping.
Iris, are you drinking them sodas that fast? What?
Yeah. And like I said, you know, with the wheelchair that Robin's sending me, it's a 20-inch seat. What I have right now is an 18-inch. So 20-inch seat will give me more room on my legs because it's cutting into my legs. That's the problem. It's not really the seat itself, although it's a tight fit. I can squeeze my fat ass into an 18-inch seat, surprisingly enough. But it's the seat frame. The metal that comes out is digging into my the upper part of my thighs. So the larger wheelchair will help and make it more comfortable for when I'm working on my jewelry and stuff. And yeah. Then I just need the list of things that I listed earlier that people probably don't want me to list again. Although I am really looking forward to that gem tester because I have a lot of things to test. Iris is sharing. Thank you, Iris. Yeah. Well, Linda, Robin doesn't need the one that she bought because when they did the coil on her aneurysm, they did the angiogram and went in and did the coil, her back stopped hurting as much. She's able to walk now. So her knees still bother her, but her back she's able to walk and stand and all of that. It's weird. She's not complaining, mind you. But yeah, so.
It's amazing, isn't it?
So she said since she's not using it, and I was going to buy a bigger one, she's going to send me that one, which is very sweet of her. It's very, very sweet.
Yep, that is awesome.
Yeah, it is. But I do want to get that little ramp thing for the doorway because in order for me to get out of my house, my son has to pull me out because there's a lip on the door jamb. To go out the house, there's a lip. And then on the outside, it's to go out into the porch, it's farther the bigger drop, and it hurts. It's like clunk, and then to get back in the house, I have to get hauled back the other way. There's no way for me to get in and out by myself, and it's driving me crazy. I mean, if I had to, like if there was a fire or something, I would attempt it, but I'm not going through that and possibly falling, out of the wheelchair to be able to get on the porch. So I'd really like to be able to get on the porch. And I know they have those little transition ramps to go over door jams. So I need one of those. Then I can go sit on my porch and yell at my neighbors.
Yell at kids, get off my lawn.
Right? Iris, you shouldn't be embarrassed to show any kind of jewelry that somebody made. I mean, the fact that they put their energy and time and their heart into something that they made makes it beautiful.
Yep.
I mean, the other thing I'm looking forward to is, okay. Over 10 years ago, a friend of mine on AOL, I had posted a picture of an ornament cover that I had made. Like you just put it over one of the ornament balls. And she was like, if I send you the materials, can you make me one? And I was like, absolutely. So she went on to Fire Mountain Gems and she picked out the beads she wanted. And I made it for her and I sent her pictures of it. And I have still to this day have not been able to ship it to her because it was trapped in my storage unit for 5 years. And now I just don't have the money to do it. So, I'm hoping once I can get the shipping and everything out and I have the money to do it, I'll be able to finally. I feel so guilty. I'm like, I made it, but I can't get it to her. And she paid for it. So, she paid for all the materials to have it made. And they just told me to keep the extras because she has no use for any of the beads. So she sent me a whole bunch of Swarovski crystals and stuff, which got added to my collection. And so I just feel really bad. And I actually had made her a necklace. It's panels, little panels, bead woven panels, and a rose. Her AOL name was Blue Moon Magic. And they didn't have a moon, but they had a rose. So I made it a blue rose. It was supposed to be yellow, but I turned it blue because, we called her Blue. So. That's pretty, Iris. Yeah, that's pretty. You shouldn't be embarrassed about that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's nicely done.
Absolutely wrong with that.
Mm. People always told me that I priced my beaded stuff too low. Like for me, pricing that necklace, if I had made that, I probably would have priced it around $15. And they were like, "You're underselling yourself," and I was like, "Yeah, but I want people without money like me to be able to afford it." They're like, "Yeah, but people will think it's cheap if you price it that low," and I'm like, "Ah," So that's why with the stuff that I'll be making, whether it's beaded or, yeah. See, your mom was probably like me. She just charged for materials, It's like, use $7 worth of beads and a charm for that. um, when I go to sell them, it would be more like an auction thing. Like I'll start it at what I would expect to pay for it. Well, what I could afford to pay for it, and people can go from there. Plus shipping. And we'll see how it goes. And at least I'll get what, I have to price it so that my materials are covered. Plus a little bit. Not much, but a little bit. And those are cool. Very nice. But I mean, like, I'm nowhere near the level of amazingness that Sandy's at. So, I mean, she can, bam, $150 start off her pieces, 300 or whatever. She can start them off like that. I cannot, because I don't have the experience to back up that claim. You know what I mean? So my stuff will be lower priced than that, plus shipping. Yeah. Well, I mean, eventually somebody will see them and share them with somebody. You know what I mean? And how it progresses.
Word of mouth goes a long way.
You have to find your niche. And sometimes it takes a while.
Okay, they're handmade, right? So have you tried them on Etsy?
Well, Etsy's not doing just handmade anymore, which pisses me off, because that was a venue for.
I don't like that.
That was a venue for handmade artists and all that, and they opened it up to everybody. And no, I'm very disappointed in Etsy for that.
Me too.
So I mean, there's a whole formula that goes into pricing. Lisa from Education has a video on it, which is probably available on YouTube. But it's like your materials times 2 plus your hourly rate. And there was something else in there, and you add all that up, and that's your wholesale price if you sell them wholesale. You double all of that for retail. And I'm like, some of these prices would be like $75 to start. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, I can't price my stuff like that. I'm not working for Tiffany's over here. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, it is, Iris.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that really sucks.
Well, I mean, a lot of the metal smithing and metal stamping, they start off and they're like giving themselves $35, $45 an hour. And I'm like, are you working for Tiffany's? I'm like, what makes you think that your time is worth that much when you just started making this stuff? I'm like, mm-mm. Or they'll charge for like an entire hour if they work on something for 30 minutes. It's like, no. So, I mean, I've seen simple band rings that just have like love stamped on it. Nothing special, just a plain band, no texturing, nothing. Have love or a name or something on it, and they want $40 for that. And I'm like, I know damn well it took them like 15 minutes to stamp that, and the band itself cost you $4. I'm like, holy crap. So, yeah. Yeah. Etsy, it used to be you had to make it yourself. It had to be vintage, or you had to modify it yourself. I saw one that did patinas on copper, and her stuff was gorgeous. And but she bought the items already made, and then she like flame painted them, and they were beautiful. Flame painting is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Wow. I'm just reading Iris's comments. It's like, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole return and refund thing is. Well, if that's the only return you've had in 10 years, you're doing good. Doing real good. I mean, I'm not really sure if I should like make a bunch of things before I decide to sell them or try and sell them or whatever, or if I should just like make something and then like go into someone's auction and be like, well, I have this. You know, I think I should probably have like maybe 2 or 3 things before I do that.
Yeah, I'd have a few items available.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's good he didn't do anything to it because that would piss me off. If I made something and someone bought it and then they damaged it and then sent it back, they would not be getting a refund. I can tell you that right now.
That's the truth.
Because I would be taking pictures of everything, just as I'm packaging it, and so I know how it went out. And if it doesn't come back the same way, you ain't getting your money back, Jack.
Yeah, and then you have to unfortunately be careful with shipping abroad because people will wait tracking number gets into open water.
Yeah,
and then they'll file a claim. Open water meaning the free zone between borders.
I know what it means.
Neutral zone is
yeah, and there are certain people that I won't sell to either. They can bid all they want. I'm not going to acknowledge any of their bids. I think we know who I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2.
I was watching. I caught a premiere for one of my overseas people that is over in the UK.
Yeah.
He was doing a premiere the other day, yesterday to be exact, and he asked me. He says, "Where are you from?" And I told him I was over here in the US. And he's like, "Oh, cool." And it was funny. He goes, he was doing something about math, and I said maths, and he goes, "Oh my God, an American who says maths." I said, "Yeah, maths sucks." I said, "I hate maths. It's hard."
I don't like math. Yeah, Iris, I can completely understand that because I am too. I had $80 and I just paid the internet bill, so now I do not have $80. But that was the purpose of the $80, so
But
all my bills
he
are
was
paid.
talking about they're still on lockdown, but they're they can go out to do their necessities and things like that. So
Yeah. What part of the UK is
he
he in?
doesn't drive, so he has a wagon. They call them trolleys, and he loaded all of his packages up into his wagon and took them down to wherever his Hermes place is at.
Yeah.
And scanned them in down there. Got his tracking numbers and shipped them out from his eBay store.
Well, what part of the UK is he in?
I'd have to go back and look because I can't remember where he's at. His it's Flipping Sloth.
Linda, is that the one from Devon? Because I still haven't gotten that. You had said that Moonstone Mamas was shipping something to me, and that still hasn't arrived. I've never gotten a notification of it, which I guess you would get. I don't know. No, I should get that.
Yeah,
because it would be to my address.
Yeah.
Don't you hate it when your stuff gets a better vacation than you do?
I was gonna say, don't you wish you were there with it?
Right? Stay right there. I'll be there in a minute.
Wait for me.
Well, Linda, I had a package from Tina that was lost in the post office for over a week.
Yeah,
And it was supposed to be here the 26th, and it just showed up today. Box is a little dinged up. There's a little indent, and like it broke the top surface of the cardboard, but other than that, it's in good shape. So,
don't I know it, Iris?
Yeah, seriously.
No. The cat's trying to steal my chicken quesadilla.
Yeah.
Black sitting here stuffing my face.
Well, Iris, the problem is that it was tobacco, and I was out of cigarettes. Tobacco where Tina is to buy the rolling tobacco is cheaper, so I send her the money, and she sends me the tobacco, and I was out of cigarettes, so I ended up having to buy cigarettes, which took part of my food money to, kind of sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she sent it to Sweden. Okay. As long as it's not lost. As long as it didn't get lost, you'll still be able to get it. I was like, oh, Linda, did you ever get in touch with Lenny? Because I haven't talked to him. Well, when he was moderating hello. When he was moderating Conky's auction, I said hi to him, but he was apparently really busy because he never said hi to me. But I haven't talked to him or Jamie. So the last time I talked to him, he had said that he was trying to contact you about the stuff that you had bought for my birthday. So, which, I mean, hey, Linda bought you that stuff for your birthday. Can you contact her? I'm like, it sounds like I'll be going, Linda, where's my presents? You know what I mean? It sounds so needy. I'm like, yeah, okay. Sorry, Linda. I did not mean to sound needy. I didn't. But Lenny said he had tried to contact you. Oh, yeah, during it, yeah. Ding dong. I take it that's a Scottish ding dong. And that big old chunk ice skating ring. Yeah. That's a gorgeous ring. That ring made me drool, and I don't like diamonds. Well, I like them because, I can make money for them, but I don't really wear them.
I wouldn't mind wearing them, but I've never had one to wear. Even when I was married.
I had a very, very tiny one that my husband got me. If you look really close.
She wears like a 4.
Yeah. Well, I was supposed to get my grandmother's ring, but at the end, last few months, 6 months or so of her life, her memory was not good. So she gave the ring to me. She gave the ring to my mother. She gave the ring to me. So because my living situation was questionable, I asked her to hold on to it. And lo and behold, she started wearing that sucker on her pinky. I'm like, hey. I'm like, what the hell? You're not supposed to wear it. You're supposed to put it away in your luck box, But, yeah. But that's an antique diamond ring from my grandmother. And it's like a size 4. So
yeah, that's what my grandmother is. And that won't even fit on my pinky.
Yeah, it won't fit on my pinky either. That would be going on a chain around my neck or something when I finally get that. Which I told her because my mother told me I was out of her will about 22 years ago, 21 years ago, when my dad died. She told me I was being excluded from the will. I was like, well, you better leave Grammy's ring to me because that's supposed to be mine. I don't care about your money. I don't care about your house, but I want my grandmother's ring, She's like, fine. Like, it was given to me. It's technically mine. She gave it to me first, actually, so But yeah, and the tiny little engagement ring that my husband had gotten me, I ended up having to buy the wedding bands. Cheap bastard. Oh, Linda, I hope she's okay. Red chickens. That's kind of scary. A link that says red chickens. Oh, okay. Those are cute. I like that.
Oh, that is cute. Plastic canvas.
Oof, ouch, Linda. Well, were you able to let Lenny know? And I mean, because I'm sure they'll hold on to them. I haven't seen them in any auctions auctioning them off. So I'm sure if you let them know that things are tight right now and you'll pay them as soon as you get it or whatever, or you can just cancel it. I mean, it's up to you. I'm not all like, give me my presents. You know me, I'm not like that. It's okay. I understand. Trust me, I understand down finances.
Shit.
After that $80, I think I have $5 left on my card. So, go in the month. But the important thing is the bills are paid and the rent's paid. Well, the rent will be paid when the landlord comes and gets it.
Right?
Eventually.
Get his ass out of his weed pipe for a little
I know,
bit.
right? Man, he is high every time I see him. I don't want no white chickens. Make them a different color. I would have made him purple just to fuck with her. No worries, Linda. I love you. You're fine. Aww. Linda, it's fine. I understand. It was very sweet of you to do it for my birthday, though. It was. I love you.
I'm done with stuff in my face.
Okay.
I don't know why she's sitting here staring at me. Other than she probably wants to check out this bowl here.
And Linda, when we got the first stimulus in May, I went a little bit auction crazy. Just a little bit. And then the next month, when all the stimulus was gone, it was like towards the end of the month, I thought I was going to have money. I could buy a couple of things that I saw. But I didn't have money right then, and most people want their payments like immediately. And they ended up telling me that I could buy things, bid on things, and then when I have the money, send it to them when I get the money at the beginning of the month. Well, things didn't work out that way. My son ended up not giving me as much for rent as he should have, and I had to compensate for it with my money. So I didn't have the money for the things that I had accumulated, and I had to notify people. 2 people. Well, one person I was able to notify. The other person, I was actually in the process of writing the email when my son brought in a package. She had sent it to me with good faith that I was going to pay her. And I had changed the email and let her know my financial situation. She was like, don't worry about it. When you get the money, just pay the invoice. She's like, I won't send reminders or anything. Just when you get the money. And that lasted until we got the next stimulus. So what, like 6 months or something? 6, 7 months. And the first thing I did with that stimulus was send her the money for the pendant that she had let me bid on. Yeah. So it was very sweet of her. That was Lydia, actually. Lydia Arito Jules or whatever her full.
Yeah.
And she's very sweet. She's very, very sweet. And I just think it was killing me. I hate being in debt. And I didn't expect her to send it to me without me paying her. You know what I mean? So I was like, what am I going to do? So, yeah, she was very sweet to wait for it. And I did make sure that was the very first thing I did with that money. That money hit my account, and boom, you can ask Tina, because I think I was on the phone, on the video call with you, Tina, when I checked my account, and I was like, oh, I have it. And I went and paid the invoice. I was like, okay, that's paid. So, ouch. Ouch, Linda.
Been there, Linda.
Yep.
Well, minus the flight restrictions, et cetera, but the financial part, been there.
Yeah. Why are you harassing Onyx? Go away. What are you doing? Hi, Marty. Marty doing a walkthrough. I should say on through, because she steps on me. She does not have to step on me. She can step over me, but no! She has to step on me. It's like, I know you're there, Cat. Yeah, definitely more hugs for you, Linda. Squishes. Aww. It's rough, and I mean, the government people, they all have money. They have huge salaries. They're still getting paid. They don't understand what it's like for regular people or really poor people. I mean, think about it. If the regular people are struggling, people that normally, can pretty much go, oh, I like that, I'm going to buy it, and they buy it. If they're struggling, imagine how the people that aren't able to do that in the first place are doing. You know what I mean? So these big government people with their, $250,000 a year salaries, they don't just pass the damn bill and give us something to help,
Well, a lot of people, are you talking about the stimulus?
Yeah.
A lot of people have said that, yeah, they needed it last year, not this year.
Yep. Well, I need help every year, because my mother goes, well, I was said something about how interest rates had changed or something, and she wasn't getting as much as she had been getting. She's like, so I only have $2,500 to live on. I'm like, Mom. She's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm like, stop spending so much money on my daughter and my grandkids. My daughter should be spending money on her kids, not you. I mean,
right?
Let my daughter buy their food. Don't buy them so many snacks. My mom comes home from grocery shopping. She calls me. She goes, well, there's another $200 gone. I'm like, what are you talking about? She goes, I went grocery shopping. I'm like, $200. $200 feeds us almost for a month. I've lived off $80 a month. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, But my mom's always
had her head around poverty.
My mom's always had money, so to her, only having $2,000 a month is horrible. I was like, I'm like, Mom, try living on less than $800. It's not easy,
Yeah. You don't
Yeah,
live.
I respect it.
And that's the gist of it. You don't live, you exist.
Yeah.
Right.
Linda, I don't understand that mentality of people. I mean, if you are somebody who buys from someone, like on YouTube, you buy from someone regularly when they have their auctions or whatever, and the one time you have to cancel because of financial crisis, I mean, this wasn't something you expected, that he had to go to Sweden. I mean, it's a medical emergency, family emergency. If they can't understand that, I wouldn't buy from them ever again, really. If they freaked out at you and got mad at you,
right?
Linda, fuck them. Okay? That's all I can tell you. Because that's not right. Because that is not right. I mean, shit happens to people.
Yep. They need to understand that.
It was a medical emergency. It happened. Your hubby had to take off. It puts you in a financial bind. You weren't expecting it.
Yeah. Yeah, Iris, I don't go to too many auctions either. Well, Linda, she's feeding my daughter and my 2 grandchildren, one of which is a 15-year-old boy. He eats a lot. Yeah, he eats a lot. Although he's really picky about what he eats, so it drives my mother crazy. But yeah, that's a lot of food. It's a lot of junk. My mom buys a lot of junk. And then she gets mad because she puts like the snacks all up in the cabinet, and they'll get into the cabinet and eat them all. And then she's like, well, where'd everything go? They ate it. Put it in your room. You know what I mean? Dole it out if they behave themselves. What the hell? So, yeah. I mean,
I sent you a snapshot of the foot of my bed. I have to keep all of the chips and stuff like that in my room because if I leave them out in the kitchen area, my son will have them all et.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have to keep non-perishable snacks that are mine in my room because my son will eat it and then apologize later.
Yeah, well, like I said, I have to keep non-perishable things. You know, any kind of snack or potato chips.
Yeah.
If it's something that is a chip that's part of a meal. You know, like Fritos for
tortilla
tacos or tortilla chips or whatever, things of that nature. Those have to stay in my room or my son will eat them.
My son does well, you weren't eating them, so I figured you didn't want them type of bullshit.
Yeah, that's my son. Well, you know, you didn't eat them.
Unfortunately.
You know what?
Unfortunately.
I bought it. I'll eat
unfortunately,
it eventually.
Unfortunately, the chocolate milk had to stay in the fridge, and I only got 1 cup of that. He drank all of it, and I will not let him forget that for years, probably. It's another reason I'm having my mom use cream of mushroom soup in the things she's making, because my son won't eat mushrooms. So he doesn't get any. He also ate an entire casserole she made and the apple cake, so that pissed me off. She brought over food for both of us because my diet was crap, and he ate it all, and that wasn't right. Yeah, Iris, I know. I had $115 for food this month, and he spent 100 of it, and I have no idea what he bought because I'm not seeing it. I did not check the freezer, so there might be stuff in the freezer, but there's nothing that I asked him to get in the fridge. Like, he didn't get butter. He didn't get milk. He didn't get any more cheese. So I'm like, I mean, he did get my cheese, but he got Walmart brand cheese, and I don't like Walmart brand cheese. So I told him he could have that, and I would have the American that my mom brought. But I'm like, if you spent $100 of my money, where is it? You know, I'm like, so I'm hoping that he spent some money on stuff that ended up in the freezer and not stuff for just himself to eat. Because no, not with my money. Because if that's the case, then from now on, he will not be allowed to do the grocery shopping. I will do it online and have my mom pick it up.
Oh, that's horrible, Linda.
Linda, that's not right. That's not right at all.
If they've got that kind of attitude, that's not a person I want to buy from.
Yeah. That's a go fuck yourself. That's, you know what? I've spent more money on you than I should have, and good luck without my money. I'm done. I won't buy from you again.
Yeah.
You know? That's not right. I'm very glad that the 2 people that I had to, I mean, one of the things was $100. The one from the person I was able to get in touch with. And she was so understanding, and I, you know, because I was apologizing for taking her stuff, and she wasn't able to sell it while she was holding it for me. And I said, you know, I feel so bad that you could have been making money off of this. And she was like, don't even worry about it. She's like, it's not a problem at all. And she was very sweet. So. So yeah, my answer back would definitely be, well, I won't be buying anything from you again, so you won't have to worry about it.
Yep.
Have a nice day. See you later. Bye. Goodbye, Felicia.
Enjoy life without my money in your pocket, because I'm not gonna have.
Definitely. And Linda, I want you to message me and let me know who that was, because I wouldn't. If I ever have money, I won't buy from them either, because I won't support someone with that attitude.
Me neither.
So
I wouldn't know too.
message me the people that did that. I won't say any. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything on a live or anything and out him, but he did, Linda. He did. He picked up the wrong kind of cat food. I have to mix it with stuff I already have. So, I mean, it's the same brand. It's just a different type. And
Flavor.
no, it's a different type. My cats get IAMs in the orange bag, just like the original IAMs, and he picked up indoor, which has hairball preventative. So because the added chemical in it to prevent hairballs and whatnot, I don't want them getting sick if I just bam them onto the food. So I have to mix some of it with the food that they're already eating to get their systems used to it before they just eat straight that. And then when I get their cat food again, I have to do the process again. But yeah, he did. He got cat food. He got cat food and dog food. Yeah, I won't do business with companies that have bad customer service. But companies or people, I won't. No, they don't get my business at all. So.
Well, and unfortunately on YouTube, I mean, these are individuals. You're buying stuff from them. You don't really know anything about them. You don't really know them. You know.
Yeah.
A lot of trust.
You sure do learn after a while, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah. So, in a situation like this, Linda, I go to places you don't know I'm there. Never know. And you're not there anyway, Cody. I'm sorry. I don't really go to too many auctions at this point because I don't have the money, and I'm more a person that if I go somewhere, I like to chat. And the way that I chat can tend to be disruptive. So I'm aware of this. And when someone is trying to sell something, if I disrupt their chat, people are paying attention to the chat. They're not watching the items or listening to the person selling it. And that's not right because that's me interfering with their business. So, and it's hard for me to just sit and watch without saying anything.
Me too.
Always want to interact. Yeah. So, and I don't have the money to bid, so I would just be a disruption.
Yeah, a tornado blowing through your town would disrupt things a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little disruptive.
Yeah.
Just a little.
I am what I am. It's in my nature. I can't help it. Besides, some of the auctions are so boring. You know what I mean? It's like I feel it compelled to liven up the chat sometimes.
Yeah, some of them are dry as a bone. When I start nodding off because it's just bone dry, then yeah,
right.
I generally don't go spend a lot of time there anymore. Because I enjoy the interaction. I'm not a reseller. Cody isn't yet a reseller. Tina, not really a reseller.
Nope.
I mean,
and
Tina
I'm not technically going to be a reseller. I'm going to be somebody who's selling the things that I make, but I do have a big box of costume jewelry that got sent to me. That I have to find something to do with it, so I'll probably do it like a jewelry jar or something at some point.
That, and you might end up deciding to, like get jewelry lots and resell some stuff to fill gap if you're going to do like a full-on auction. Because it takes time to get stuff made up. You see Sandy. I mean, Sandy makes stuff, but she still gets vintage stuff and what have you in sterling to sell as well. Because she just, you can't make enough in a week.
Hi, Rhonda. I see you. Peeking through the shadows.
I hope she's feeling better today.
Me too.
She was feeling pretty punky yesterday. She had some medical stuff pop up.
Mm. You're not allowed to get sick. Mm-mm.
Yeah, exactly,
Yes,
Iris.
you
That
can
was
be
a boring
seen.
auction.
I can see you. And look, you're blue.
Ooh, she smurfied you.
I smurfed you. Yeah, I mean, hey Lisa, if you're gonna be in the reselling community, you have to expect that well, any kind of business, there's going to be people with emergencies, and you have to work with them. Now, if they constantly come up with reasons that they can't pay, then that's taking up your time, your items, blah blah blah. But
Yeah, some of them they carry credit.
yeah,
Well, you can
but
do this. I've had it offered to me several times when I fall in love with something, but I just didn't have the money. But
yeah.
I won't do that. I won't carry credit. If I ain't got it in my wallet, I ain't bidding. It ain't
Well,
gonna
see,
happen.
that's how I got in trouble, is because a couple of people gave me credit, and this is why I don't have a credit card, because it gets me in trouble, and I'm aware of this. So
Well, I
I
do
said,
have those, but yeah, I don't have a problem paying them. But
I said
yeah,
from
I
now
don't want
on,
to get credit on the auctions.
yeah, I said from now on, if I don't have the money in my
One of my
account,
deliveries is here.
yay. Yeah, if I don't have the money in my account that I can pay for something immediately, not bidding on it. I mean, I know that there are a lot of people that would give me credit, but I don't want to do it because I know
Me
my
too.
financial situation, so.
Yeah. I
But
don't.
the thing is, I mean, Linda buys from so many people. She spends a lot of money on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
So to give Linda an attitude because she had a family emergency is ridiculous. I mean, Linda's so sweet. Yeah, Iris, exactly. But Linda is such a sweetheart, and she helps so many people. And buys some. I can't even understand anybody. That's like yelling at a puppy. You know what I mean? So yeah. But it is what it is, and I just, like I said, I wouldn't buy from them again, and we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I didn't hear what you said, Tina.
I said apparently both of my deliveries are here.
Yay!
Oh, cool.
I heard, Rhonda. I heard. It's contagious, man. You go, girl.
If I had the energy, I'd be all over it. I used to do resale stuff, so I used to sell crafts that I made and things.
Yeah.
But I know what's
Iris,
inside. I also used to sell books on half.com.
We used to travel and set up at craft shows.
Yeah, me too. Me and Dad, we'd set up a craft circuit. We ran craft for several years after he retired. Did it until he couldn't, because we had a huge display, huge. And I couldn't, some of those places you go in and they give you, half hour, 45 minutes, an hour. There was one place we went to, they gave you 10 freaking minutes. There's no way that I can set up 4 8-foot tables, get everything on it, get it all out of the, get it unloaded, set up the tent, everything in 10 minutes, single-handedly, because Dad couldn't do it anymore. We had to give it up because of his health, because I couldn't do it by myself.
You are not, Linda. If you are, you're the good kind. Yay, packages!
I don't know what we got in the mail yet because she's doing supply run. She gets it while she's out and then brings it home.
Big box.
Oh my God, over 200 unopened boxes. That would drive me crazy. I get a box and usually I have to open it right away because I forget what's in it.
Yeah. I mean, there's days in the middle of something and it has to wait till a little later in the day. But yeah, when I go to bed, that puppy's been opened and dug through intently.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, the only reason I haven't opened this box is because my son brought it in and I was already live. And I didn't want to make all the noise, so.
Make the noise, make the noise.
It's got well, I know what's in it. It's got purpley sparkly tape. Tina always puts purpley.
I want to see what's in it.
Tobacco.
It's just tobacco.
Oh, okay. Fun.
Like, never mind. It's my rolling tobacco.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's right.
You package from eBay. little package that has eBay on it is my bingo winnings.
Oh yeah, all of
Yep,
them. Because Tina won 3 bingos. Was it 3 or 4?
3.
Three.
I haven't
3 bingos
won.
in one game. I'm like, what the hell?
I won like the first
3
2 weeks, and I
times.
haven't won since.
Since Cajun's been doing it, I've won once, and that was a couple of weeks ago. I get down and I need one number, and boom, someone calls bingo. I'm like, you mother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it kept happening.
Yeah. I still say that Tina has something going on with the bingo caller.
Now, Sis won something a few weeks
Now,
back.
the thing is this box that I have here that's really huge, there's like 4 things in it that are for me, and the rest of these items I'm sending to Cajun for bingo.
Nice.
That's awesome.
So
I love Gary. Gary is my shark dude. Gary told me that if I went to California, he wanted to teach me how to surf. And I'm sitting there going, dude, one leg. I'm like, I'd be swimming in a circle. What is wrong with you? I'm like, I'd be shark bait. He's like, I'll protect you from the sharks. And he put up the little, like, so that's why Gary always gets a shark when I say hello to him.
Mm.
Yeah, Rhonda, do what Linda does. She sends all her packages to other people. I have several Linda packages here. The fun thing is Linda's like, open it, and go through it. I'm like, okay. So I get to go through all the jewelry and stuff. That's cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
A week? Are you kidding? Well, Linda's packages are all open except the one from Jim Kelly. I have not opened that one yet, Linda, because I know what's in it. And as soon as I see those Bumblebee Jaspers, I'm going to be like, I want my torch. I need my silver. I need to make things. So I have not actually opened that one yet. But the other ones have gotten open. But you'd still have to go through them all because these things are packed. So, yeah. Rhonda, if you have 200 and all of the ones that Linda has in Texas and here, and if we include the ones in Scotland, we're going to be here. You're going to be there longer than a week.
shit, no kidding.
Yeah,
Much
like
longer.
24/7.
So, yeah. And I don't even know where else she's got packages stashed around the world.
So what, is everybody holding them until she gets back to Holland or Netherlands, and then everybody?
I'm not really sure. Although we were briefly talking, which we'll talk more about when I'm able to ship, about me actually auctioning some of the things that she's gotten off, which I told her I would do, and then just send her the money or whatever, or have the money sent directly to her because I don't want to do that whole money laundering thing where, I get the money and send it, and I'm not getting involved in that. So I already have an FBI file. I don't need anything added to it.
I don't think I have an FBI, but I have a KBI. No, I take that back. I have an FBI, but I was only like 12.
I'm in South Carolina, Iris.
KBI because I had to be checked to drive a cab. FBI because when I was like 12, 13 years old, my brother was changing jobs. He was a truck driver, and he had come through and stayed with us for a couple of weeks during the transition. And when he very first starts at a job, he won't take his firearm with him unless he's driving his own truck, which he did, later in life. But if he's driving one of theirs, he won't take his firearm with him right away until he gets approval. But so we were holding that, and he was he got an approval, and he was heading into California where they were having all the riots back in, what was the 90s, when that one fellow was attacked and killed, and the riots. He was going into that, right into that area. And so he asked us to get his gun to him. And Mom mailed it without realizing that the priority was airmail.
Yeah.
firearm through the air. So it got stopped, and I had cleaned the gun, wiped it down and stuff, and I was the one that boxed it up. And I was a kid. I had been told don't leave fingerprints because it can ruin the metal or whatever. I don't know. So I wiped it down, and so they were suspicious because there was no fingerprints on it. And they of course, my brother had to let them know that it was coming from Mom's house and everything, and he didn't know why it didn't. And they called Mom, and Mom said, "Oh, well, my daughter is the one that boxed it up. Maybe she wiped it down." So she asked me while she was on the phone, and I said, "Yeah, I was told, don't leave fingerprints on them." So I thought I had to wipe it off, get those off because I didn't want them, I didn't want it to get rusty or something on the way. I was a kid. And the FBI guy on the phone was laughing so loud I could hear him. But Mom said, "Do you want to talk to her?" And he said, "No." He says, "I get it now." Because once he knew how old I was, he just busted out laughing, realizing that this whole debacle was Mom not realizing airmail and a kid packaging it up for shipment.
Yeah. Well, my FBI file is just because I hung out with CBers, and the Lowell Police Department deemed us to be the largest gang in Lowell. So we weren't a gang; we just hung out. But they deemed it so. Of course, the FBI's gang task force or whatever. We all ended up with files. So my alias, my CB handle is my alias, along with everything that, because of course the FBI listened in on our conversation. It's not difficult. It's a CB. It's not like it's private.
Yeah, it's handwritten.
So there's, let's say my alias is Honey Bear was my CB handle, and people shorted it to Bear, HB. Things like the one gang member that I knew, he was Asian and he couldn't say Honey Bear, so he said Honey Bee. So that's on there too. So yeah,
I may be on something like that because my dad used a CB for some time to radio back and forth to the house when he was out doing lockout jobs or changing locks and stuff like that when he was a locksmith before cell phones happened, and then he had one of those installed in the van. But prior to that, we used the CB, and so we all had codes. I don't remember what it was. It was like it was a name. It was.
I mean, you can use the CB without getting on the FBI's radar. It's just because the people that I hang out with. I mean, we were in groups of like 20, 30 people at a time hanging out in a parking lot. So, and because we had instant access to everybody else that we were friends with on the CB, it wasn't, because back then there were no cell phones. That was before cell phones.
Yeah.
It was right around the time that beepers, I think I was on the CB for about 2 years, and they came out with beepers. When I was not much. So because we had instant communication and because we had so many people that would just hang out, which the places we hung out liked us there because we kept their parking lots protected. Nobody would get mugged in a parking lot or anything while we were there. So, yeah. And we helped people because we had 3 different guys that drove tow trucks. So if somebody was in a parking lot and they had problems with their car, they were right there to help them,
Mm-hmm.
So the businesses didn't mind us being there. The cops would go in all the time going, "Do you want us to get them to disperse?" And they're like, "No, leave them alone."
Well, you weren't taken away from their business. You were actually benefiting it, and a lot of, groups that hang out in parking lots don't do that. They disrupt things.
We made sure that if we dropped any trash or anything, we all picked that shit up because hello, and
you did it respectfully.
There were 2 places we hung out. One was Tony's parking lot. It was behind Tony's restaurant, and oh my god, they had really good milkshakes. So I mean, and we'd constantly be going in there and getting French fries or milkshakes or sodas or whatever. We gave them a lot of business. And the other place we hung out with was Dunkin' Donuts, and the cops showed up one day and told us we had to go. And we were like, "Why?" And they're like, "You just have to go." And we left. And one of the older women that worked there, it was like 10 o'clock at night when her shift ended. She ended up getting beaten up in the parking lot. And Dunkin' Donuts was pissed when the cops showed up. They were like, if you hadn't chased off the CBers, this would not have happened. And she was right. We would not have let that happen. But she got mugged, beaten up. I mean, this is a woman that was like 70 years old, and she was in the hospital for like 3 months. They did so much damage to her. So I'm not wanted. I just have a file.
Well, yeah, I mean, the city's got my fingerprints and everything. They had to do fingerprints for the cab thing, for the ID stuff. I
got fingerprinted when I got arrested.
I've never been arrested or anything like that, but they did this whole, you get checked through the state, which is KBI here. You get checked through it before you get licensed to drive a cab.
Yeah.
So
they do that pretty much everywhere. I still won't get in a cab by myself, though. If I was wanted, if I was wanted, they'd definitely come get me. But
they know where to find me. I'm even in the damn phone book. So,
but no, when I got arrested after smacking my husband because he lied to me, and then he pussy ass called the cops on me. I mean, the man outweighed me by 100 pounds. Come on, pussy. And I ended up spending the night in jail. They fingerprinted me then. So yeah, they're on file. It got filed without a finding, by the way, so it's supposed to be off my record now. Yeah, wanted Honey Bear for liking milkshakes. They were actually upset. If I walked in and their shake machine was down, they'd be like, "We're really sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry." I'm like, "Calm down. It's okay. Give me Pepsi." I don't know why. I never intentionally scared any of them, but there was an incident in their parking lot and a couple of their workers were outside smoking when I had to put one of the CBers in check. Sort of. So, but I never tried to intimidate anybody that was working there. I liked the people that were working there. They were cool. But yeah, we gave Dunkin' Donuts in that restaurant a lot of business. And we tipped good. So they liked us. I'll tell you, I have never seen cops move so fast as when the Dunkin' Donuts caught on fire, and that is not a joke, it's for real. We were sitting in... Okay. We were sitting in the...
years, I was just... They do still exist, see? 2021.
We were sitting in the Tony's parking lot, and the road that was next to Tony's was like a main road that went pretty much around the whole city. And it just off-branched for everything that you needed, right? Well, we're sitting in the Tony's parking lot, we're chilling, and like 10 cop cars go flying down the street, and we're like, what is going on? And we see all this smoke, and we're like, let's go check it out. So, of course, we all head that way. And there must have been, I don't know, 20 cops at minimum surrounding this, like 7 fire engines. We're trying to put this fire out because Dunkin' Donuts was on fire. And it wasn't even a bad enough fire for that many fire engines. But they were there, damn it.
Who burnt the donut?
Linda, I was actually a badass when I was younger. I admit it.
I was, but yet, I didn't like wear it. It would just pop out at moments and scare the holy fuck out of people. And they'd be like, who knew?
I didn't put up with shit. I didn't. And the situation was that we're hanging out in the parking lot. There were maybe 20 of us hanging out. Mm-hmm. And this girl who, she tended to be, thank you, Iris. She tended to be really annoying and whiny, and she was a hoe too. So she tried sleeping with everybody's boyfriend. Okay, so, but she was talking to this kid who didn't have good self-control, and all of a sudden he kicks her right in the twat. And she goes down. She's screaming because, guys, that hurts a girl, you know?
Yep.
And, they're all over the place. It's probably, it's Onyx because Marty's over in her box. So me being curious to find out what caused her to get, because she's over by the cars crying her ass off. So I go walking over. Now I've got my cigarettes in my hand. I got my Zippo in my hand. I go walking over. And I reach out to tap on the shoulder. Now it was nighttime. and there was a light in the parking lot that was coming from the side. So all he saw, apparently, instead of turning around to see who's walking up on him, because I wasn't walking quiet. Well, I always walked quietly, but I was just walking normally. I wasn't trying to sneak up on him or anything. I reach out to tap him. All he sees is a hand coming towards him. He turns around and does this spinning kick, right? Like with his knee bent. So with his leg bent. So his knee hits me right in the side. He got my ribs and my boob, right? And I stood there and I looked at him because I did not move. And he was like, oh shit. And I'm like, uh-huh. And I threw my cigarettes and my lighter and beat the crap out of him. And then after I was done, I asked him, I said, why did you kick her in the twat? And he told me. I was like, oh, okay. And I walked away. I said, oh, by the way, next time look at who you're swinging at because you're stupid. And I walked away. Everybody was on the ground laughing. She did get paid a lot. And she'd steal everybody's boyfriends. But anyway, she tried stealing mine too. And I told her I'd rip her tongue out of her mouth, and she left him alone after that.
Yep, rip their tongue out of their face and shove it up their ass.
So yeah. Linda, run, Forrest, run! Right? I'll just take it off and throw it at people. I have really good aim when I'm mad. I do. Nailed my husband right in the balls with a phone from about 10 feet away with the house phone. Sideways. I was laying on the couch and I was like, you motherfucker. And it was an overhand throw too. And I'm like, he was down. He was like, oh, I'm like, 7 hours late? Really? Yeah. Every 30 minutes he would call me and tell me he was on his way home, and him and his dad would stop at another bar.
You made me laugh.
I was so mad at him. So yeah, she her name was Blue Eyes, and her actual name was Bobby Game. Girl was a piece of work.
I wouldn't to start a fight, but I would end one if need be.
Yeah.
And they go down.
Iris is like, everybody needs more to drink. Drink. Welcome back, Wendy.
Come and drink. Welcome back, Wendy. Love you, sweetie.
Yeah, I almost nailed John with a Malibu rum bottle. I aimed right next to him, and he was like, holy crap, that almost hit me. I said, be glad that I aimed it. So it didn't. He was like, I do. I don't know. If I'm not mad, my aim isn't all that good. But if I'm mad, it's like it zeroes in and goes. I could aim in the opposite direction, and it would still hit. You know what I mean? It was weird. Aw, love you, Wendy. Like bookworm or carnival? What are you talking about? Oh, Linda, I love you. You can never piss me off. Bye, Rhonda. Lurk as long as you like. We'll send drinks and chips or something, popcorn maybe, up to the rafters for you.
Are you feeling any better today, girl? Or are you still waiting for the meds to kick in? Hi, Sable. Whack.
I love books, Iris.
Me too, bookworm.
Although my Pringles tend to disappear really quickly when I'm reading.
Yeah, that happens.
You know,
while reading.
I can't help it. I have a Pringle addiction.
Cookies and candies have a habit of disappearing while I'm reading.
Yeah, I have to be super careful with that now.
So do I, but thank Josh, my diabetes is pretty much in check. But still, you know.
I don't know. I've had to. This is why I say when I heard that asshole physically abusing his girlfriend, it killed me to not be able to get in there and stop that. You know what I mean? Because he would have gone down like a sack of bricks. I would have knocked him the hell out. I mean, he was this big. Back in the day. Oh, good. I'm glad you're feeling better. Now, do not overexert yourself.
Yeah, don't overdo it. You'll set yourself back.
No heavy breathing. You're going to have to curb those phone calls for a while. Did you ever get one of those? Ever? A breather on the phone?
Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The best thing you can do to destroy their moment is just laugh. Just full on rip a belly laugh.
No, I got one of them good, and we actually had like a two. When I got out of my mom's house, and I was living in my apartment, I had one call me, and he was just like, and I was like, "What color underwear are you wearing?" He was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, I've done that too.
And he's like, "Are you serious?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, "Why are you heavy breathing at me?" And he was like, "Who is this?" I'm like, "Who the hell did you call?" And he thought he had called his girlfriend, right? Or this girl that he was dating or whatever. I'm like, "Yeah, you had the wrong number." He goes, "You have a really awesome voice." And I'm like, "Oh God, here we go." And I was like, "Thank you." And we ended up talking for like 2 hours. I have no idea what his name was. We just had a 2-hour conversation about nothing and everything. Because he's like, when you're talking to a stranger and you don't know anything about them, you can talk about anything. I'm like, true. What do you want to talk about? So it was a very interesting conversation from a phone breather, but it was funny. They freak out. We had a guy that used to call the call center that I worked at, the catalog company, and Linda, and oh, good night, Wendy. I love you. And he would call, and he would, anytime he got a girl on the phone, he would ask what color underwear they were wearing. So I finally told him next time, just transfer his call to me. So they did. And he was like, "What color underwear are you wearing?" I said, "I'm not wearing any. Are you?" And he went, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "Dude, you're creepy. Stop it. You're freaking out everybody in the call center. Why would you do that? Make some friends. Get out of mom's basement. What is wrong with you?"
Get a fucking
And he never called back. Yeah, it was funny. Everybody brought me like treats and stuff after that. They were like bringing me. I would come back to my desk and I'd have like candy bars and someone made cookies for me. I even had a little cake on. I'm like, "Why do I have one?" And they're like, "You got rid of the creeper." I'm like, "Oh, okay." It was funny.
Yeah,
because
it's hilarious if you can do it better than they can.
Yeah, everybody else would freak out, going, "Oh my God, that's so gross," and I'm like, yeah. So yeah.
Night, Wendy.
I have gotten a very more. I mean, when I was younger, I was very aggressive. You know what I mean? If you piss me off, I'm up in your face. You got something to say to me, say it to my face. You want to swing, you better swing. And I'm not a cop caller on a normal basis. The only person that I know, like personally, that I've ever called the cops on was John, and that was only once. And believe me, that could have been a lot more times. That was extenuating circumstances, and he deserved that shit. But I was always like that. So when my health started going and different things, my back got real. I had to get very zen because I couldn't do that. I mean, when my back finally went out, there were a couple of instances where I had to get in the thick of things. I had to bounce the crack war, They fly and they bounce because if you grab them correctly by their throat and fling them, they fly. There was that incident, but I had to get very more zen. I couldn't let myself get upset about stuff I couldn't control. So I would just woosah, But because the toxic twins were so close, their energy came at me so hard that it broke through all of my zenness, and I wanted to go in there and just run over him with my wheelchair. You know what I mean? I wanted to bring my big stick in there and whack him with it. But other than that, I'm pretty mellow now. Although, it's fun kind of to talk about this. I said, a lot of people are like, "Oh, well, your stories are negative." No, it's just how it was. It's not me being negative. I survived all of the bullshit. And I'm proud of that. You know what I mean? And I'm still smiling and I can still laugh. And I'm not sitting in the corner with my thumb in my mouth, rocking back and forth, hugging a bottle of vodka. or rum, as the pirate bear would do. Although Malibu rum right now would be really good. Anyway,
I don't rock back and I rock back and forth, but I don't do rum anymore. It hurts.
I rock if I'm having an anxiety attack. If I'm having a panic attack or anxiety attack, I will rock. But I can't get to the corner and I can't get on the floor, so that's not happening. But it's not, I mean, and I try and make the negative stories, I try and make them humorous. There are ways to word things that even though it's a horrible experience that you don't ever want to go through again, you can still make it humorous when you tell it. You know, and I try to do that. Because looking back at it, there are funny parts of it, like, are you that stupid? You know?
Well, it's also a process of healing if you can turn it and away from the oh my god aspects.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, yeah, okay, I probably made bad choices, or had people around me that were not all positive energy.
Yeah.
But I can't go back and change it. You know what I mean? I don't see Marty McFly showing up with a DeLorean so I can go back and change it. It is what it is.
Stop Brown in our lives.
It is what it is, and it's what happened. And I mean, I couldn't make this shit up if I tried. My imagination is not that good for this kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, so I apologize if I get anybody all like, you know, sad or upset at negative stories. I have a lot of positive stories. It's just whenever we're talking, I'm like, oh, and this time, you know, just whatever comes into my head. It's a crapshoot, man. But you know what? I'm still here. They've lopped off part of my leg and I'm still here. So fuck the negativity that keeps coming at me. I had a boss once tell me that if it wasn't for bad luck, I'd have none at all. And that was my boss for loss prevention. Not exactly encouraging, but.
Very true, Iris. Yeah. I have anxiety a little bit, but it's the only time I have it is claustrophobic moments. I do it like in an elevator or something like that. I can breathe through it. The one that gets me is coming off of anesthesia with a mask on my face. I will freak out, and I always let them know ahead of time if they're going to put me under anesthesia. Let me sit up. I'm not going to try to come out of the bed. Drop a rail so I can hang a leg over to relax my hips because you know you're kind of jammed in there, and that pain is alleviated. And I'm sitting up. I feel like I can breathe better, and I don't have that drowning feeling. And it will clear in just a few moments, and then I can lay back down and I'm fine. But if you don't allow me to do that, I will cut loose, and you don't want that, you know.
The when I had to have my first surgery, they used the mask to knock me out, and it suctioning to my face caused me a bit of panic. I knew that I had to still have it, but like my heart lurched. I was like. Because I wasn't used to things suctioning to my face like a fucking octopus. I'm like, you know. It was my first surgery that I had that done. Usually they knock me out through the IV. So I was kind of like, and he's like, count backwards. And I'm like, you know. So he had me count backwards from 20. I didn't even make it to 14 and I was out. So, although I did wake up through part of the surgery.
Oh no, I never woke up during any surgeries ever.
Yeah, when they were not in the amputation, but when they were doing the first surgery on my foot, I can vaguely remember like moving my upper body a little bit and trying to lift my leg that they were doing the surgery on, and I had like 5 or 6 hands just clamp my leg down so it wouldn't move, and the surgeon is like, knock her back out. So yeah, whoops. They the next surgeries they gave me, apparently they put something on my chart and gave me fucking ketamine. I'm like, you gave me horse tranquilizer? What the hell? I'm like, holy crap. But they used an IV and they're like, okay, we're going to put the medication in to knock you out. And I'm like, oh, good. That's the last thing I remember. I was out. Yeah. And when I got back to where, you know, they sit you to wait for you to wake up, I had the thing in my nose, not the face mask, but the oxygen in my nose. And the surgeon and someone else couple other people are sitting there, and I looked down on ketamine, really? And they're like, oh no, we use it for people too. And I'm like, uh-huh. So, yeah. I woke up when they were putting the stint in. They had my arm clamped down to the thing, and I was on this really narrow little thing that was really uncomfortable. And I woke up and tried lifting my arm, and I had a bunch of people jump on my arm and hold it down. That was fun. They had to knock me back out with that, too. Apparently, I'm resistant. Well, redheads are statistically resistant to anesthesia and, like, numbing things, like Novocaine.
Lidocaine.
Iris, in the hospital I was in, they bring you into this big room, and the nurse station is in the middle. And there's, like, stations lined up along the wall. And that's where you wait to go into surgery. And then when they bring you out, that's where you wait to wake up. So it was kind of the same room. But yeah, it's basically recovery and preparation and recovery. Yeah, they watch you, sure. But yeah, statistically, redheads are very resistant. I mean, it takes, when they would pull a tooth, it would take like 6 shots of Novocaine for each tooth for it to actually take effect. When you're at a welfare dentist, they're very stingy with the Novocaine, and it hurts like a mother when you get teeth pulled. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I got 5 teeth pulled in one day, and one of the teeth was a broken and impacted wisdom tooth, and he almost broke my jaw. And I only had 3 shots of Novocaine on that, and I could feel my jaw separating. Yeah, it was not something I ever want to experience again.
Yeah, I have problems with Novocaine effectiveness and lidocaine effectiveness.
Yeah.
Found out about the lidocaine when I had to have my boob operated on. Yeah, I felt every bit of that, including when he tried to go straight down through the nipple and.
Details.
Yep.
I won't be able to eat my Pringles below. Stop it. Oh, Iris, I'm sorry.
My dentist died like 20 years ago.
I didn't keep up with my dentists. I moved around a lot.
Regularly, but at this, I mean, they can't do any of my extractions. Every one of them has had to be done by a maxillofacial surgeon.
I have to have an oral surgeon to take care of my teeth at this point. They're all on this side. They're all broken below the gum line. So, and I have a few up here, and then a couple down here that are broken below the gum line. So yeah, oral surgery. Knock me out. And I don't have dental coverage, so it's not happening. Aw. Well, hopefully
I didn't have insurance.
Iris, hopefully his passing was painless. I mean, the last time, well, not the last time, but when my teeth started pitting was when I was pregnant with my oldest. The front of my teeth, all of a sudden I started getting little pits in them. And my grandmother was like, what is wrong with your teeth? And I'm like, thanks for noticing. Not self-conscious now or anything, you know. She actually took me to the dentist, and he put a bonding on it with a little ultraviolet thing. It was cool because my whole mouth glowed purple.
Yeah.
He did not tell me I had to have it redone every year. And so like 2 years later, I was eating pizza and that shit fell off. I also broke a back tooth on cheese pizza.
What is it with you and pizza?
I don't know. I broke a tooth on a piece of toast once too. Serious. And it wasn't burnt. It was nice and soft toast.
I had a tooth fall out in my spaghetti once when I was a kid, when I was losing teeth.
The issue with my teeth wasn't caused by anything that I did or didn't do. It wasn't me not taking care of them. It was because whenever I was pregnant, all the calcium, the kids stole all my calcium.
Yep.
So I had doctors tell me I was lucky I didn't break a bone because it would not have healed right, and it would have taken forever to heal.
Yeah,
it's just it happens to some women, and there was nothing I could do. All the calcium, so my teeth softened and got brittle, and which is weird to think they softened and got brittle. But yeah, so
it happens. Once you get bad teeth.
Once you get to a certain point with your teeth being damaged, there's no coming back from that. You know, so
between genetically inheriting my dad's teeth and the skin condition that I have that I carry the staph, and the staph eats things, including teeth. Yeah. All I have left is very front right here. All the rest 13 surgeries.
Well, unfortunately, my daughter inherited the tooth problem. So she's had teeth problems ever since she got her adult teeth. But I said, sorry. At least you inherited something.
I had one cavity in my kid teeth. And then when my adult teeth came in, yeah, they immediately started. I mean, they were going bad before they even came out of my gums, I think. Well, and the bad thing for me is they all had to be done by a maxillosinus surgeon, not just a general oral surgeon, but a maxillosinus surgeon. Because my teeth, most of your chewers, they have 3 to 4 roots. Mine had 5. And they wrapped around my jaw and would come back up and loop. And I always wondered why I had a bump.
You're making me hurt. Stop it.
It was the end of a root.
I'm looking for bumps now. I'm like, stop it.
You know, I'd feel a bump, and it was actually a root down in the jaw, gum, skin tissue. There'd be a root.
I don't know what the hell my roots look like.
Well, mine usually ended up coming out in pieces, but the ones that did come out
mine did too.
Solid, yeah, they were gnarly. I mean, they had like 6 roots.
The damn welfare dentist that pulled one of my teeth on this side, he left a shard of tooth, like 2 inches long, in my gum. I kept getting infections and abscesses, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm not even supposed to have a tooth there. Why is it doing that? And I mean, it would get painful. I'd be putting tea bags in my mouth. I hate tea. Absolutely hate tea. And I'd have to put, because the tea will pull out the poison. And it would get to the point where I could get rid of the abscess. And eventually I was sitting there and my tongue hit something. And I'm like, what the hell? And I put my finger in there and I'm feeling it. And it's a little point. And I'm like, I'm not supposed to have a tooth there. I ended up working at it, which was painful. I worked the shit out of it. Got enough of it up that I could grab it with tweezers and pulled it out.
Yeah.
And I swear to you, it was 2 inches long. I'm like, how could he have missed that? You know what I mean? I'm like, holy crap, this thing is huge. It's like a quarter of a tooth. I'm like, how? Now my jaw hurts.
Yeah, I always had shards. Always. I always had big old long bits of bone coming up out. A couple of them were so big, I took them to the dentist. I said, is this root or is this part of my jaw? You know, just want to know.
Yeah, right.
I mean, yeah, they were significant.
Iris, I like those. Those are adorable.
But they'd run me in the back and x-ray and say, yeah, there's a pocket where that came from. And it'll heal up. But yeah, it was leftover root that we couldn't get. So after that a couple of times, then I just knew, you know. And yeah.
Well, I had one. The last dentist I went to did one of those machine goes all the way around your head type of X-rays.
Yeah.
Putting those little X-ray things in my mouth hurt like fuck.
Oh yeah,
and they're like clamped down. I'm like, you know. And they were like, okay, well, we'll see what we can get. The dentist was like, how are you walking around not crying right now? When he looked at the X-rays, and I was like, used to it. He's like, how do you eat? I'm like, carefully. He was like, you're going to need an oral surgeon. And at the time I did have insurance, but of course it was Medicaid and there was no dental coverage except for just cleanings and, you know, basic shit that was not going to cover oral surgery.
No,
plus he said anesthesia will cost you extra and it's like $45 a pop. I'm like, looks like I'm going to be living with this for a while. And I still am. Yeah, I hate those X-ray things. I hate also the mouth form things, like the fluoride with the bubble gum. Oh, that stuff's disgusting.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, no. Ugh.
I've been through every bit of that, girl. Every bit. More than once.
But yeah, I just ugh. So
yeah. I don't have any of the big 6-rooted chewers left. They're all gone. All I have is just, you know, the little front teeth that should be pretty easy to extract, I hope.
Well, I can't remember if the wisdom tooth teeth in the top are still there or not. I still have one back here it cracked, it broke, and it's impacted and under the gum line now.
Yeah, I don't have anything back there.
Yeah.
All I have is right
we
here.
make do. I make do. I can't. I mean, people are like, oh, how come you don't like this? Or, oh, how come you can't eat this? It's so hard for me to go shopping because, I mean, I wanted to do like a Mediterranean diet because that was the healthiest diet that you can be on. Of course, mine wouldn't be completely healthy because there would be Pringles in there and occasional chocolate. But they were like, yeah, you can have all the snacks you want. And I'm like what? And they're like, oh, like cashews and almonds. And I'm looking at them going, really?
Yeah.
And then my doctor at the time was not the doctor I have now. And he was like, oh, well, you can get
are the softest, one of the softest nuts, them and pecans.
They would put me in tears. He was like, you can get the nut butter, almond and cashew butter, feel like peanut butter. And I'm like, huh.
Yeah,
it does not taste the same. It is ucky.
It does not taste the same. John, we were at the grocery store and I had a limited amount of money and I just stopped to look at it to see all the different kinds they had. And I'm like, oh, they have cashew. I was like, I wonder if that's any good. And John likes almonds. So he grabs them and he puts them like kind of separate. I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, I got money. I'm buying them. And I tried them. And then I called John in here to get them. I said, you can have them. They were nasty. I was like, ugh.
Yeah, they're kind of like taking your favorite food and pureeing in a baby food.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
Yeah, the flavor isn't there. I'm like, this does not taste like cashews. I'm like, ugh. So, yeah, that was a no-go.
It tastes like ground up cardboard.
Yeah.
Tastes like you took a cardboard box and emulsified it and put it in a jar and sold it.
Yep.
So
that was a no-go. I mean, I try and eat healthier. I cook with olive oil, most of the time. My son, on the other hand, his favorite food is fried. So fried chicken, fried French fries, and everything goes in vegetable oil, which when I do my tilapia, I cook it in vegetable oil because you can't really fry food in olive oil. You can cook food with olive oil, but you can't fry it. But like the chicken that I make with the carrots and the red potatoes, that's all olive oil. It's and herbs, and you bake it, and so good. That's about as close to Mediterranean as I can get.
It's getting harder to find some oils around here. I mean, it's all canola, and I won't eat canola because
Canola's nasty.
The rapeseed plant, which is one of the most poisonous plants in the world, and they're drawing oil. And when it was released through the FDA, small quantities, like aspartame and all of those small quantities, and it's now mainstream. And then they wonder why we're dying. Well, they wonder why our health is so bad. Duh. You release it in micro quantity and it becomes mainstream and it's in everything. You're poisoning yourself. Wake up, people.
Yeah.
I like vegetable oil. I like peanut oil. I like olive oil.
Yeah. I don't do vegetable. I do corn oil.
I like corn oil too, but corn oil kind of leaves me with a funky taste unless I'm making popcorn.
I don't know. I don't taste the funky aftertaste. I'll use.
I can't eat popcorn. I have to get popcorn puffs. I can't eat actual popcorn.
I've got popcorn, but I have to sit there and nibble the bits off around the holes and all of that. And
yeah.
I mean, if I have popcorn twice a year, it's been a banner year because, I'm not a big popcorn person, which I never really
love popcorn. So I love popcorn. I used to eat the popcorn like I eat my Pringles.
I was never that big on popcorn. I just wasn't. And I've never been a huge chip person. I've become more of a chip person in the past couple of years. But I always have them, with a protein, like cottage cheese or something. I don't just sit here and pop chips.
My mom used to make me eat cottage cheese because she was constantly putting me on diets. I cannot stand cottage cheese. John loves it, the small curd cottage cheese. So I used to have to get that for him, but I couldn't look at him while he ate it. I'm like, ugh.
I love cottage cheese. It was never shoved down my throat though, so.
Yeah.
Cottage cheese is yucky.
Tina.
What did she say?
It's curdled milk.
She said cottage cheese is yucky. It's curdled milk.
I like curdled milk, apparently.
You.
Iris, I had to include chips into the grocery list, the Pringles, because I sit in my room and I eat like once a day, twice a day if I'm lucky. I haven't eaten yet today.
But yet we constantly talk about food.
And we constantly talk about food. And so I had to try and keep snacks in my room so that I wouldn't starve to death, basically. Because at one point, the only things I was eating were those Hormel Completes, and they're like this big. And they hold like a cup of food, and I was eating 1 or 2 of those a day. That's all I was eating. So even though the snacks aren't nutritious, it was, hi, kitty. Onyx is walking around behind me. Welcome back, Linda. So, you know, it was a survival thing. So, yeah, I haven't eaten yet today. I have tuna noodle casserole out in that kitchen, and I'm debating on whether or not the pain is worth it to go get some. Because see, I go get some and I bring it back in here, but in order to get it back in here, I have to use the wheelchair with one hand because I have to hold the plate with the other. So it makes it more painful because I have to use my knee. That's okay. I still have a can of Pringles and some Pop-Tarts. So I can wait until I can ask my son to heat me up some. My legs do hurt. I had to get in the wheelchair twice yesterday, and I was in the wheelchair for 3 hours yesterday when my mom was here, so my legs hurt.
How did you get accomplished in your craft room? I haven't heard.
My mom was here yesterday and got pretty much 3/4 of the room done, the walls and door frames and doors and whatnot. And then I made her stop because she was starting to get kind of shaky. And hello, she's old. I'm like, Mom. And she did take a couple of breaks and drank a bottle of water. And she's like, if I was younger, I'd have already had this done. I'm like, if you were younger, you would have already had the whole house done. What are you talking about?
Yeah, really?
When that woman was in her 50s, she was a cleaning machine, man. She was boom. She just had to walk through a room and it was clean. You know what I mean? It's crazy. But yeah, I made her stop because I don't want her overdoing it. And she's literally sitting on the floor cleaning the runner boards on the wall. And then she couldn't get up because she has been having problems with her knees and getting up. And I was like, Mom, I was like, you want me to call Johnny in here to help you up? My son. And she was like, no, I got it. And I'm watching her wobble. And I'm like, if you fall, I'm going to feel so guilty. Stop it. So, Linda, you need to eat.
Go eat, woman. Damn, Linda.
Even if it's just nibbling or something during the day, you got to put something in your body. Body needs fuel.
Yupper. I had to eat because I had to take pills I couldn't take until after I put food in my gut. Otherwise, they shit backwards on me in a big way.
So next week, next week she wants to get the other. She's got one wall. Stop it. She's got one wall, a window frame, a door, and a door frame. Not sure if she did the main door or not. She might have that because I can't do any of this. And then Swiffering the walls, which Jason made more difficult by putting screws and nails all over the walls. So when she runs into those, she's
in there taking nails and stuff out of the wall.
All our screwdrivers disappeared.
Seriously?
Between Issa taking most of the tools, which she wasn't supposed to touch, and Fucknut that lived in that room, all the tools are gone. Except for the power tools, but you need to be able to plug the batteries in, and we don't have the batteries. They need the cords to be able to plug the battery in to charge the batteries. The little battery charger thing.
Yeah.
So we can't use the power tools. So my mom was like, I'll bring a screwdriver next week. I'm like, damn it, we don't even have screwdrivers in this house.
I'm a tool girl.
Yeah. Well, I was pissed that Issa took the tools because those are supposed to be for my son. And she took the tools and gave them to her boyfriend. So she took John's tools and gave them to her boyfriend. Oh my God, you don't even understand how pissed off I was.
Oh, I understand. I mean, that is just.
Yeah, Linda, a little bit. She is very stubborn. She is. My mom is so stubborn. But yeah, so she wants to get that done. Then we just have to. She's like, then I just have the floor to do. I'm like, if you get on your hands and knees and mop this and wash this floor, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm like, I have a mop, you know. Oh, brownies! I want brownies. So, and then we could start moving the furniture in because I got 2 desks. I got my desk and my kitchen table that will go in there, and there's already a coffee table in there which I'm going to use, and then we could start bringing all my jewelry supplies in there.
Yay for cleaning out the bedroom!
You'll finally have more space in your room again.
Yep, I'm so excited. Yeah, I'll have a lot more space in here.
And then the fun part. Unboxing and organizing.
Yep. See? Well, knows.
The really fun part. Creating.
Yep. Now I get to start burning shit again. Hell yeah.
Oh. No, I had my tools. And then when my dad passed away, I inherited his tools because he said, this is all yours, the craft room and all his shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I got all that, which I know where it'll go when I'm gone is probably my brother. But, which means it'll get hawked for drugs, but, oh well, I won't be here to give a shit.
I don't need any more tools, Willow. Thank you for offering.
Well, they also stole the clothes, John, because John was in that room so often that that's where he usually got dressed. So he had a lot of shirts hanging up in the closet and some pants, and they weren't supposed to go in that closet at all. But they ended up going in there and taking all the clothes, folding it up, and putting it in the top shelf. And when they moved, they took those clothes with them. So they stole John's clothes. And that wasn't up to them. It's up to us what we're going to do with it. So that's one of the things that set my son off when he realized that his dad's clothes were gone, you know, because his sister and John's sister and his niece had asked to get a shirt. And I mailed them that with their cremation jewelry.
That's cool.
Both of those shirts smelled like John.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I cried every time I touched them, but...
Yeah, sis kept clothes, like an outfit from mom, an outfit from dad, and I'm not a clothes, you know.
Yep.
There was other things.
I didn't want all of his clothes. I just wanted like one of his shirts. That's all I wanted. And they robbed me of that. And that pissed me off. And I mean, my son can't wear it. John was a large, extra large. My son is a 3 and 4X. So he didn't want to wear it. He just wanted something that his dad wore.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And they robbed him of that. And then the little bitch was like, we don't have any of your stuff. Bullshit. You don't have our stuff. They took a whole bunch of shit that wasn't theirs. And my computer, I'm still not sure if the guts are in my laptop because when I asked them, because they were throwing shit in the closet, and I was like, can I have my laptop out of there? And they're like, oh, we gave that to your son. So I asked my son, and he's like, I don't have it. So I told them, I said, look again. I said, or I can have my son come in there and look. So they went in, and when they handed me when Jason came in and gave me the backpack was open, and it shouldn't have been. And the battery was not in the back of my laptop. I'm like, where's my battery? He's like, it should be in there. I'm like, well, it's not. And he turned around. He like walked back in the room and he goes, oh, here it is. And so it was on their table that they've been having their stuff on, like that they work, like he games at and all that. Why is my laptop battery there? Nothing should have been out of the bag. So I don't know if he fucked with my laptop more or not. My laptop was broken. And my son was like, oh, Jason's good with computers. Maybe he can fix it. I'm like, well, I'll think about it. I did not give him permission to go into my laptop.
Nope.
So
they just crossed lines that were...
Yeah, they crossed a whole bunch of lines. Yeah. They blew those lines up.
Yep.
So I don't know. I don't have the money to take, to have somebody take the laptop to Geek Squad or anything to see if they can fix it. So I don't know if he did anything to my laptop. I have no idea. So,
Linda, I don't have the energy to do a big yard sale. I haven't had the energy to do a big yard sale since like late 90s.
well, I'm going to keep this going for another 7 minutes, and it will be 6 hours that I've been on. I'm like, I looked at the clock. I'm like, holy crap! It's almost 5 o'clock my time. Been on a long time.
Well, you went for a while before anybody came on, and then when the people came on, then you got amped up, and time flies.
It wasn't too long. It wasn't too long before. Well, sitting on the panel by myself, yeah, but there were people in the chat.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Well, Iris, I'm using John's laptop. When my laptop died, John was like, "Here, you can use mine," because the only thing I use it for is to check my Facebook. I'm like, okay. So I told him, I said, whenever you want the laptop, let me know. And, I'll unplug it and you can take it in there. And he's like, all right. He never asked for it back. And then Issa's laptop broke down and she was like, well, you should let me use yours. And he's like, Cody's using it mine. And she goes, well, I'm your wife. You should take it away from her and give it to me. He went, no. He goes, let me tell you something. He goes, Bear is allowed to use my laptop for as long as she needs it. He's like, I don't care if I'm living or not. She keeps the laptop. And I have. So
You go.
I would like to have a desktop or a laptop that has more memory, like a more functioning one. This is very basic, which now I'm using it for this, and it seems to be working pretty well. But before it was just Facebook. That's basically all I was doing on it, and watching movies,
Yeah.
It does fly, Iris.
There's Bill.
What?
I was talking to him.
Oh. So, I mean, it's an HP, but I'm not even sure what the stats are on this thing. I know that he got it on Amazon. I know it was during a sale, and I know it probably cost him like $300, $350, so it's not that expensive of a laptop. I don't really like laptops. The keyboard's too damn small. And I don't like touchpads, and I don't have room to hook up my mouse, so I have no room on my table. My table's small. I might be able to do that when I'm in my craft room, because the laptop will most likely be on, well, I can move it from place to place, but it will be on the table with me when I'm working, unless I'm doing metal stamping, because I'm not going to have that kind of vibration hitting the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Linda, having a computer geek on call is a good thing. My old computer was an HP. I don't know what the hell happened to it. I wasn't doing anything. All of a sudden, I got blue screen and an error message, and my computer shut off. And I'm like,
Virus.
sitting there, like, what? And I tried to turn it on, and I got a blue screen. I got an error message that flashed for like 3 seconds, and then it shut off. So I can't even turn the laptop on.
Virus.
Yeah. So
I had that happen with our very first desktop computer that we got in the late 80s at the house. Virus.
So
just totally fried.
I'm going to need like Geek Squad or somebody to take care of that, because I can't turn the laptop on. There's nothing I can do, I mean, I have so many pictures of Talon and John and the animals and stuff like that, but that's basically what I want off it. If it's not functional, I want my pictures, my graphics and stuff.
Yeah, a pro might be able to recover that stuff out of it.
Because I had a crap ton of graphics. I was like, oh, that would be good for a tag. Oh, that would be. I'm still in, making tag mode. So I collect things that look cool that I could use as a signature tag for someone. And so I had a lot of those on there, although I had burned a disc a couple of months before that, but I collect things fast.
Yeah, me too. I have a file of over 80 discs of just craft and stuff.
Well, I have like 30, about 30. Like 3 or 4 of those discs are my finished tags and tags that are still on transparencies, that's still in layers. So I can move components around on them. And the rest are things that I use to make the tags. So,
templates.
And they're full. They are completely full. You know what I mean? I mean, I have one disc that's just all graphics, and another one and the rest are tubes and accents. And I have like 3 discs that are fonts. I have over like 1 million fonts that I can put on my laptop. You can see now why I need a laptop that has a lot of memory. So
that or an external memory drive.
Yep. Which I wouldn't have any place for on my tiny table.
Yeah, they're not very big though. You can literally tape them to the lid on your laptop. No, this one's got a pretty good memory, and the desktop has a huge memory. And both, they're not full, but they start reaching a point and they bog the computer. And I need to clean both out. It's just due, and it's going to take me a good bit.
I actually have on John's laptop. I have tried to control the amount of graphics that I grab. Although it does have a disk drive, so I can write disks with it. So I can burn stuff to disk, but I'm trying not to bog it. I'm trying not. Huh?
You could transfer it all onto disk.
Yeah, I can burn a disk.
Yeah.
So, but I'm still trying not to bog down the computer because in order to use a disk drive, like if I want to watch a movie, I have to move everything off my table
just to be able to pop the drive open. Yeah.
So it'll pop open enough to put a disk in. So yeah.
Mine is the drive is on it's my right side, and I've got the computer on that side of the table, so it just pokes out into the wide open space.
Yeah. Iris, the USBs were just coming out when I lost my desktop. So all my stuff was on disk. I don't know if I'd be able. I have USBs all over the place that we found in different places. I have no idea what's on them, but just randomly finding USBs because John would find them in houses that he cleaned out and he'd just bring them home. I'm like, okay, but by that time I wasn't able to make the tags anymore, so everything was already on disk.
Yeah,
I could put the graphics and stuff on a USB, I suppose. If I found one around here, because they're all in the land of somewhere. Yeah. So my phone right now, I'm having an issue. I have to find my disk reader, my little memory card reader, because it's a multi-card reader. It will read the tiny ones. You can just slide it in the slot. And I have to get all my pictures out of here because my phone is bogging down it. I took one of the games off of here. Sorry, Tina. I had to take the Word game off because my phone was like not wanting to work at all. So I took the game. I took the game off, and the phone was working fine. I wasn't getting any more warnings about storage being full, and all I'm doing is my color by number, and I've already emptied the cache on that. So, and it's bogging down again. I'm like, the only thing on there is my damn photos. And that, as far as I knew, was on a disk, was on the little memory reader, but I don't know. I transferred everything that I could find. Like, my phone's hooked up right now, like, with the cord. And I did do it so that I could transfer pictures onto the laptop, but it only transferred certain ones. And it didn't transfer the majority of them, and I couldn't get to them. There's no option for them. I'm like, what the fuck? So, I don't know. I need a new phone.
Sounds like it.
This one's full. I need a new one.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Well, I went through everything. Like, it says storage is full, blah, 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 will interfere with function. So I click it. It takes me to a little circle thing, like the little pie chart thing.
Yeah.
And then underneath tells me where I can go to free up space. So I went to all of them, and I cleared all the caches. And on some of them, I cleared data because I'm like, I don't even use this. Why is this even here? I didn't put it on here, So a couple of them I uninstalled, and I cleared the cache. I cleared data, and I took that game off. And it worked fine for like 4 days. Now it's bogging down again. I have not added anything to it, so I don't know.
Something's up with it.
That's one of the things for the stimulus is a new phone.
Well, it sounds like it has a bug.
Yeah.
But
And the
you
bug
don't really
is
use your
space.
phone for anything, so that's what I mean.
Yep. I don't even do emails on my phone. I don't do emails. I don't use Google. I don't do anything with my phone except my color by number. That's it. I text and occasionally I call my mom. But I wanna get one of the phones that's compatible with T-Mobile or not T-Mobile but Mint Mobile, and I'm switching services when I get the stimulus. Yep.
My stuff is state issued, and they just randomly give you a provider. The last phone I had, which was a Kia Ciro Milano, a slider with the QWERTY board, it was under Sprint. And this phone, when I got it, it's under Verizon. So
I had issues with Verizon. I got a Verizon phone because Verizon to Verizon calls at that time were free. And my mom and my daughter both had Verizon. So I got a Verizon phone so that they wouldn't get charged for the calls.
yeah, compatibility.
But then they changed all that and you could call anybody. And, it was free. So then I got a phone I liked with a different provider because Verizon pissed me off. Nice, Linda. Yep. Very nice. All of the things I have on disk altogether would probably take about 3 terabytes. All of my graphics, plus the program, plus the plugins for the program, plus the stuff I've made. All of them would probably about 3 terabytes. And a lot of stuff. And it was all anally organized, let me tell you, with my jewelry supplies and with my pictures and things that I made. Everything goes into folders, subfolders. There are subfolders in the subfolders. Everything has its place, so I can find it when I want it. Because I hate searching for things in the computer. So,
Same way.
like my graphics, I categorized like for graphics that hit people, right? I categorized regular people just doing everyday things, and then there was warriors, like they had some kind of weapon in their hand. And then under warriors, you had to have male and female, so those were separate, and couples because there are images with couples in them. So everything, subcat, and then there was non-human ones, and everything. And the animals, the main folder was animals, and then a folder for like every type of animal that I had. Yeah. That way, if I wanted a picture of a giraffe or the they're called tubes, the images with other background, so you just have the giraffe. I could go right to the giraffe folder. Boom. Yeah. You wouldn't know it from looking at my room, but with those two things and my kitchen, I'm anally organized. I mean, OCD, serious. Everything has its place. It has to be where I can find it. It has to be where I expect it to be. Yeah.
Ditto. And Sis
Nice.
is the worst about grabbing things and then not remembering where she got them from.
John was like that. That's why whenever John borrowed a tool, within 5 minutes, I was like, "Are you done with my tool yet?" And he'd be like, "I haven't even started using it." I was like, "Then why did you ask to use it?" He's like, God, woman, give me a minute." I was like, "You already had 5. Hurry up." And he was awful with pens. He would steal my pens. He'd be like, "I need to borrow your pen for a minute." And I'd hand him one, and I'd never see it again. And so I learned not to give him the pens I liked. I got like a package of big pens and kept them near me. And every time he asked me for a pen, I'd hand him one of those.
Yep.
He'd be like, "Why don't you just give me the bag?" I said, "Because you'll leave it somewhere, and then you'll come ask me for a pen."
Yep.
And he used to steal my lighters too. That was annoying. He was a lighter thief.
Yeah, I've been around a lot of liar thieves.
Yeah, I don't like that, especially with pens. I get stuck. There's certain pens that I use regularly, and I mean,
Yeah.
like I have this little tiny pencil jar up here. It's ones that they're my go-tos for specific things. And Sis will walk by and grab one, and then something ain't there, and I'm like, "What'd you do with it? You better find it."
Yep.
And she knows she better fucking find it.
My son doesn't ask me for stuff, so that's good. But this right now is my favorite pen. This is the pen I use all the time.
Mhm.
I got this pen from my home healthcare nurse. She was using it one day, and I love the color. I mean, it's a really cool green, and it has the grippy thing, which with my nerve damage, it makes it more comfortable. And it's a
You like
fat pen, so I'm not crunching. I'm not getting cramps, and it's medium point. So this is the pen I use all the time. When it runs out of ink, I'm gonna cry. But I was like, I love your pen, and she's like, oh, thank you. And when she left, she gave me the pen that day. And I was like, oh. So for Christmas, she was such a sweetheart. Her name was Margaret. For Christmas, I wanted to get her something that was like nurse related, but not like world's favorite nurse kind of cheesy stuff. So I found syringe pens on Amazon, and they have yellow, red, and green fluid in them. And the fluid moves around, but you click the pen and all that, and it works just like a regular pen. And it was in like a pack of 12 or something, 12 or 24, something like that. It wasn't that expensive, like $10. So, and when I gave it to her, she's like, oh my God, those are cool. And she immediately started writing with one. She goes, I love the way these write. And I was like, now, don't let anybody steal them. But if they do, you still have some. She goes, this is awesome. She was always complaining. Other nurses would and she'd never seen it again. She did give one to her mom, because her mom was like, those are awesome. So she gave one to her mom, who was a former nurse, and she went to work with one, and everybody wanted to see her pen. And she had to keep wiping it down. She goes, I went through so many sanitary wipes because everybody kept touching my pen. She goes, but I made sure they didn't walk off with it. So I'm really glad. Everybody loved them. I was like, where did you get that? And she's like, one of my patients. And they're like, you got a present for your patient? You know? Apparently none of them got Christmas presents. She took really good care of me. She really did. So, and John gave her, he was addicted to like gumball machines that give you little things, you know. Yeah. For a while, he had this obsession with little plastic aliens that you would get in them. Like you put 50 cents in, you turn the thing, you get a little alien. So he started collecting them, and they were everywhere. And he was, I don't know where he was, but he found one of these things that had little tiny Rubik's Cubes in them. They're keychains, Rubik's Cubes keychains. And he was like, oh my God, I remember Rubik's Cubes. And he grabbed like 4 of them because he got one for me, one for him, one for Issa, and he grabbed one for Margaret. And because she was older, she was like 10 years older than I was. And so he knew that she'd remember the Rubik's Cube because in the nostalgia thing, Issa just said, oh, that's cute, and tossed it. He was pissed because that's just how she was. She didn't give a fuck. If it wasn't sparkly and expensive, she didn't care. And when he gave it to Linda, though, she was so excited. She's like, oh my God, Rubik's Cubes! It was so cute. So, yeah, I'm glad our gifts were appreciated for what they were, you know. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you the pens that I'm addicted with right now is the Pilot friction erasables. Because you can actually erase and it goes away. Because it's not an actual eraser, it's a silicone doohickey on the end. Yeah. And it's heat that makes it erase. It's the same kind of ink that they're using on receipts now at grocery stores and stuff. If they get hot, they disappear. You just have a blank piece of paper. But they're great for sewing because you can mark where, you know, whatever you need to during sewing, take an iron to it, and it disappears.
Cat through. Marty just ran behind me.
I seen that.
Yeah, Iris. I did that too. I was like, screw this thing, and just rearranged everything. Well, it was good nostalgia, you know. I mean, back in the day, you know.
Right.
The things that drove us crazy back in the day make us smile now.
I actually figured out the Rubik's Cube back in the day.
I remember the round ones too. I had a round one that was on a keychain when I was a kid.
I figured out how to pop that son of a bitch apart and put it back together.
That's right.
No, I figured it out. But yeah, the little tiny Rubik's Cube key fobs that you were talking about, I used to have one of those hanging off my rearview mirror in my car.
I had feathers from roach clips hanging off the rearview mirror in my car.
Not here. No. Even back when they were popular, if you had one of those in your car and you got pulled over, you got hit with drug paraphernalia. And
nope, not here, because not unless they had residue on them.
Yeah.
If they were clean, you were fine. Because I used to wear them
in our hair.
Yeah, I used to wear them in my hair. They were fashion accessories in Massachusetts, so
they were
using them as a,
but using them as a, if you got stopped by the cops, whether it was in your car, on your person, it didn't matter, residue or no, you had drug paraphernalia.
That's illegal. Just saying.
They did. Just saying.
So I used to have like a rainbow of feathers hanging in my car, and I'd have one in my hair. And I'd switch them out occasionally.
In mass at the county or the the carnival, every year, and the cops loved it because they were after you. They loved it.
If you can buy it out in the open and you don't have to be 18 or older to buy it, it's not paraphernalia.
Yeah, I know.
Not in Massachusetts. It wasn't.
Is I removed the alligator clip and put a key ring, split ring on it, and then reattached and hung it from my rearview mirror. And
but I wouldn't have been able to wear my hair that way.
No,
and I wore them.
I had short hair then, but
I wore them in my hair all the time. So
yeah, they tried pulling me over for it, and I used a piece of elastic to attach it, and the key fob, and they weren't able to get me on it. Well, where did you get it like that? And I said, I'm smart enough to remove the fucking clip and put the split ring on it. I ain't stupid.
Yeah, friends of mine had them hanging in their car, and they had stupidly put one up that had residue on it, and they all got busted for it. I'm like, you dumb fucks.
Everybody had them hanging in rearview mirrors back in the day. I mean, that was just the thing.
Yep.
And they were constantly getting nailed for them. Finally, they eradicated them, and they made it illegal to use them as prizes at the fair. They wouldn't let them use them. They said, you come in here with those, and you're out of here. So they
welcome back, Christy. Now you can make them. You can make them and sell them.
Yeah, now they're available. Alligator clips were used in a lot of things, but back then that was their main. Now they've moved up and they don't use those so much as they use forceps.
Yeah, I used to use forceps. Use forceps. I didn't really use my hair design things for. I mean, in an emergency, I would use the alligator clip, but I usually use forceps. I had like 3 pair of forceps.
Yeah, I've got like half a dozen pair that I use for beadwork. And my brother tried to buy a pair off of me, and I said, I had to buy a 6-pack. You can fucking buy your own online. It's not that complicated.
You know what I have? Like, how many pairs do I have now? Hey, Simpsons. I have at least 8 or 9, maybe 10. Simi, stop.
Yeah, I need to. Come on. The ones that I have are actually starting to wear out. I've had them so long.
I have, the scissors that you use for scrapbooking or whatever that make the different patterns, that cut different patterns. Mm-hmm. I have like at least 10 of those, 9 or 10 of those now because Jill left them behind.
I got a fucking drawer full.
They're all different colors. It's pretty cool. There's no name brand on them, but I figure, I'm not going to use them for anything. I also got a lot of working markers that I can use because I use that to color my metal stamping mark. But I was like, I can sell this in a lot or something and get $20 for, 10 pairs of scissors. You're getting your scissors for $2 a piece. Those scrapbooking scissors are expensive.
Mm-hmm. Well, so now there's so many knockoffs that,
Yeah. I have no use for them. I don't do scrapbooking. There was scrapbooking paper in there too, but it wasn't that nice. It was. Hi.
I gotta get the right pen here.
Simi, what the hell are you doing? Apparently, the cat is not allowed near me. Simi just combat crawled under the cat to get her to move. It's a mommy moment. My knee doesn't need a bath. What are you doing? Silly dog.
Sorry, sis is out buying supplies and she's constantly texting me back and forth about, should I get this? I've got a coupon for that, you know. Yeah, if I don't go because I need to sleep, you don't sleep. But it helps me.
My knee is clean.
All of that. She's been on a learning curve this whole year trying to manage the majority of it when I was the one that always did it. So
yeah. I'm back to the knee. Okay. All right. The kitties all gone. You, back to your spot. Go on, you. I love you. Yeah. There's nothing in the bowl.
I've been abandoned. Sable's asleep in Sis's chair, and the other three, God only knows where they're going.
Good girl.
Now I am in the free and clear. I have not been attacked by the pussycat. She's been in the other room with Tim. It's been
Don't jinx it. You're gonna jinx it, Tina. She'll be in there in 5 minutes.
I jinx it every time.
Yep. You did that the other day. You said the cat's not. You were like, the cat's not in my bubble. Hooray! And 5 minutes later, the cat was in your bubble.
I know it, right?
I was like, she heard you.
This one hasn't jumped up and come over here, or my little bodyguard, because they even get a whiff of feline in my head and they come over.
Iris, yeah. I have. I wouldn't. When I had the issue with my legs with my dermatitis that causes the sores on my legs, my dog is constantly trying to clean them, and I'm like, no, because, well, I was asleep one day, and I did sleep at one point. I woke up and she was licking it. Apparently, I moved into a position with my foot out front of the blanket, and she was cleaning the wound. The problem is that she cleaned it to the point where I was bleeding profusely. So I was like, ah! So I can't let her do that. Because the whole reason that I get them is because with this, it's vernacular dermatitis. And what it is the blood goes all the way down my leg into my foot, but it doesn't all come back up. It kind of gets stuck in my veins. And then I have plasma that seeps through my skin, and it causes sores and scabbing. And it does, for her, it's something that she's like, I need to fix that. But if she starts licking it, of course, it's going to allow more of that to come out. And yeah, so I can't let her.
Yeah.
And I definitely did not let her near the amputation site. Mm-mm. Nope. Because those were deeper. It was, and I kept that covered completely. When I'm sleeping, that's covered. So she can't get to it.
I in my wrist at McDonald's. The clamshell bun warmer that you slide them out onto the tray. Yeah. One of the little nubbins was busted, and that thing, I had a hold of it. I was pulling it this way, sliding it out, dumping the bun tops onto a tray, and it came loose and flipped back, and that whole hot thing landed on my arm and fried. And when I jerked it off, my skin came with it.
Nick.
Yeah, it was a mess.
My son got mad because I went out in the living room and I had forgotten to put the sock thing over my amputated leg. And now there was no open wound, right, at the time. And his dog zeroed in on my leg and started trying to lick it. And I was like, Rogue, no, leave my leg alone. And my son was like, you don't lick my boo-boos? What are you doing? Get over here, you traitor.
90 into 91, mid 90 into early. No, it would have been in 90 because it was around the holidays that I left there because of a corporate takeover and a sexual assault that occurred to me on the job. And I started managing a Pizza Hut. And national.
Yeah, like she does. I see dogs, like, not all dogs do this. Now Miha will lick a wound too, our Shepherd Akita. And I call dogs like that nurse dogs because they try and take care of you and they try and help your boo-boos. And I get rashes on the backs of my knees because if I keep my legs bent too long and it's hot and whatever, I get, like heat rash on the back of my knees. I was standing at the kitchen sink one day and I'm washing dishes and all of a sudden I feel this weird thing on the back of my knee. I'm like, what the hell? And Miha was trying to lick the back of my knees to make them better. I was like, okay, weirdest feeling ever. Like, what are you doing? I'm like, John, come get your dog. She wouldn't stop. She followed me all around the house. She followed me all around the house.
All you critters need to quit, okay? These will heal. I know you just want to make us better, but you need to stop.
Yeah.
I think we've all worked at McDonald's. I worked at McDonald's here in like 92, 93, something like that. And then back in the 80s, I worked at Hardee's. And everybody was talking about their burn wounds. The shift manager was using the thing to take the temperature of the grills to make sure they were reading accurately for the temperature. And he come around with the thingamabobber and he hit me with the meter on my arm and burnt the fuck out of my arm. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I had a scar for a while. It actually went away. Okay. Jeez.
Well, Iris, if you think about it, when an animal is wounded, that's what they do. They lick the wound until it's healed. Because to a dog, they can smell infection. And to them, infection actually tastes sweet. So they try and get rid of it. A lot of people are like, oh, dog germs, but unless they've been licking their ass or gone in a cat box, you're fine.
Dogs,
and they will keep a wound clean. The problem is that going after my leg like that, it's plasma. So the dog automatically will try and clean it until it's gone, but it's not going away. So, and she ends up hitting it with the rough part of her tongue, like the back part of her tongue. And she's actually tearing off, good cells. So I can't let her do that. I did have my foot, when my dermatitis got real bad, when I had the heart issues and the fluid retention, I had been propping my leg up on a tote and I had a pillow on it and I put a towel over it, not realizing that towel is going to absorb all the moisture out of my leg and my foot, my heel. Yeah. I got up one day and started walking and the dog is making this weird noise behind me. I look and I'm leaving little bloody marks on the floor. And I'm like, what the hell? And I couldn't look at the bottom. I couldn't bend my leg enough to look at the bottom of my foot. I had to use a mirror and I had a crack going all the way across my heel on the good foot, not the bad foot. And I was like, shit. So I had to walk on my toes, like on the ball of my foot instead of the heel, not putting my heel down, because every time I put my heel down, that crack opened up. I actually had to get x-rays done, a scan done of my foot to see how deep that went, because they were worried that crack went down to the bone. It did not. And the dog actually licked the bottom of my foot for about a week and a half, and it healed up. So between me not putting the pressure on it and then putting bandages on it until I had to let it air out a little bit, because you can't keep a bandage on a wound all the time or it'll never heal up.
Get air to it. Oxygen heals.
Yeah. Cats' tongues are rough all over. Dogs' tongues, the front half of their tongue is not that rough. It's very smooth and soft, but the back part has more roughness. It's not like a cat's tongue rough, but it's rougher. When they lick you and they use the back part of their tongue, you can definitely feel it. Yep. So, yeah, at least my dog. I don't know if all dogs are like that, but my dog is like that.
All dogs are like that.
Yep. So,
Give that to the boy.
So yeah, it just doesn't work for something. I mean, for like a scratch, like she'll lick the cat scratches I get and they'll heal up. But for something like the dermatitis thing, I can't let her do that.
Yeah.
and I'm not letting her. I don't need to take the chance on any kind of outside force getting in my leg that I'm trying to heal up so I can use my prosthetic. So, no, not allowed there either. Sorry.
No stump licking.
She actually doesn't. She actually hasn't tried to lick it. Even when I have the fluid drainage, she hasn't tried to go near it. So I know it's not infected. It's just fluid pockets that need to drain.
Yeah.
Because otherwise she'd be all over it, or she'd be in the trash trying to get the bandages and stuff like that.
Yeah.
She's not. So, yeah.
Yeah, and dogs are as an alarm for.
I mean,
infection
in the wild.
Tell they can.
In the wild, like a leopard and jaguar, their tongues are so rough that they can strip meat from a bone just by licking it. They don't even have to bite it. They just lick it, and it strips the meat away.
Yeah.
So you use that on a smaller scale. Cats' tongues are the same damn way.
Yep.
They are a predator. So.
Yeah, when kittens are born, they're feral. Even if they're born to a domestic mother, they are feral. You have to handle them and what have you. Otherwise, they will be feral.
Yep.
Because that cycle, it hasn't broke through domestication.
Yeah.
And it never will. Every cat is feral when they're born.
Yeah.
Whether they're
and all cats are assholes. Regardless of how cuddly they are, they're all assholes.
Yep. They all got catitude.
Yep.
That'll never change.
And I said I was going to end this a half an hour ago, and I didn't.
Tiny ninja.
Y'all are a bad influence. I couldn't pay for StreamYard. I don't even know if I'm working on 20 hours or the regular. I mean, I don't know if they obviously haven't switched it because I can use my background, but I'm like
using visualizations like the rest of us. None of us have really been on panel much. I mean, I think I probably have more than you do, but still once, maybe twice a week.
Morning, Thomas.
On every
How are
night.
you?
Hey, Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, I miss going on the panel. I miss talking to everybody because we were doing that like every night.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it was like everybody was gone. And I'm like, I want to talk to my people.
Yep, exactly.
And I went on early. Because there was nothing for me to watch. There was no like fun chats or morning shows or anything on the weekend that, so I was like, screw it, I'm opening the chat. Boom.
Yeah, weekends have become kind of a dead zone.
Yeah.
I mean, last night with Robin on, I mean, that was a rare thing, anymore, being on panel, anywhere. And I haven't been doing as much modding and stuff. You have to have oxygen to call an option.
Technically, it's Miss Tina's turn to go by, but she has been procrastinating.
Yes, I have.
I couldn't take it anymore. And I wanted to go on in the morning because it gave people that are used to the weekend, the weekdays that we're in morning shows and stuff. And I'm like, shit, I'm just going to open the chat. Screw it. And, Linda. And I didn't want to go too late because, of course, Linda's in Spain. So if I go too late, it makes it, late for her and people in England and all that. So, I mean, TG was in here earlier, so that was fun,
Yeah. Scarlett.
Yep. I love Scarlett. She's my favorite little troll. I remember when she first started, she came in and started giving everybody a hard time, and they were like, look, you can be a troll all you like, just make sure you subscribe and donate too while you're at it.
Exactly.
And she stayed. She was like, this is funny. And we're like, well, you're welcome to stay, Right, Linda? It's not even midnight yet. Yay.
4:30 in the afternoon where I'm at.
It's 5:30 here.
Central Standard Time, soon to become Central Daylight Time.
So, yeah.
We got what, a couple of weeks?
I actually did not expect to be on for 6.5 hours, but here we are.
Actually, we've only got a week because daylight starts on the 12th, I think.
Yeah.
And then spring equinox is the 20th.
My oldest daughter's birthday is the 21st.
Crazy fat lady barks back. Arf, arf, arf. Iris said, stuffed dog barks at screen. I replied back, crazy fat lady barks back. Come on, peeps, come in and hang out with us. We're bored.
Yeah.
We're desperate for socialization.
We'll say, I hear a chihuahua outside barking in the community somewhere close by.
Hi, Thomas.
Hey, Katie.
Hey,
Hey,
David.
David. How are you?
Doing all right.
Good. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. I'm alive.
Oh, there's Marty.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. I'm glad you decided not to leave YouTube. I would have been sad.
Yeah, that would have sucked.
I
But
was tempted. I was tempted. Trust me.
everybody's tempted at some point or another because there's just too much bad shit going on here. The COVID fishbowl has, taken over YouTube.
I will honestly say I have not had any inclination to leave. Y'all have stuck with me.
Well, you are me too, because I don't go that way. I'm not gonna flake. I'll just cuss them out and keep going.
Yeah, she will.
She
How
knows.
have you been, Thomas? And you know I have to say it. How are things down under?
No, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Overcast day today. We're actually going to get some rain for once.
Is that a good thing?
Mm.
Okay.
We
good.
need it. We need it.
Do you?
It's been quite hot up
coming
here
out
lately.
of summer dry season, right?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully there's no more fires because that was really scary.
Yeah, that was.
Oh, yeah.
My Beeducation, the company that I mod for on Facebook and that I buy most of my supplies for, they actually the owner created a koala stamp, a koala bear, and a kangaroo. And for like the first 3 months, she said everything, all profits were going to Australia to help the
cool.
animals there. So I thought that was really awesome.
That is cool.
Animals definitely need help. They lost so many.
I know.
A lot.
And your koala, the koala population was already in trouble.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, yeah. Yes,
poor
yes.
babies. Dog, really?
They're so limited with diet and stuff, whereas like wallabies and stuff like that, they forage more. But koalas are a very limited diet, and when their habitat, their resources are decimated by fire, then they're decimated.
Oh, yeah.
They're done for. They're just a delicate species per se.
I see blue. It's not that overcast.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah, but it's not
too bad.
blinding sun. It's just kind of in between, which is kind of what we're doing today too.
I'll see if my little blue tongue lizard mate's down the back here again.
Linda said they've had plenty of rain. She'll share with you.
He's in Spain.
No, he's not out today. Penny of passion fruit being eaten by the bloody possum butt.
I have to say, Australia's possums are a lot cuter than ours.
See the passion fruit?
That's cool. Yeah. Yep.
I'm growing right there.
Nice.
Oh, look at that one. Oh, that's a nice size one.
Nice.
Big one.
There's a few in there. Oh, yeah, all up there, over there.
You're gonna need a ladder.
Over there. There's a few on there.
Row of them there. That's awesome.
When I was in Florida, the yard next door had an orange tree. The last place I lived, and nobody was living in that apartment. I was so tempted to go over there and like steal the oranges, but I'm short and I couldn't reach them. I was like, I need a stick. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like,
or one of those.
They looked so
on a pole.
Yeah, like a light bulb changer or something. Get up there and suction that thing off, take it off there. But I could picture me doing that, stealing someone's oranges. Give me that.
Me too.
They looked so good, though. I was like, ugh.
Yeah, torture. Yeah, the old guy that I mod for, they moved into this new place, and there's like lemon trees in their backyard.
Oh, nice.
He was totally excited about that. He's in Florida too, so.
Oh, Linda, I'm sorry. Everything's concrete in Spain. That's not comforting. I'm not going there on vacation.
No, I'm not a concrete kind of girl. I like wide open spaces. I was born in Kansas, big flat grasslands, all grass prairie.
I have a friend. I have a friend that lives in Australia. I believe she lives in Queensland. She owns a tattoo shop. She told me, she goes, "Yeah, come to Australia. I'll make sure you get a free tattoo." And I'm like, tempting, but that's a really expensive tattoo. It's not free because I have to get.
That's an extremely expensive tattoo to fly all the way over here just to get one tattoo.
Yeah, I'm like, I gotta get a flight over there. She goes, "Yeah, but I'll let you stay with me." I'm like, I was like, okay, but the artists that work there, I've seen their work and they're good. They're very good. So that was very tempting. And I have an open invitation if I ever end up in Australia. I'm like, alrighty then. So
cool. What part of Queensland?
I do not know.
Oh, okay.
It's cougar tattooing though. You could probably find it. Cougar tattooing. Yeah, like the cat, cougar.
You can always Google
I'll look it up.
Yeah. I was like, you want me to? I told her, I was like, you want me to come to a country where everything tries to kill you so I can get a tattoo? Like, I don't know. Platypuses are weird. Okay, just saying. They are adorable, though. They're very adorable, but their dynamic makeup is just, it's like the gods took all the leftover parts and said, hey, let's see what we can make out of this shit.
Oh, classic.
And I mean, your kangaroos are built like men. I've seen close-ups of them, and they're like built like a linebacker. I'm like, what in the hell? Yeah. They're cool though. I like kangaroos. I know you guys. For you guys, they're pests, aren't they?
Hey,
I'm wondering if they changed their name because I put that in, and it came up PACIFI Passive Ink Tattoo.
Maybe they changed it. I don't know.
Queensland, Australia.
Yeah.
WYNM.
It's possible. Very possible. But
I'll still look it up.
Yeah. Yeah, they have big spiders and big snakes.
There's nothing wrong with the spiders and the snakes.
They have little tiny, like bluish purple octopi that can kill you.
Oh, you mean the blue ring octopus?
Yeah, they're tiny. They're like tip of your finger, but you're dead. See you later, bye. It's like, oh, it's pretty. You're dead. No. And sharks. Sharks are vicious in Australia. With my luck, one of them fuckers will learn how to walk on land. Nope.
Especially in South Australia. They're really bad in South Australia.
Yeah. It's a beautiful country though. I would definitely, if I could guarantee I could go there and not die, I would definitely go.
Hey, I'm 45 and I'm still kicking.
Yeah, but I have really bad luck, Thomas. I mean,
Yeah, well.
And I can't run away. I've only got one leg, so. You know what Croc would get me? You know they would.
At least I know I'll be safe. I can get away. You can.
Right? You don't have to be the most brave. You just have to be faster than the person behind you. Yeah.
That's it.
One of those big salties would take one look at me and go, "Look, we can eat for a week." No.
Oh dear.
What's funny is that aside from spiders, all of the things that I've named that will kill you, I love those animals. I do. I won't fuck with them. Although I have no problem with snakes. I love snakes and lizards.
I don't have a problem with reptiles. I don't have a problem with sharks either.
Well, Linda, your brother has better luck than me.
In Brisbane. You know. That's only half an hour away from me, Brisbane.
Really? There you go.
Yeah, I'm on the north. I'm just on the north side of Brisbane. So
Very cool.
Go for a walk out the front garden and see if my little tree snake's out here again.
You're living the wildlife life there. It's like, is my lizard out here? Is my little snake out here?
Oh, the possum.
But the thing is, like, I live in town.
Yeah.
I live in town, and yeah. But mind you, the bush is only 5 minutes that way.
So they migrate. Yeah. I saw a video of a big snake that ended up in someone's dress shop in the middle of a city. I was like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Although it was a gorgeous snake. It was a gorgeous snake, but wild ones are unpredictable, so no.
Definitely.
Yeah, he was there on the concrete, and that's my bedroom window right there, and that's where he was down there.
He was creeping on you, Thomas.
Yeah, he was trying to come in the window.
You have a peeping snake.
Instead of peeping Tom.
Yeah, which is ironic since, you're Thomas.
That's it. I'm the peeping Tom around here.
They're trying to move in with peeping Tom.
I have to ask you. I have to ask, when the people in your life, do they call you Thomas or do they call you Tom?
Tom. I only get Thomas when I'm in trouble.
Oh. See, with my husband, everybody called him Mike except me. I called him Michael, always.
Oh, yeah.
And my oldest daughter's father, his name was Stephen, and everybody called him Steve, but I always called him Stephen. I don't know why. But there are other people with really cool names that I will shorten or change their name, give them a new one. Like Hot Mess Thrifter, I call her Hot Mess. Like she's a hot, you know what I mean? Because she's adorable. And I'm like, I'm not calling somebody a hot mess. You're my hotness. I'm the only one allowed to call her that.
Yeah, Amy's cool.
She is. I love Amy.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's pretty cool.
Linda, what kind of school did he go to? Damn. Linda's brother went to school there and came home with a son.
Oh, dear.
My mother actually told me, she goes, well, your mother has to stop doing it. I'm like, are we talking in the third person? Because otherwise you're talking about my daughter. She goes, oh, yeah, that's right. I mean, my mom's 88. She's always mixed up my name with everybody in the family. I'm like, you're the one who gave me the name. Why can't you remember it?
My dad got my name at the hospital when my head got split open because my brother had me jumping on the folks' bed.
Yeah.
On the headboard. Got to the hospital, they rushed me there and got there and they were like, now what's her name? And he was like, oh, give me a minute. Went back out in the hallway and asked Mom what my name was.
He was freaked out.
Yeah.
He went to study architecture and he came home with a kid. I don't think he was studying hard enough.
No, me either.
Norwegian girlfriend. Did she look like
construct got altered a little bit into?
Okay, he had his Norwegian girlfriend with him. Now, did she look like the Norwegian girls that Americans see in like posters and things like that? Hi, twice in one day, huh? Because if so, I can understand. Like the old Elvis movies where they always had the Swedes and everything and those little fur bikinis and stuff. Yeah. Then I could understand it. Study break.
Yeah, those furry swimsuits had to be totally uncomfortable. Back of faux fur is
and not functional. Kitty.
Aw. No liquor.
Well, that's good, Linda. It's good to have a good job.
You gonna say hello to everyone? Say hello.
The look on that cat's face says
he needs it to raise.
I'm gonna kill you in your sleep.
It's like,
yeah, it's like, get that out of my face.
Hey, you little cheeky boy. Hey, yeah, you prefer it down on the ground, don't you? Hey, you prefer it on the ground.
Well, I have Marty on one side of me now and Onyx on the other. So, and the dog is on the floor, going lamb, cat free, woohoo! Because Marty bothers the dog. She harasses the dog horribly. Oh, Iris, her Chrome froze. Sucks when that happens. I like that rug too. That rug is awesome, Thomas.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was a present from a mate of mine. You got
Linda
me that.
loves skulls.
Oh no, we got that one. The one in our bedroom is the one that me mate got me. Too dark in here.
This is my cuddle bug.
Linda would steal that. Linda would definitely steal that.
Yep.
Linda loves skulls.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
A little bit.
No, I'm into me dragon.
I love dragons too.
Me too.
Mm-hmm. Linda says she has mates like that. Oh, nice.
Just a couple up on the fridge.
Oh, making big, making big.
Hold on.
Wait, she's gonna make you big so I can see better.
Yeah.
My eyes buggered up again. Oh wow.
Nice. Those are gorgeous.
That one there was $400 from Franklin Mint.
Holy
All
wow.
these little ones have got little, what are they? Mood dragons.
Nice. Do you have pocket dragons?
They're
little green ones.
Me CC.
Glass orb.
Nice.
That one there is another 400 one from Franklin Mint.
Down you go.
Nice
crystal.
Wow. Do not drop that.
Yeah, really.
No, I've already lost one. I've already lost one because of the cats knocking it off.
You need to put those in a closed cabinet.
Cats are assholes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Linda is not going to visit Thomas, Linda is threatening to clean out your house. Linda is not going to visit Thomas. His house would be pretty empty after the visit. Yep.
Look, they're everywhere.
Do you know the artist? Shit, it was right there.
There's one.
Hold on.
Yeah, they do lend it. But it's all neat stuff I can't afford.
That
That's
light
cool.
there, that red actually has a light in it and glows when you turn it on.
Very cool.
The only drawing I have is a big box from the 60s.
Another dragon. Too much dragon stuff in it.
Well, you know where to send
There's
it.
no such thing.
Oh, yeah. True.
No such thing as too many dragons.
Mind you, I've still got, I think, 3 more boxes in the cupboard there, in that cupboard right there, to come out, but I haven't got the room anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm saying you need cabinets full of dragons.
It looks like we might have to move out of this place.
Really?
Mm.
How long have you been there?
This is going on to our 4th year.
I'm being nosy, but why might you have to move?
The owners.
Oh.
The owners are old and they use this place as an investment. And I think they hit that point where they might be moving back in here.
Mm.
So,
do you know the artist Ann Stokes, Thomas? Have you ever heard of the artist Ann Stokes?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Oh yes. I've got her on. I've got her on Facebook.
Me too.
She is awesome.
She is. You know, she's working on, and she probably has them out now. I don't know. But she was working on incense holders, dragon incense holders. She's got one that it's a dragon holding onto the top of a cauldron that has a pentacle on it. And then she's got another one on top of a mushroom and one, I think, on top of a house or something. And oh my God, they're gorgeous. And I'm like, oh, I need those in my life. Yeah, I love her dragons. I love them. But the first person she was having make them, she stopped letting him make them because he changed her work. Like when he was doing the molds, he changed it to what he wanted, and she was like, no. And she took her business and went elsewhere. I was like, you go, girl. She sticks to her integrity. It's her pieces, and it's her name on it. She's not having anybody fuck it up. You know?
I like her chair. I want her chair that she's got.
I want an Ann Stokes tarot deck. with all the dragons on it. The artwork on those tarot decks must be absolutely amazing, and I want it. Yeah,
I'll be back.
That Louis Royal
loading groceries on the deck, and I gotta help bring them in. So
okay, honey. That and an artist called Louis Royo, Royo. He does a lot of fantasy work. He's got a tarot deck out. There are a lot of really nice artists that have tarot decks and things, and I'm into tarot decks, and I'm into fantasy artwork. So I'm like, oh, combination, thank you. But they're really, I mean, they're like $60 for a deck of cards. I'm like,
Ooh, ow.
Yeah, they're expensive. They're very expensive. But yeah, I love Anne Stokes' work. I wish that I used a lot of her, I copyrighted, infringed, a lot of her work on the signature tags that I used to make. I used to steal her dragons and put them on signature tags. I didn't get any money from them, so it wasn't like I was stealing it for profit. It was borrowing it for profit. It was just to make people happy, and it introduced them to her work because I always put her name on the tag. Like, I'd either put it on the actual tag or I'd have it in the title, what I named the file. And that way people would go and explore, and because that's what I did. When I saw an artist that I liked, I found them. If you describe a piece of art the right way, you will find them. A couple other ones were Vallejo, Louis Vallejo, and Julie Bell. Their fantasy art is amazing. I love artwork. My house would be such a hodgepodge of like fantasy artwork that people would be like, "Are we in some kind of dungeon or something? What is happening here?" Yeah. That and my Lady Death stuff everywhere. People would be very confused walking in my house. If I could put up all my artwork that I want to get, I win the lottery, my house is going to look awesome. Okay. But yeah, I love dragons. I used to have a collection of pewter and crystal dragons. And a crackhead stole it all and sold it for crack. But they were gorgeous while I had them. My grandmother actually used to pick them up for me whenever we went to the mall. And there was one of those little kiosk things with an extended table, and it would just have all this pewter and crystal on it. And I'd be like, "Ooh, dragon!" The most expensive one she got me was $75, and it was a dragon that was holding on to like a castle tower, and he had like the crystal in his claws, and I loved that dragon. I want my dragons back.
Yeah, I had a person living with us in our old house, and I found a receipt from the hop shop on my son's birthday. This asshole went and took 6 of my best fishing rods and reels and took them to the hook shop. Well, he forgot I'm good mate. He forgot I'm good mates with that guy down there at the hook shop. Well, he rang me straight away. He goes, "I think I got some of your stuff here, Thomas." I went, "Oh, really?" And he explained what he had, and I went, "Yeah, that's all mine." He goes, "All right, I'll have the cops involved." I went, "Thank you." Saved me putting charges on him.
So, did you get them back?
He came back to get his. He did come back to get his stuff. I had the shed all locked up where he had his stuff, and I heard this moaning and groaning under my house because I lived in a 2-story, and I heard this moaning and groaning. And I'm like, "What the f- is that?" So I'm like, "Where's my steel caps?" Put my steel caps. Here he is on the concrete in my laundry, right on the bare concrete, freezing his ass off. I went in there at 5:30 in the morning because that's when I heard him, and I walked in and I gave him the biggest fucking boot I've ever given anyone. Holy! I gave it to him. He crawled out after about half an hour and disappeared after that. I've never seen him again.
Well, I wouldn't come back either. I'd be like, hell no.
Even my neighbor was going to come over and help me.
Yeah. I've had so many people steal my stuff. I mean, the toxic twins that we had living here, they stole a bunch of our stuff. Plus, they owe us money for utilities, and they broke a damn window. They broke the door frame. I mean, they actually did damage to the house, and it's not my house. So now I end up with the repercussions for that. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah. So
yeah, it's not good when you take people in and help them out, and then they end up stabbing you in the back.
And I mean, my son was trying to do a solid for his friend.
Yeah.
You know, and he got so burnt by this. And he is so gun shy now that he won't even apply for the job with his other friend that's been solid, that he knows he can rely on, because he would have to depend on him for a ride to work. And because Jason burnt him and cost him 2 different jobs by not giving him the rides, he said, yeah, my son doesn't want to depend on anybody, so he wants to get a job that he can walk to. So, and I can understand, you know, but Jason hurt my son so bad doing this, you know. I want to throw punch that fucking little asshole just for hurting my son. I'm a mama bear. Don't fuck with my kid. You know what I mean? So, and I mean, my son's a beast.
You can hear that. You can hear that.
My son is a beast. He took Jason's gaming chair. You know how heavy the gaming chairs are. He threw it from our porch. He got 20 feet on that thing before it hit the ground. Yeah, my kid is.
What the hell was he on?
Pizza. I don't know. He just, he cleared 20 feet before it hit. Because I saw the imprint, because we have a dirt driveway, so I saw where it hit. 20 feet. Yep. And then he messaged them and said, you have until 6 a.m. to come get all your crap. He's like, because the garbage people come at 7 and all your shit's on the side of the road. Yeah.
I didn't even give this guy a chance. I just packed it all up in my ute, drove straight to the tip, and chucked it out at the tip.
Well, Jason's mother had asked if we could hold his stuff for a week and they'd come back and get it. And my son went, we're not a storage unit. He has 24 hours. But then when he found out that they took his dad's clothes, and John died a year ago, they took his dead dad's clothes, and they also broke our window and didn't tell us. My son flipped his lid. He snapped, and he was like, nope, I'm done. And he stomped through this house. I didn't even want to ask him what was wrong, because his energy was just, you know, and I'm like, oh shit. I sat in my room. I literally went, oh shit. And I stayed in my room. Yeah. And I heard a whole bunch of commotion, and I didn't know what was going on, but there was a lot of noise coming from, you know, that room. And then he came in and he's like a freaking bull. He's breathing like a bull that's just been, you know, I'm like, are you okay? And he's like, and he just exploded. And I was like, oh shit. And so, yeah, he threw all that crap out. And her mother, well, Jill threatened to call the cops. Jason's mother threatened to call the cops. And my son laughed and was like, call the cops, bitch. Your son has warrants. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go on, ring the cops. Go ahead. Send your
time. I mean, the kid had already done time, so he wasn't supposed to have a weapon yet. He had a shotgun. You know, he could have gone away for a long time. Yep.
Wow.
So Jill came with the pickup truck and picked up as much stuff as they could, but she never grabbed the chair. The chair was still in the driveway the next day, and the trash people didn't grab it out of the driveway. So the only thing that was wrong with it is it popped a wheel. So my son picked it up and brought it back up on the porch. Gaming chairs are expensive.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah. They're not cheap at all.
So, yeah. I was like, damn. I mean, I know my son is strong, but that was impressive. You know? When I tell people that
it's amazing what happens when the adrenaline kicks in.
Well, I tell people all the time, my son could Hulk smash people with a pinky. He's extraordinarily strong. So when his adrenaline gets going, he could probably bench press a refrigerator. I mean, he can move one, lift it, and move it by himself. I've seen him do it. John had to move the fridge, and our floor is kind of warped. So my son had to pick it up a couple of inches off the floor and move it over.
Oh, wow.
And he did. He's like, I got it, Dad. And he walked over and boom, boom, boom. We were all like,
Okay, all right. Don't piss him off.
thank you. Yeah, we're like, I've seen him get in fights, and
Wow.
yeah. So
Kind of here.
Welcome back.
Sounds like
Welcome
I'm
back,
going to be
Lewis.
messed with her, so I'm going to have to leave here shortly.
Okay. Yeah, Linda, seriously, I mean, I've opened my home to a lot of people back in when I lived in Massachusetts. Here I don't know anybody, so I don't have to do that. My son did it without asking. He just did it. But I will tell you, she was not supposed to move in here. Her being here is what triggered Jason half the time. So
Okay.
but Jason, they were living at her mother's house, and surprisingly enough, her mother didn't want Jason living there anymore. So Jason told my son, I don't have any place to crash. Can I crash at your place for a little bit until I get back on my feet? My son said, yeah. The next thing we know, they're moving all their stuff in, him and Jill. And my son is like, I didn't say Jill could move in.
He didn't say he could
We
move
ended up-
in either. He was just supposed to crash there for a short.
Yeah.
Not bring your whole life with you.
They came in, they didn't have anything for a month, and they ate all our food, used our resources like laundry soap, toilet paper, all that. They never replaced any of that. And then when they got money, they hoarded all their stuff in their room.
I was going to say, did they hide all their shit?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what that arsehole used to do to us. Every time he got paid, he'd disappear for a week.
Yeah.
And then he'd come back broke as ever. Off his, off his head. And it's
Jason,
us to feed him.
for the first couple of months, all they were doing was smoking a lot of pot. Which, for like the first month, they would go outside. I don't have a problem with people who smoke weed. It's supposed to mellow you out. It did not mellow out Jason, let me tell you. That boy needed serious pharmaceutical medication to deal with his issues or something. Weed was not mellowing him out. And then the last month they were here, I was hearing from the other room. I'm like, that son of a bitch is cutting lines in my house. I'm like, And then there was also the times that he was perfectly fine, and they would leave and they would come back. They'd be home for like 10 minutes. And the next thing I know, Jason is puking all over the place. And I'm like, and he'd puke for like 10 minutes and then he'd be fine for the rest of the day. I'm like, yeah, that's heroin right there. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, nope. So, yeah, I was not happy because when people are doing that kind of shit, they end up having people radiating towards them that I don't want in my house. Luckily, the only people that showed up were weird kids with hair over their faces and shit. They weren't heavy users. They were people that they worked with at Jack in the Box. But gang members. These teeny toddlers weren't fucking gang members. Bitch, I've had gang members hold guns to my head. You ain't shit, little boy. You know what I mean? I'm like, I might be in a wheelchair. I said it earlier. I was like, I might be in a wheelchair, but somebody comes at me, I will throw myself out of that wheelchair and take you down with me. Then you on my level, you're going to die.
This is during our polar vortex that we had, and they was doing rolling blackouts. They weren't taking into consideration people that have oxygen in their home.
Yeah.
This is a medical form to stop them from, we won't be part of a rolling blackout.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, that's nice.
Just got to get it signed by my doctor and sent into them, and yeah.
Well, so you won't have any more blackouts.
Hopefully.
Well, hopefully.
I just don't want my heat to go out again.
Well, yeah, that too. Because if I sit in the cold too long, pneumonia will set into my lungs.
Ooh.
With me, the cold affects. With me, the cold affects.
Once. I don't want it again.
Yeah, I don't either. I had walking pneumonia, and believe me, I wasn't walking anywhere. I'm like, why do they call it this? It's.
I've had pneumonia times.
When it gets too cold, it affects my arthritis, which I have in my hands and my knees, and then I have degenerative disc disease in my back. So being cold, you're tensing up, and it hurts. And,
yes.
I have degenerative.
It makes my nose run. I don't like it. So. That's why I got my big hoodie. Thanks to Christy. Oh, Harry Potter puzzle book. There you go.
Oh, that's cool.
Willow loves Harry Potter. Willow is a Potterhead.
Yep.
But, yeah, thanks to Christy, I was able to get a giant hoodie. It's like a 6X, and it has one of those like Jedi hoods. That thing comes down and goes like here. The first time I wore it, Dan the Inch Man goes, "Has Cody gone to the dark side? What are we doing?" It was funny. I was like, "My heat's out. I'm freaking cold."
Somebody, this is your parking lot.
Oh, Iris got her moon pies. Yay!
Oh,
Bingo. That's cool.
Bingo on Cajun Resellers channel.
Yeah. My allergies are killing me.
Those eyes the fuck out of me. It's like that glob don't want to move.
Tina, what's for dinner? She said dinner is ready. What's for dinner? Where's mine? Tina, if I lived like next door to Tina, I'd be getting fed constantly. I'm telling you, that woman would be like, "Here, eat this."
I'll let you know you're fed.
Yeah. Well, that's why my mom brings casseroles over every time she comes to visit now. She uses the excuse, "Oh, I found this recipe. I wanted to try it." I'm like, "What are we, your casserole guinea pigs?" Luckily, they've all been good. Yeah.
Yeah, we get that. I get that every time I go up to the in-laws. The mother-in-law goes, "Oh, I'm trying this today. Would you like some?" I'm like, "Yeah, all right."
I'll try it. Don't kill me if I don't like it. Well, this time it was a request. I requested tuna noodle casserole because I've been craving it. Tina and I started talking to her about different dishes that we make, and I said my mom used to make the most awesome tuna casserole, and Tina is like all tuned out. She's like, "Ugh," you know. But I'm like, "Oh shit! Now I'm craving my mom's tuna casserole." So the next time I talk to my mom, I was like, "Mom, you know what I've been craving?" And she's like, "What?" I'm like, "Tuna noodle casserole that you make." And she goes, "Really?" She goes, "I haven't made that in forever." I was like, "I love that casserole." So she made me one.
Oh.
Baked barbecue pork steak, homemade mac and cheese, and green beans. I'll be there in sometime. It's going to take me a long time. The wheelchair, I don't think will make it that far.
No.
Neither will me.
Trying to push the wheelchair wouldn't make it that far.
No.
Check the power on. If it's at 100, it doesn't have to get plugged back in again.
Yep.
Cool. It was like 50%, and I knew you were going to be texting a lot, so I had to plug it in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I left this on?
Did
I turn this on?
Yeah, you turned that on.
All right. I'm starting to get dark in my room. So I have to get my grabber.
Reach back, do the stretch.
Ta-da! I love this thing. It comes in so handy.
Yep, I have several.
I have two of them. John had one, and so I inherited it when he died. Actually, I took it and just wouldn't give it to Isa.
Yeah, I've got one in the front, one side of the house, one on the other end of the house, and then I've got another one that's a fold-up that I can take with me if I'm having one of those days where I've got to go get some supplies and I've got to use a scooter.
Yeah.
And I take it
Enjoy
with
your
me.
dinner, Tina. Have some for me.
Because if I have to sit up or stand up, sit down on that scooter trying to reach stuff, the backs of my legs just light up like crazy. And it's hard to walk on several days. So I have to use a walker at home. I'm like, fuck that, I'll take the grabber.
I use John's walker now to transport things since I'm not can't use my leg right now. So when I have to move something that would be very awkward for me, his walker has a seat on it.
Yeah. Roll later.
So I put the seat down and I put whatever it is, as long as it fits. It's like a cat. If it fits, it sits. And then I just push the walker in front of me and I'll wheel and I'll push it in front of me and I'll get to where I need to go.
Yeah, I've got a rollator walker. I've got a family walker that I've got a tray that I can transport like dinner from the kitchen on this tray that I can set on top of it.
See, I found one of those for the wheelchair that I'd be able to use. It's actually fly-by catting. It's actually called a laptop desk, for the wheelchair. Because they have trays that will fit, but they're too small. I mean, you would have to weigh like 100 pounds to fit in the wheelchair with this thing on there. I'm like, so I found, but it's expensive. It's like $150. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know about
for
that.
chairs are expensive. Even the bag, even a bag to put on a walker is expensive.
Yeah.
I make my own. I'm a seamstress. I can make my own. I don't need to pay $50 for something I can do for, a yard of fabric and a bit of thread.
Yeah, assistance, things that assist handicapped people are very expensive, which is ridiculous because, I mean, unless you were rich when you got handicapped, you're not going to be able to afford all that shit,
Mom needed hip wedges. She had to lay on her belly on the floor with these wedges against her hips to get them to behave again. And they wanted like $200 for these freaking wedges. Well, I also do wood, and I can work with leather. And yeah, I just got the dimensions off of the ones at the chiropractors. And then I went home and made her a pair and wrapped them in leather, padded them. The ones they had weren't padded. She needed a little padding. She was old. Her bones were, right there.
Yep.
So yeah, I made her a pair that was better quality than the ones that we were going to have to drop $200 on. And they were customized to fit her body. Because I would whittle on them, and check, test them with her, make sure there wasn't nothing sharp, rubby, anything like that, but that had the lift level in it, that it needed. And yeah, I made her a custom pair.
Oh, very nice.
Carved them out of wood and wrapped them in batting and then hand stitched on leather sheath on them. And yeah, they were totally wipeable and reusable and
being crafty comes in handy.
Yeah, and it was just scrap leather, scrap wood. It just took, the only thing it cost was time. Time and a bit of thread. Yeah, I'm a guy.
Yeah, the grabber things are awesome for dumpster. I wish I could dumpster dive. I really do.
Me too.
Although I'm not really sure if it's legal here.
Yeah, you have to check.
But I would definitely. I mean, I had somebody that went dumpster diving and came back with shampoo and all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, the hell did you get all this stuff? He goes, dumpster diving in CVS. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
work for me.
Clothes, electronics, food, personal care products, cleaning products, you name it. Anything that's sold in a store can end up in a dumpster.
I didn't have to pay for shampoo for the next 6 months. It was awesome.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'm going to have to get out of here. I need to get dressed and get around here so that we can go.
Okay, Willem.
See before they close. And
thank you for coming and chatting with us.
Well, thank you for having me. And do this more often.
Yes, ma'am. Yell at Tina, too.
Well, I meant her, too. But, yeah, I think she went to dinner. Pass on the message and tell her not to kill the messenger.
Right.
Love y'all. See you on the flip side.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
See ya.
Yeah, I've been harassing Tina because it's her turn to do a live, and she procrastinated. So I was like, screw it. Yeah, I've been on for now 7 hours and 15 minutes talking.
You've been doing well.
Just a hangout for people that don't want to be in an auction, and chats that all of a sudden turn into an auction. That kind of thing. Right? Willow is dressed.
Yeah, I've actually got a singlet on today.
Thank you, baby. My dog is going outside.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'm dressed, and it's a nice temperature in my room because it's either this or it's my t-shirt. I don't have a large selection of clothes because Issa stole them when she left. She was doing my laundry because I can't get out there to do it, and she would just take all the laundry and dump it in her room, and it would all get mixed in with her things. And I mean, I'm big, and she's like an extra large. I'm like 3X and up because my tank tops are like a 3 or 4X because I like them nice and big and roomy, I don't like clothes that stick to me. Nobody wants to see that. So, and it just doesn't make me comfortable. So you would think that someone who's like an extra large would be able to tell my clothes from her clothes. you would also think she would remember what clothes were hers.
Oh, yeah.
I lost like 6 tank tops, 2 pairs of shorts, and a pair of pants. And that was pretty much the majority of my wardrobe. I don't have a lot of clothes in the first place, so I was like, eh. So the first stimulus when we got that, I got this thing cost me $20, and the T-shirt cost me $20. It's the most I've ever spent on shirts.
Wow.
But I got them on Amazon. They were in Kings. It's a store called Kings Men or Men Kings or something.
Yeah,
but they're really good quality and they're really soft and worth it, But I got these, yeah. So
yeah, we've got one of those stores. 2 suburbs over for the big and tall.
Yep. I looked on the big and tall site.
Oh, yep.
They wanted $40 for a tank top. I'm like, suck my what?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. I was like, no. So Amazon it was. I was like, Amazon. So yeah. But I was happy with what I got. I mean, I wasn't happy with having to spend that. Luckily, I had the first stimulus, so I had the money to spend. But the only reason I did it is because Walmart didn't have any of the tank tops or anything in my size, and their T-shirts only go to like a 4X. And the T-shirt I got is, what size is it? The 7X. It almost comes to my knees when I stand up. I love this shirt.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And
nice 90.
Yeah, it is. I could wear it as a dress if I wore dresses. The hoodie that I got is a 6X, it's just massive, and it holds the heat, so it's awesome. It's a Champion, so it's really good quality. And I got that. It was supposed to be like a $40 sweatshirt or something, $40 or $50, and I got it for like, I want to say like $37, which.
Oh, yeah.
Considering it was saving my ass from freezing in my room when the heat got out, it was worth it. Yeah, I like roomy. I think it comes from when I used to possibly have to fight, because just shit happens and I needed to be able to maneuver, and have enough room to move in my clothes. So it's just what I'm comfortable in now.
What's in the garage? Me cats. Who they get in the garage?
Yep.
What's in the garage, kitties?
I trained with in Shaolin Kung Fu, and my Sifu, who was also my hairdresser and my friend. He weird, I know. I have the weirdest friends. He always told me, because Kung Fu gis are very roomy. Even karate gis are very roomy. And he's like, that's done for a reason, so that you have room to be able to move. And it comes off easily because if someone grabs your clothes, you can just out of the shirt, the top or whatever, which I have done with a shirt and fought naked, half naked. I almost threw a guy out a second-story window while I was half naked. He punched me in the face. Fuck him. And then tried using my shirt. Like a girl, he tried pulling my shirt over my head to make it so that I couldn't see. So I was like, really? And I was out of that shirt in a heartbeat. And yeah, unfortunately, I forgot. When you're going to throw somebody out a window, you need to break their arms first. Because he put his arms out and held on. And I was like, shit. I'm like, mental note, break the arms first next time. I did throw all of his things out the window, including a ceramic panther that he had, which I really like that panther. It was like in that panther, it's very common. It's in the stocking position. And it was a good 2.5, almost 3 feet. And I was like, really, you asshole? Can't throw you out the window. Guess what's going out? And I grabbed it by its head and hucked it out the window. He was like, no! I'm like, fuck you. You punched me in the face. And he's threatened to take my kids away. So... yeah, we broke up that day.
Oh, I wonder why.
Because he was a cheating dick. That's why. I had a lot of fun in my younger days, Thomas. And And my friend was sitting in my car. She wasn't feeling good, so she was sitting in my car because I had just gone upstairs to get something. Found a girl in my bed with him. No, especially in my bed. Mm-mm. And she sat in the car watching all his stuff fly out the window. His shoes, his extra pair of sneakers ended up in the middle of the street. We had heavy traffic that day. They didn't last very long. Linda. Yeah, I still have weird friends. Hey. But when she saw that panther hit the ground, she was like, and she saw him almost come out the window. She goes, yeah, Bear's pissed. She's got this. And she just curled back up in a ball in the car. Yeah. She saw him come outside. He grabbed the baseball bats out of the house before he left, and he sat outside on the steps next door because we were on the second floor of a print shop. So he came down and sat on the steps of the print shop with the baseball bats because he thought all my CBR friends were going to come after him. I specifically told them to leave him alone. They were like, we'll take care of it. I'm like, it's already been taken care of. I'm like, leave him alone. Don't touch him. And they were like, are you sure? And I'm like, yeah, because him waiting and wondering is going to drive him absolutely batshit crazy.
Yeah, it would have.
And it did. It really did. He was sitting there because he called friends to come get him. And he was waiting there for 3 hours for his friends to come get him, the whole time freaking out that one of my people was going to come get him. I was like, because I had people in other cars that he wouldn't recognize because he wasn't a car guy, Simi. So, I mean, they could have driven by in their own cars and he wouldn't have known it. But I had people that were watching to see how long he sat there. And they were like, he looks scared as shit. I'm like, good. No sympathy. None. Not for what he did.
No.
Simi.
No.
So,
No,
yeah.
that's low. That's the lowest low.
I love you, Linda. Always on your side, honey. I just, I didn't put up with anything. Punch me in the face. No. And he hit first. I mean, I could have seen it if I had slapped him or something. You know what I mean? If I had instigated the physical violence. Because I'm sorry, if you're a female and you hit a man, expect to get punched. And I do. Because I hit damn hard. So I expect him to hit back. But you don't swing at me first. No.
Mm-hmm. I've had a few good slaps in the day.
Well, there's foreplay and then there's, don't fuck with me slaps are a whole different thing. But, yeah. Yeah, I just made some sense. So, yeah, interesting. I repeatedly said I'm really glad that I lived the way, well, not specifically the way I did, but I'm glad I experienced what I did when I could. Mm-hmm. Because otherwise I'd be sitting here going, I've done nothing. I mean, I haven't really accomplished world peace or made an impact on the planet, although I have made impacts on a few people's lives in a good way, which I'm happy about. But I lived, you know what I mean? I enjoyed my life most of the time, even through all the bad crap. So, I survived. I've even lost part of a leg and I'm still here. So the fates can roll craps on my life all they like. I'm still here, not getting rid of me.
That's it. You're a strong one. I'll give you that.
I do try. Now, don't get me wrong. There are times when the depression gets so bad that I can't even be on YouTube for a couple of days because I'm too busy crying, Mm-hmm. And then it's like the sun breaking through clouds. It's like, you know what? This is doing you absolutely no good and you're accomplishing absolutely nothing. So get your ass up and, do something. Either read or get on YouTube and talk to people, do something. And that's what I do, But in order to alleviate all the crap that builds up, I do take my time. The most it's ever lasted is 3 days. And then I'm fine again. I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. So, that's right. They're false. They're just higher up, and they're brass. I do try. I mean, seriously, I'm in a more vulnerable position now, and my brain has a hard time accepting that.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, I'll soon be able to use the other leg, Linda. I will. I'm gonna have to have some adjustments made because the last time I used it, it seemed like when I sat down, I was on a level surface. I sat down, but the prosthetic leg, my knee was up higher than my other leg, which means the prosthetic is adjusted too high. So it's offsetting my back when I walk, and that will cause me back pain. So I have to talk to him. I mean, he did adjust it when I got it, and he had me stand up straight, and I did, but it just takes a little bit leaning too much to one side, and the adjustments are wrong. So I'm going to have him fix that. But I will get to use it soon. I'll be there.
No, that'd be good.
Yeah. And my craft room is making progress, so pretty soon I'll be in there making my jewelry.
Sweet. Are you gonna do videos doing
that? As soon as I can get a better phone. My phone sucks. It's like 4 years old and it keeps telling me my storage is full, but I haven't added anything to the phone. And I've gone through it and I've cleared all the caches and all that, and I'm like, well, my phone's full. I need a new one. So I want to switch to Mint Mobile anyway. Because Mint Mobile is owned by Ryan Reynolds, and I want to be able to tell people that my provider is Deadpool.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Who's your phone provider? Deadpool. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Well, their prices for service is better, and I'll end up saving money anyway. Because
that's good.
I never use my phone for anything like online. So I could get like their $20 a month plan. It would give me enough to upload the videos to YouTube or whatever. It would give me enough data, and $20 a month. You have to pay 3 months at a time, so that's $60. Whereas right now I'm paying $46 a month. So it will definitely save me money in the long run. So yeah, when we get the stimulus, I'm not going to say if, because we better fucking get it. When we get the stimulus that they're struggling to get through, then that is on the list of getting a Mint Mobile compatible phone and getting service with them.
I was just got to help my daughter. She's just being physically sick.
Okay, go.
Yeah, she's just being sick everywhere, so I was just going to help her.
Yeah, go help her. Okay.
I'll be back.
I hope she's okay. His daughter's little. His kids are young. Yeah. Linda, I walked into, when I worked loss prevention and John was working at TLE, I got really pissed off because some girl that had been flirting with him actually called me at work. Well, I worked at a different store than him. She called me at work and asked if we were still together. And I was like, excuse me, who the fuck is this? And she was like, well, because I want to date him, and if you're still dating, you have to stop dating him. And I was like, yeah, click. And I punched out because Walmart, I set my own hours. So if I had to leave, I could leave. So I punched out and I drove to his store and I walked into TLE and I was so pissed off that everybody knew I was there without me saying anything. I walked in through one of the bays and everybody turned around and looked at me and they all pointed down into the pit because John was doing an oil change. And boom, all I heard was tools hitting the floor like, oh shit. Because when I'm mad, I emanate energy and it gets very cold. And they were like, what the hell is happening? And he was like in the pit hearing all these wrenches and stuff hit, ratchets and wrenches and everything hit the floor. He's like, what the hell's going on up there? And they were like, somebody's here to see you. And he came out of the pit and went, oh shit. I'm like, I need to talk to you now. He was like, oh my God, I'm going to die. Yeah, I was pissed. Some little hoochie calling me, seeing if we're still together. What have you been doing at work? I was like, do I really have to review tapes? Because I had access to any loss prevention security room. I could go in there and review all the tapes of everywhere he's been. I don't think he realized that at the time. He's like, oh. I'm like, yeah, did not go over well. So, yeah, I scare people when I'm angry.
Grab that bowl for me, please.
I can't help it. It's my nature. I don't know if it would work now because, not very intimidating when you're sitting in a freaking wheelchair, but you never know. If I had a stick, maybe. Yeah, good times. I did enjoy my job with loss prevention, man. I had a really good record for that store. I had the highest loss prevention. I don't know, Linda. Nobody told me. Nobody wanted to get close enough to tell me. Normally they're blue. John once told me when I got mad. Well, John used to say I had ice blue eyes anyway, but I said that's because you piss me off all the time. He said that when I get really mad, my eyes lighten up. That they lighten. They don't dark. They don't get dark. They get light. But normally they're like this color. They're blue. Yeah, I cut over 300 people in 2 years working out. Cut a lot of people. It's bad. And some of the stuffs are funny, and some of them I got things thrown at my head, and a couple of them in physical scuffles. Those were fun. My interview consisted of the manager, the loss prevention general manager, DM, whatever, district manager, asking me, so you want to get your ass beat in the parking lot? I said, where do I sign up for that? He said, you're hired. That was a lot of fun then, Linda. When I didn't have the kids with me, when I had the kids with me, I had to behave because, but when I didn't have the kids with me, look out. We partied a lot.
Yeah. Well.
And we didn't always, it wasn't always booze when we partied. We would just hang out. You're back, is she okay?
Yeah, she hasn't been well for the last, 3 days. We've had the doctor out twice, right? And she's not getting any better. So
That's
I think
weird.
we might have to take her for a little drive out to the hospital.
Yeah.
And get her checked out by the doctors out there.
I hope it's nothing serious and that she gets better soon. It sucks when your kids are sick. I mean, my son's been getting ear infections, and he's 26, and I'm still like, my baby, you know what I mean? So, I'm like, I want to fix it, and I can't. I hope she feels better soon.
Well, amen.
And we'll add her to
we tried to give her some Nurofen last night, and she ended up bringing all that up. And because of that, we got the doctor in. He gave her a little wafer thing to put under her tongue to stop it from throwing up.
Yeah.
Well, that's obviously stopped working now. And now she's starting all over again. So
poor baby.
It all started off with a little cough that she had.
Yeah.
And then the cough just got really, really bad. So hopefully it's not a tonsil.
Yeah.
Because I had that.
Well, I will add her to my candle talk, and I hope she gets better very soon.
Thank you.
Linda, I broke up fights too. Sorry.
Yeah.
Linda said she was the one who usually broke up the fight. She just went right in between the suckers. I used to do it too. Yep. And if I had to punch somebody hard enough to get them to stop fighting, I did. Well, I mean, especially if it was something that, like the person they were trying to get a scrap with was like this big, I'm like, what are you doing? You bully. And yeah. Like John, when he drank, used to try and do that intimidation thing because he was 6'2" and Issa was like 5'0", and he would get up right up in front of her and be all hunched over her. And I'd get up underneath him and go, what are you doing? And he'd be like, shit. Because he knew he couldn't bully me, he couldn't intimidate me, and I was the only one that he would listen to. When he got all, I'd be like, go sit down. And he'd be like, but I'm like, go sit down. I kind of trained John like I did the dogs. That is the dog training sound. It works. I never told him that, and he never caught on, even though I'm the one who trained all the dogs. He never caught on to that, but it's a sound that gets your attention, regardless of what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, Linda. There's never a time in life when you feel so hopeless that is when your kids are sick and you can't make them better. It's like you just want to wiggle your nose and fix it, and you can't.
Mm.
And that sucks.
Yep. Oh, she's got a nice, comfortable spot now. She's on our bed. Aren't you, Bubba? In our bed now, aren't you, darling?
Oh, the little boy, she's so cute.
You want to say hello, Bubba?
I hope you feel better soon.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, she's so cute.
So tiny. It's a little button.
Is she the one that likes Argyle?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember she went running to get her Argyle sock. I love Argyle. Argyle is wonderful.
Keep trying to suck on that icy pole, please.
Make you feel better than
It's a hydrolyte. Hydrolyte, it helps bring back all your goodies inside, okay? And hopefully it'll stop you from being sick.
The magic super duper.
Yeah, it's a magic super duper.
Is like any pink?
Yeah.
Is any pink?
Any pink ones? No, that's the one that the doctor gave us last night.
Get some pink ones today.
Yeah. We'll go to the chemist and we'll see if we can get some pink ones for you. Okay?
Oh.
What? You nearly shoved it up your nose.
You got to aim a little lower. Definitely aim a little lower.
You're a little cheeky cat. Get out of the cupboard.
What is venom?
Oh, get
Chrissy,
venom now for you.
Chrissy, believe it or not, I look pale when I throw up too, and I'm almost as pale as you can get, but I will bleach out when I'm throwing up.
Come on, Mr. Venom. She wants you. She wants you, little kitty cat. Oh, come on, little kitty cat.
Aww.
And this is our second little kitty cat. Hey, little mister.
Pretty kitty.
Hey, little mister. We saved him.
Yeah.
We actually saved both the cats. We got one from the RSPCA, and this one was rescued by a friend of ours when he was a little tiny kitten. So, yeah,
Linda,
we couldn't have the lollipop.
Linda, I had a guy try and use that line on me, but it was for something totally different. Linda said magic stick. Oh, she sounds so cute, and she does. But I had somebody try and use that magic stick line on me, and it was not for a popsicle. The line also did not work. I said, I have one of those too. I keep it in my drawer, and it's bigger than yours. So, shoot. Welcome to my channel, Thomas.
Oh, dear.
Always expect the unexpected here. Always.
Yep.
At least you don't have to worry about Willow telling you what she'd do with that magic stick, because it involves sharp things. It's not, it would not be pretty. She's vicious. She is.
Oh dear.
Lorraine and Bob have got nothing on Willow, man. Linda, you're welcome.
Oh.
Well, not now. It was way back in the day, Linda. Come on.
What's up, son? You hungry, are you? You made your dad a coffee? Yeah. Oh, no, that's funny. Oh yeah, and this is it. Oh, you may as well meet all of them. This is the middle child, Piper,
Hello.
Hello.
and the eldest is in his room down that way.
Is he gaming?
Hey, eldest, are you awake in there? Yeah, he's awake. Say hello. He's a teenager.
He's like, what the hell, Dad?
He's a
Kid's
teenager.
like, what the hell? The cat is allowed on the bed. Stop growling at her.
Yeah.
You're like, why are you video? What is going on here? What are you doing? What is wrong with you today?
Dad walking around with the phone talking to it.
This is my Onyx. She doesn't like to show her face that often. That's my Onyx. We got her from the shop. And our other cat, Marty. Marty started out as a calico. She had like 3 little spots of brown on her, brown, black, and white calico. And within a month, she had no more brown. It was gone. But John couldn't figure out what to name her because Marty was his cat, and I named Onyx. Because she's black and white, and there's black and white Onyx, so I named her Onyx. And so I told John, I was like, a calico is also considered a tricolor, and that's also considered party color. So he went, Marty, I'm like, oh God, that cat is never going to sleep. And lo and behold, Marty likes to race around my room at 3 a.m. But yeah, so we call her Marty for short. She's a little standoffish, but she'll lay next to me. And like you saw her come up and do this thing on my nose earlier. Yeah, that happens like twice a week. I got 2 in one day. It's unusual. But no, mostly
like,
she's.
That's like our eldest cat. He's bipolar. Yeah. He's bipolar. Daytime, nah, can't stand me. Nighttime, I'm his best mate.
Yeah. Marty is not a cuddler.
He knows where the food comes from. That's why.
Right. Well, Marty's not a cuddler. There she goes. She cuddles with the dog more than she cuddles with me. The dog wants no part of it. Mm-mm.
Well, at least you got a good dog.
Oh, Simi is a very good dog. She's Hi.
Hi.
Want to say hi?
Well, the last dog I had, she did one cat.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll turn the camera. Thank you. That was my son. Yeah. He doesn't like to be on video. He'll game and talk online all day long, but he does not like to be on video at all.
Oh, yeah.
So
it's like the black shadow that just passed him behind me.
Yeah.
She doesn't like being on the camera either. She runs away every time I'm on talking. Unless she's got her makeup on. If she's got her makeup on, she'll come and talk. But yeah, no.
I haven't worn makeup in like 10 years.
Well, she don't even need it.
I do, but it's too much of a hassle. No. I can't. I mean, I never did much anyway. When I was younger, I did eyeshadow, mascara, eyeliner. And then I hit like 30 and I just did mascara and eyeliner. And then I hit like 40 and I was like, fuck it. So, yeah. I'm like,
You're like, fuck it. I don't need this shit.
Fuck it. I'm like, if they don't like my face, then they don't have to look at it.
I like that one. I like that.
I mean, when you get made fun of a lot for every thing under the sun. I mean, I got made fun of for having fucking freckles. Hello. The color of my hair, the fact that my hair used to frizz out like, my weight. I mean, I got made fun of my clothes, everything. It just, after a while, you're like, you get to a point when you're a kid and you're like, I just didn't care. I dressed for me and what I wanted, and I didn't give a damn about what anybody else thought because their opinions meant nothing.
Yeah, I used to get a lot of teasing because of this big Aboriginal nose of mine. I call it Roma. It's a Roman all over my face.
You're fine. You're fine.
Oh, that's what happens when you got dark skin in your family.
Yeah. I don't know what I have in my family. I'm adopted.
Oh, okay.
So I claim everything. It's all mine. Although I've been told I look Welsh. I'm like, okay. But I don't know. And I can't afford to do one of those ancestry, DNA bullshit thing. I can't afford that. So,
yeah.
Really.
I had a good laugh not long ago. My sister decided to go and do that. And I went, oh, what? So you're not actually part of our family now? Did it come out that Dad's not your dad? And she's like, no. And I went, well, what the fuck did you do it for then? But yeah, apparently I look a lot like my uncle, not my dad.
Yeah, but genetically, it's in the genes, and he just happened to look like that, and your dad happened to look like what he looks like. The genes are still in there. So, I mean, there are people there are people that, the parents are both dark haired and they end up having a redheaded baby. And I'm like, yes, because we're going to take over the world one day. Gotta watch out for the blue-eyed redheads, man. So,
no. I did marry one once before, but I wasn't good enough for her. I wasn't good enough for her, so she left me for a dude that was 5 years younger than me. And she was actually older than me, too.
Cougar. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
John was 5 years younger than me.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, no, when I was 40, I had my cougar moment. He was 21. It was a fun couple of months until he started trying to have conversations. He started trying to have conversations with me, and I was like, no, you're not supposed to talk. Stop. Go away.
You're only here for one thing and one thing only. Now get it straight, boy.
That's right. So I had my cougar moment. It was fun while it lasted, and then it was not fun anymore, so it ended.
Well, that's fair enough.
Well, that's what the agreement was. If one of us stopped having a good time, we were going to be done. And his mother kept calling me, like, when are you going to come over? No. Nope. I'm good. She goes, you and him need to get back together. I'm like, no, we do not. It's pretty bad when your mom's pimping you out, man. I was like, what is happening? So she just wanted to get rid of him. She wanted somebody else to mother him. I'm like, you're calling the wrong number, honey. I'm sorry. I think we have a bad connection. I can't hear you.
I must be going through a tunnel. Can't hear you.
Yeah. That didn't work for long because she lived down the street, so she just used to get in her car and drive to my house. I'm like, you really need to stop.
Damn.
Yeah. And then I made the mistake when I went to Florida. I moved to Florida because she was begging me to come to Florida, and my home situation was not healthy. So I was like, okay. So I moved to Florida. Within days, she was trying to hook up with her son again. I'm like, no. I'm like, what? No, it's not going to happen.
No, I don't need another child.
And he's begging. I'm like, out. He was 2 years older than my kid, my son. You know, I'm like, it was a moment. It passed. Get over it.
You had your fun. Now get over it.
You know, if the sex hadn't been so amazing, I would actually regret that entire scenario. But hey, I'm honest, it was good. You know, it's just when he opened his mouth, it was bad. So, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Not the sharpest stick in the group, you know?
Oh, dear.
Wow, Linda. Well, I mean, good for you. You don't have to have cougar moments. I was single at the time, so I've never cheated on anybody I made a commitment to. I saw that the cat was like, I don't believe in cheating. I think that if you're not satisfied being with the person you're with, then you shouldn't be with them. And you should end that relationship before you touch someone else.
Before you go somewhere else. Yeah.
You know, that's always been my motto. So, cheating hurts too many people. It's not necessary. You know?
That's it. Amen to that.
I mean, if your sex life is that boring that you have to go somewhere else to get it, then introduce new things. Get a paddle, get a whip, get a ball gag, get something. Liven things up. What the hell? Get a sex swing. Come on, people. Use your imagination. Yeah.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So glad I lived when I was young. Not that there was sex swings or got ball gags involved or anything, but I'm just saying, you know. I do know how they function. You know, so I've heard.
So you've heard.
I read. Hell. Animals.
When did it come in?
Well, the cat started clawing out of a box, and my dog knows she's not supposed to do that. So the dog went over to knock the cat off the box, and then Marty came out of nowhere off from like 6 feet away and jumped onto the bed. And I'm like, ah! They're awake.
Oh, wow.
Good for you, Linda. I'm proud of you. It's a good thing. I mean, I've technically been legally married. I suppose it would be considered cheating. But he decided to shack up with his girlfriend after we were married for 6 months. So in my heart and my mind, we were no longer married. You're done. You know, he picked the girlfriend over me after we got married. So.
You know, that sounds like my sister's husband.
Was his name Michael?
No, his name's Jason. He they brought a girl in to spice their relationship up.
Yep.
And yeah, well, he took off with her and left my sister with the 2 kids. Now they're married.
Well, he was with her for 17 years. I mean, and apparently either didn't cheat on her or didn't get caught. I can't guarantee which one because I moved out of state. But they were together for 17 years. And then she cheated, and then she cheated on him.
Oh, okay.
Karma. Well, she got stomach surgery, and because she had been my size, she got stomach surgery, and she went. And yeah, then guys started looking, and she had a lot of offers, and she apparently took a few of them. She cheated on him twice, and the first time she cheated, he called me and immediately apologized for everything that he had done because then he knew how it felt. I'm like, karma.
Karma's a bitch, isn't it, mate?
Yeah. And when she cheated on me again, he was like, I thought karma already got me. I was like, oh, you were really bad. You're getting it again. So.
Karma hasn't finished with you, mate.
Yep, karma's not done with your ass yet. So.
Not after everything he put. Yeah, not after everything he put you through. Karma hasn't finished with him yet.
I might have given it a little boost. But, yeah.
A little helping hand here and there.
Yeah.
No, you just got to guide. You just got to guide that karma just in the right direction.
I mean, when my kid's father, 3 days before Christmas, he called the cops on me and told them that I was physically abusing my kids because he wanted them to take the kids away from me and hand them to him, who was a very neglectful father. And really talking. And so they show up, and I was like, what? And my son was like 2.5, and my daughter was 3.5. And because they were like a year apart. And so they had to pull up their shirts to show their tummy and their back, and they were both wearing pajama shorts, so that, you know, they could see their legs and stuff. And they were like, well, we need to, I'm like, I'm not having them moon you. They're children. They know better than to show their private areas to strangers, and you're a stranger. I don't care if you're a cop. I was like, a doctor would be another thing, but you didn't bring one of those with you, so no. And my daughter turns around and goes, did Daddy lie about Mommy again? She was not coached in any way. I never said a bad word about him around my kids because I'm not that person. She just knew because, well, their Nana always talked about the bullshit that he was pulling. And, and then my son wanted to play with police officer's gun, which we both said no. But he goes, all right, he goes, well, I'm going to tell him that, you know, false allegations can get him arrested. I was like, wait, he's outside? And I headed for the door, and the cop was like, oh, shit. And the cop grabbed me and restrained me. I'm like, let me go. He goes, no, because I'll have to arrest you. I'm like, he goes, what are you doing? I said, debating on whether or not it's worth it. He was like, oh, my God. He was yeah, but he's trying to restrain me and reach his radio, and I'm like, you're not going to be able to do both. Pick one. And he's like, I can't see it.
Make it quick.
He's like, I can't stand here all day restraining you. I was like, I know. He's like, shit. He didn't get in front of me and block me from going out the door. And he was able to grab his radio and radio to the cop that was out in the street. Get him out of here now, or she's going to come out of that door and kill him. And they did. They got him out. He was the same one I almost threw out the window. He knew better. You know? He ran. He took off. He was gone like a shot, man. When they told him she's going to get out that door, we only have one officer in there. He's like, what? And they're like, yeah. And he's small. He was like, shit, I'm out. It was like, yeah.
Oh, dear.
I might have knocked him out when I was pregnant with my daughter. Maybe. He kept messing with me. I was trying to sleep, and I was like 8.5 months pregnant, and it was his first kid. So I could understand his fascination, but it was like 2:00 in the morning. I wasn't getting much sleep because, baby, hello. I was finally falling asleep, and he kept rolling me on my back. And I'm like, leave me alone. And I rolled back onto my side because being on your back when you're 8.5 months pregnant, not comfortable. And I already had a bad back, so I was like, leave me alone. And he did this like 3 times. I'm like, what are you doing? Because I never opened my eyes. He's like, I'm watching the baby move. He had a goddamn flashlight watching my daughter move in my belly, which, by the way, was really uncomfortable when I was on my back. And I was like, if you do this again, I'm going to punch you. Leave me alone. And I rolled over, and he did it again, and I used the momentum and nailed him right in the chest, and he was out. Boom. And I got up, and I grabbed my blanket, and I went and just slept on the couch. Couldn't roll me over on the couch. After about 20 minutes, I didn't hear any movement, and I'm like, so I'm like, did I kill him? I'm like, whoops. I think I can get off on that in court. I'm like, I think I can get away with that. And I walked in, and he's still, you know, he's still flat out. I'm like, oh shit. So I checked. He had a pulse. He was just unconscious because I hit him in the chest, and he had weak heart. The muscles around his heart were weak. Oh yeah. So I basically thumped him in the heart and knocked him out. I'm like, whoops. My bad. And then I went back and slept on the couch. He woke up in the morning. I said, now. I was like, are you ever going to do that again? He went, no. I'm like, I didn't think so. I said, I warned you. I was like, and you should not. 1, I'm pregnant. Don't piss off a pregnant woman. 2, I'm a pregnant redhead. I could have stabbed you in the eye with a fingernail file, and I could have gotten away with it in court. Don't mess with me. Nope. Yeah, it was creepy, Linda. You know, he's like hovering over my belly with a flashlight, watching the baby I'm like, ooh, go away, creepy person. So yeah, the baby needed sleep too, and he kept waking her up.
Oh, yeah. There you go. You wouldn't look in the cupboard, did you? There you go.
But it all worked out. I got rid of him, kept the kids. We were good.
What are you looking for, Spider?
He's also the one that said, "You can't get me with breast milk from here." He was standing about 8 feet away from me because I was on my bed, and he was a couple of feet, away from the bed. And because I was joking around, I was like, "I'll get you in the eye with breast milk if you don't leave me alone," because he was just being a dick. And he's like, "You couldn't get me from here." And just on a whim, I grabbed the boo and went boom like this, and I got him in the eye. The look on his face. If I had my camera, I'm telling you, I'm just like, I laughed for like half an hour over that, and he was like, "I can't believe you got me in the eye." I'm like, I told you, I have really good aim when I'm mad. Go away. The weird things that happen to me, I'm telling you, I could not make this up if I tried. I couldn't. So yeah, I was like, "Do I have to whip out a tit and get you in the eye again?" He's like, "No." I'm like,
my sister was a mean one. When she had her last daughter, I was down there helping her, because her husband was in the army.
Yeah.
And this is down in Sydney, so I'm helping her out, and she's like, "Oh, do you want a coffee?" And I went, "Yeah, all right, I'll have a coffee." And I looked at the coffee and went, "Oh, what? Are you on light milk or something, sis?" And she goes, "No, it's full cream milk." I'm like, "Full cream milk? That doesn't look like full cream milk to me." I took one sip and I'm like, "What the fuck is this milk?" And she goes, "You like me titty milk?"
There are a lot of people that will use breast milk in coffee and things, and I'm like, "No, I'm good."
Yeah, no.
I'm good.
Yeah. First time she got me, and the last time she ever got me too.
Linda, I would. People like happy endings in books. So many people have told me I should write a book. So what I would have to do then, I don't like to fact check shit. So, which is ironic because I Google all the time. I fact check everything. But what I would have to do, okay, is write a book that's totally fiction, like in outer space, like fiction, outer space, alien type of thing, and just put all the little funny stories and apply them to the characters in the book. Instead of writing like a book about me, it would, my life experiences lived through aliens. Hello. They would be X-rated books. They'd definitely be on the naughty list. I know Satan to come visit me. He likes the girls on the naughty list. But yeah, I've had a lot of people tell me I should write. I had a psychiatrist tell me I should write a book. I'm like, okay, that's a little frightening when the psychiatrist tells you should write a book and then asks you for tickets if you ever get on Jerry Springer. That was not comforting coming from a. Yeah, she did. She was like, "If you ever get on Jerry Springer, please send me tickets." I'm like, I don't think you're supposed to say stuff like that to your client.
No.
But yeah. And my attorney for my social service cases, he told me I should study and be an attorney. Because before the teeth fell out, I could articulate very well, and I was very well spoken to judges and lawyers and a bunch of judgy rich people who were deciding my life, which was interesting. For some reason, I would have to go in front of this board of like 10 people, and they were all like pillars of the community, which means they were all rich people. And they would judge what was going on in my life on whether or not I could have my kids back. I'm like, who in the fuck are you people?
What?
Yeah, it's weird here. It's very weird in this town. I've never experienced anything like that. I'm like, so.
Wow.
But normally, in a situation like that, the client would have the attorney talk and answer the questions. And if something was directed towards them personally, completely, I want you to answer this question, then the client would answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
The first question they asked me pissed me off so bad I stood up and I was like, okay, this is how it works. And I ran down and told them everything that was going on and everything, and I was like, and that's how it is. And I sat back down and my attorney was like, I was like, do you have anything to add? He goes, nope, you covered it. I'm like, okay. He's like, that was the easiest money I have ever made because he charges the county for his time because it was, I was disabled. So, he was a court-appointed attorney. And Harvard Valley PTA. I love you, Linda. And and when we went into court, my attorney wasn't the first one to stand up to or answer the questions. They didn't make me keep standing up because of my back. So, but my attorney was like, you should study and be an attorney. I'm like, I was like, you have to deal with people like me? Mm-mm. He was like, no, you're a dream client, let me tell you. So he was actually like an estate attorney. He wasn't social services attorney or criminal attorney, anything. He was an estate attorney. He dealt with, people's estates when they died and helping set up trust funds and different. And he was the best attorney that I've had in my entire experience of ever needing an attorney. He was the best. I refer people to him all the time. I hope he's still in business because otherwise I'm going to look stupid. But he was actually surprised. I saw him in court when I had to go for John one day. One of the times I had to go in there for John. John was bad. He was very bad. Not usually it was child support. But I saw the attorney and I was like, hey, and he was like, hey, how you doing? He had lost like half his body weight. He had lost a lot of weight. And there was no longer a wedding ring on his finger. He had been very stressed out the last time I had seen him the year before. And I was like, I touched his finger. I'm like, I'm sorry. And he was like, how do you notice stuff like that? And I'm like, I'm observant. He goes, maybe you should go study for like CSI or something. I'm like, no, the last thing I want to do is have to investigate some crime scene with someone's brains everywhere. I'll pass.
Yeah, no, thanks.
I had to go to a counselor, like just a psychologist. And he told me I should study psychology because I ended up helping him with a problem. I'm like, well, I'm glad it worked out. Glad I could help.
That's right.
Thank you. My food has arrived.
Oh, sweet.
So, I am actually going to shut this down. I'm sorry, Thomas, but I don't want to blank out my... And I've been on here for 8 hours and 10 minutes, so...
Yep, I see that.
Even I am starting to get hoarse. I'm like, Yep. It took 8 hours for me to start losing my voice, people. 8 hours of almost constant talking. Hey, I know I ramble.
It's good
Well, it was
catching up
very
again.
nice. And I'm so glad you came on my channel and came on and talked to us.
You're right. I seen you on there, and I'm like, I haven't talked to Cody for a while.
I know.
Every once in a while, was there, and I'm like,
every once in a while in a chat, but then the chat gets moving so fast that you get lost.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, amen to that. That's good being able to have a chat.
Yeah. By Iris, by Christy. Did I charge her for this session? No, Linda, I did not charge her for the session. You're so silly. Yeah, as Christy said, keep your baby girl hydrated. I know you gave her one of those pops that helps keep her hydrated. Replenishes electrolytes, which are important.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try, Linda. I am. We got tomorrow, too. You never know. I have been trying to get Tina. If you're not subbed to Tina Powell, Ma Powell, sometimes she goes on live. So we do this on her channel, too.
Okay. We'll have to look her up.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've been trying to get her to go live No. I've been trying to get her to go live. My cat is so opinionated. I tried to get her to go live. I've been pushing and pushing and pushing, and she's like, "Yeah, I will." I love my cat. Linda said, "And best wishes for your daughter, Thomas."
Thank you, thank you.
Yep, we will keep her in our thoughts, and I hope she feels better very
Thank you
soon.
very much.
And I have to get stuff out of the way so I can actually end it instead of because I will keep talking, and my food will get cold. And my son made chicken. My son made chicken and French fries, and I want to eat. I haven't eaten all day. Not even Pringles. Yeah. He's taking care of me. It's okay.
I think you better hop off and have a nice warm dinner.
Yeah. I know, Linda. I thought about it was spontaneous. Like I said, 20 minutes, and I made the thumbnail, and I went live, and boom, here we are, 8 hours later. So, thank you, everybody, and I love you guys. You're awesome, and I will do this again very soon. Maybe tomorrow. Can't guarantee it. I'm sleeping all day tomorrow after this.
All right,
I will, Linda. Bye.
Love to all.